This next strange piece of home security footage was uploaded to Reddit by user CJ8012. The footage is a snippet taken from a Ring home security system. The feed is overlooking a snow-covered backyard that backs onto a frozen lake. Take a look at what happens. A strange light illuminates a portion of the lake. While at first it looks like it could just be a flashlight, after a few seconds you can make out what looks like a glowing figure standing on the ice. The homeowner pauses the footage to get a better look. Then when they hit play, the figure disappears altogether. So what could this strange sighting be? The OP put the footage on Reddit hoping for answers, but the community wasn't able to successfully identify the glowing figure. So what do you think it could be? Love to hear your thoughts and theories in the comments down below. This is an old piece of security footage that's been scaring viewers for over a decade. The clip was taken from a security feed overlooking an undisclosed workplace. It's a little after 11 PM when we can see a worker in the top right-hand shot. Now what happens next has been baffling experts for well over 10 years. Take a look. A flash of light interrupts the feed and everything goes black. The system returns to normal, yet the employee is nowhere to be seen. The cameras continue to record for another 2 hours. Then suddenly, this happens. A second flash of light occurs, then the same employee appears on his hands and knees. He gets up but looks disoriented, then walks out of frame. It was reported that soon after the incident took place, the employee in the footage quit their job out of the blue and moved away. Some experts who have analysed the footage believe this might be evidence of an alien abduction. After close examination, they say the footage appears to be genuine, but just what happens in the 2-hour period that the employee goes missing remains a mystery. The unknown flash of light that bookends both when the employee disappears and when he returns is the key piece of evidence that has really excited UFO and alien enthusiasts. Also, the missing time element has really intrigued anyone who ends up studying the footage. Where exactly did the employee go for over 2 hours? Missing time is a recurring feature in many alleged UFO abduction cases. Victims often claim that they experience a sort of vague confusion, then realize that a large chunk of time has passed without them knowing. So could this really be an alien abduction caught on camera? No one knows for certain, but the footage continues to intrigue amateur sleuths and experts to this day. This next piece of CCTV footage comes from a reportedly haunted antique store in Barnsley, UK. Over the course of several years, the owners of this antique store have suspected that a resident spirit might be haunting the old shop. Objects often move unaided, and when opening up some mornings, employees will find things on the ground or discover shattered glass cabinets. Take a look at this strange piece of footage that's been captured inside of the store. while at first it simply looks like something topples off the shelf inside of the cabinet. However, on closer inspection, things take a turn for the bizarre. If you slow it down, you can see some kind of light coinciding perfectly with the movement inside of the cabinet. The owners of the store uploaded the footage to their Facebook page looking for answers. Some customers thought it looked like a ghostly arm passing through the cabinet, causing it to collapse. Others were gobsmacked and were at a loss to explain the movement. Given that the owners, as well as staff and customers, have long suspected that the property might be haunted, it certainly does make you wonder what's being caught on camera here. Could it really be a ghost? Watch the footage again and judge for yourself. This clip was captured inside a home in Merrimack County in New Hampshire, United States. In June 2019, the homeowner was shocked to see something strange happening on their Nest home security camera. Take a look. Out of nowhere, the child safety gate closes, seemingly unaided. The homeowner stated that they believe their house has always been very active with paranormal things happening almost every day. Was this really evidence that the home might be haunted? Love to hear your thoughts on this strange little piece of footage in the comments down below. This next terrifying piece of footage was uploaded to ItemFix by user Area51. Take a look. This doorbell security camera has captured the terrifying moment a wayward tire careens out of control into a house. It slams into the front door and even appears to ring the doorbell in the process. The tire sits smouldering in the front yard as someone comes into view, clearly bewildered by what's just happened. So it would seem same-day delivery services are getting just a little too quick these days. Our last clip of the day was uploaded to YouTube by Tammy Jackson. Take a look at this strange event caught on their Ring home security system. Some kind of unknown light passes from left to right. While at first it looks like it could just be a camera malfunction or some kind of glitch, the thing that really makes it eerie is that whatever this thing is, it appears to trigger the motion sensing light in the backyard. Then moments later, a second security light triggers on the back of the house. When the clip first hit YouTube, it caused quite a stir, with many instantly calling this a ghost caught on camera. Other viewers were a little more reserved, suggesting that a small animal hidden in the shadows could have caused the camera and even the light to turn on. However, that doesn't explain the odd misty figure that appears in the back of the yard. So is this some kind of strange atmospheric condition, a glitch, or could it really be a ghost? Share your theories in the comments down below. A Scottish mother from Drongan is convinced a ghost is visiting her young son. Cheryl Scott suspected something strange was happening in her son's bedroom. When she reviewed their baby cam footage, she was stunned at what she saw. Take a look. Watching that again, you can see that there's two strange shapes floating in the middle of the frame. Suddenly, the baby cam shifts to the left, as though something's moved it. Eerily, Cheryl claims that the light we can see when the camera spins around wasn't on when she left her sleeping son that night. The family is living in Cheryl's grandparents' old house. They both passed away a number of years ago. Cheryl believes it could be the spirit of her grandma or grandpa coming to visit. Given the strange floating lights and that the camera moved despite no one else being in the room, it certainly does make you wonder what's going on in this old family home. This next piece of footage was uploaded to Twitter by user Conspiracy. It shows a CCTV feed overlooking the ocean in an unknown location. Take a look at what was captured on camera. Watching that again, an unidentified flying object zips past the camera. It looks like a small metallic ball of some kind. Here it is in slow motion. The extreme speed of the object almost certainly rules out a commercial drone or weather balloon. Naturally, viewers have called this an alien craft. Some think it's some kind of reconnaissance vehicle sent to Earth to capture information about our civilization. Others have said it might be a top-secret military craft, perhaps Russian or Chinese in origin. As always, I'll throw this strange one out to you, the viewer. What do you think this is? Let me know your theories in the comments section down below. Some strange footage of a mysterious bleeding tree has been uploaded to TikTok by Shahin Nuraslam 0022, and it's been freaking viewers out. The first clip shows someone hacking into a tree with a machete. Watch. An intense red liquid that looks uncannily like blood spews out of the branch. The second clip shows a man with a chainsaw. Watch what happens. As the chainsaw rips through the trunk of the tree, more of the blood-like liquid spews out. The third clip shows the tree falling down. The camera holder puts his hand in the liquid. It's frightening just how much this looks like real blood. Of course, speculation ran rife when this footage went live. Some said it was a miracle and that it was the blood of Christ we're witnessing. Others, however, thought quite the opposite, saying the blood was a sign of a demonic presence. In actual fact, this is Pterocarpus angolensis, or bloodwood. It's a type of tree that seeps a deep red sap when cut open. It's native to South Africa and is known for its medicinal properties. So even knowing what it is, it's still freaky to see a tree spew out something that looks so much like human blood. The Blue House pub in Sunderland, UK is rumoured to be haunted. Staff and patrons alike have seen and felt things that can't quite be rationally explained. And now, something bizarre has actually been caught on camera, which backs up the haunting claims. Watch.
Well, if I
Looking at that again, the pint of beer that's on the bar next to the patron suddenly falls over without reason.
That is very odd. Oh my god.
Darla Anderson, the current landlady of the 167-year-old pub, said that the day before this footage was captured, a psychic medium was in the venue and said that a ghostly presence was lurking around the property. They could sense a strange entity near them. When the footage was shared to Facebook, the previous owner of the pub got in touch and said they had always suspected the property was haunted. They too had seen objects moving around all on their own.
That is very odd.
So could this old pub really be harbouring a spirit, or is there another way to explain the pint moving on its own?
That is very odd.
Oregon nurse Carol Leanne has captured something eerie on camera while working the night shift at the hospital. She shared the footage to her TikTok account, Carol Anan 1984. She says that the nurses at the hospital have a superstition that whenever someone passes away, they open a window in the room so their spirit can leave freely. During a night shift in October 2021, Carol noticed that someone hadn't left the window open, despite someone dying in the room earlier that day. Watch what the camera caught and see if you can spot anything creepy. If we watch that again in slow motion, right at the end, you can see a shadow pass in front of the camera. Despite the freaky backstory, some viewers think it's all a hoax, noting the strange grainy filter that's been applied over the footage. So is that shadow really a trapped spirit, or are we just seeing the work of a spooky filter? Either way, the fact that the nurses open the windows after someone passes is certainly an eerie thought. This next piece of bizarre footage often floats around the foul depths of conspiracy forums. It's often labelled top secret and that it's been recently leaked to the public. It's allegedly a snippet of footage captured during the Apollo 11 mission in 1969. Take a look. Watching that again, a bipedal humanoid can be seen standing up in the distance. Some viewers thought it looked like the figure was praying, as it can be seen kneeling. Others noted how tall the figure must be, given how far away it's standing. The fact that this snippet gets passed around so often means it's almost impossible to verify its origin. Could it really be top secret footage from Apollo 11, or is it all just a nice little animation designed to freak people out? Drop your thoughts in the comments section down below. Exploring with Danny is a YouTube channel based in the UK. Danny's a paranormal investigator who travels the country looking for evidence of life after death. In this episode, Danny explores an old abandoned church that he had heard about online. He keeps the location a secret, but early on in the exploration we can see that it's an old Gothic-style church sitting among an overgrown estate.
It's been abandoned for quite a long time.
He makes his way into the building.
Right guys, I have just made my way into this creepy looking church.
Here we can see what kind of state it's been left in.
I've got to watch where I'm walking. I can hear all sorts of noises. I'm nervous. I'm really nervous. But you know, I've got to bring the best for you guys.
Shortly into the exploration, he begins to hear some unnerving sounds.
Gotta watch out for these holes in the floor right here. You don't want to be falling through. What is this? What the hell?
Danny presses on, dismissing the noises as pigeons.
Look, there's quite a lot of pigeons in here. Guys, I am so nervous right now.
Then, while looking at an old baptism pot, he hears what sounds like a woman crying.
Just think people would have been christened here once. What the hell? Is that a pigeon?
That's when this happens.
Hello? Oh my god! What the is that?
Watching that again, there's some kind of grey figure sitting in the pews.
Hello? Oh my god! What the is that?
While a lot of people have said this could have easily have been staged, it's the genuine sounding screams that Danny lets out that has the majority of viewers convinced that this is real.
Oh my god! What the is that?
Others have noted that for it to be a hoax, an accomplice would have had to have been sitting in the dark for quite some time while Danny explored the church.
Is that a pigeon?
So do the screams convince you? Take another listen and judge for yourself.
Hello? Oh my god! What the is that?
TikToker Joshua Davis, 2021, believes that his friend's car is haunted by some kind of spirit, and it seems he has video evidence to support this wild claim. In April 2021, this clip went viral around social media as it appears to show some bizarre activity happening in this man's car. Take a look.
Are you able to? All the way, you got this. Keep going.
Bro!
You got this, all the way. Now, can you go all the way back?
The dial on the air conditioning moves, seemingly on command.
Are you able to?
Bro, no way.
Are you able to go all the way back? Show me.
No way!
Keep going, all the way.
way!
You got this, come on, keep going, all the way.
Bro, there's nothing even there to make it move.
Oh, dude, there's a ghost in your car!
The footage stunned hundreds of thousands of people as a deluge of comments poured in trying to figure the clip out. Some viewers suggested that the owner run a background check as they suspect someone may have previously died in the car. Another comment said it's all fun and games until the spirit flicks it into reverse on the freeway. Others jokingly said it was an Autobot from Transformers.
All the way.
Bro, there's nothing even there to make it move.
Oh, dude, there's a ghost in your car!
So what do you make of this strange footage? Are we seeing some ghostly activity here, or is there another way to explain it? Share your theories with the rest of the community in the comments down below.
Are you able to?
Bro, no way.
Are you able to go all the way back? Show me.
No way!
Keep going, all the way.
way!
You got this, come on, keep going, all the way.
Bro, there's nothing even there to make it move.
Oh, dude, there's a ghost in your car!
I hear something up.
This next freaky sighting was uploaded to TikTok by To-Do Contenita Top. This homeowner was hearing some strange sounds coming from their backyard, so they decided to get their phone and film the yard to see if they could find what was making the noises. Take a look at what they caught.
Yes.
Watching that again, you can see some movement in one of the bushes.
What is...
Then, a figure crawling on all fours lurches towards the house. The clip then abruptly ends and we're left wondering what it is we just witnessed. Unfortunately, there's no info on where or when this video was captured or who the original poster is. So for now, all we can do is rewatch the footage and let our imaginations run wild as that freaky figure crawls towards us.
What is...
We often show clips that purport to show a breakdown in reality, a glitch in the matrix, something that suggests that we could be living in a simulated reality. This next video, uploaded to TikTok by Strangest MP4s, does just that. A passenger on a bus was filming out their window when they inadvertently caught something bizarre happening outside. Take a look. A woman on the side of the road is taking a series of non-stop selfies. But it's the eerie, robotic way in which she does it that's caught the eye of online viewers. Some have said it looks like her animations have glitched, putting her on repeat. This theory implies that we're living in some kind of simulated reality, in which breakdowns can occur in the code, causing bizarre glitches like this. For thousands of years, philosophers have grappled with the idea of reality being an illusion. Chinese, Indian, and even ancient Greek texts discuss the idea that our reality is more akin to a painting, like visions experienced during sleep or periods of madness. A contemporary take on this theory was popularized by philosopher Nick Bostrom. Bostrom posits the idea that in the future humans will have access to vast amounts of computing power, enormous networks that are so powerful that our future selves could be running detailed simulations of historical events and timelines. He suggests that the inhabitants of these simulations may harbor their own consciousness, and that the worlds are so finely detailed the people in them wouldn't know the difference. So are we witnessing a breakdown in reality here, or is there another way to explain the woman's bizarre behavior? Let us know your take on this in the comments down below. This next documented haunting, which was uploaded to YouTube by Crazy Adventures 1000, has been lurking on the internet for nearly 10 years, and it still manages to freak audiences out. Back in December 2012, this family home began experiencing things that seemed beyond the realms of possibility. Things in their house would often move, seemingly unaided, strange sounds were heard at all hours of the night, and the family's safety soon became a concern. The family set up a series of cameras around the home in order to try and get some evidence of the bizarre happenings on film. In this first clip, we can see some rather extreme activity taking place in the kitchen. Drawers open, and even cutlery flies out of the shelves. Here's some more footage captured in the kitchen on a separate night. This time we see it from a different angle. Watching that again, the oven seems to turn itself on before the door flings open. Then more strange things happen in the background. In this final clip, taken in January 2013, we see some activity taking place in one of the bedrooms. The large toy ball begins to bounce up and down. One viewer thought that they could see strings making the ball move, but on closer inspection there doesn't appear to be anything making this ball bounce. This led some viewers to believe that the spirit of a child might be playing with the ball. This is certainly a strange series of clips. While the first two videos seem to be the classic makings of a poltergeist haunting, this one seems more playful and less violent. So is it all just a hoax, or are we witnessing some genuine supernatural activity here? Watch the clips again and make up your own mind. Our last clip's been floating around social media quite a lot in the last few months. This version was uploaded to Instagram by PARANORMAL. The clip begins with a person exploring a ruined bus that's been left to the elements. That's when they spot something rather chilling. Take a look. Watching that again, a young girl can be seen peering through a dirty window of the bus. But when the OP looks inside, there's nothing there. Naturally, a lot of comments poured in trying to make sense of this eerie sighting. Some people suggested that something bad may have happened on this bus, or that someone died in an accident tethering their spirit to the area. As is so often the case with alleged ghost sightings like this, there's never any solid info attached to the clip. We don't know where or when this was captured, so it makes it difficult to investigate any further. So for now, unless more info comes to hand, this freaky sighting will have to remain a mystery. Slaptam viewer Steve OC sent us this eerie piece of home security footage. Over the course of several months in 2018, this viewer had been experiencing some strange activity in their home, and they seem to have the evidence to prove it. Take a look at what their home security cameras captured. As you can see, all kinds of bizarre movement has been recorded. Pantry doors and drawers appear to move all on their own. Just when you think it's weird enough, keep an eye on the window on the left-hand side. Sadly, the clip ends right as the figure appears, but if we slow it down and brighten the image, something seems to peer in through the window. It would seem this footage backs up our viewers' claims that they believe their home is haunted. But what do you think? Would love to hear your take on this strange piece of home security footage in the comments section down below. YouTube channel Paranormies is quickly becoming one of the best paranormal investigation channels on the site. They often travel to abandoned properties and other allegedly haunted locations looking for evidence of the paranormal. And more often than not, they catch things on camera that aren't easily explained. In this episode, they travel to a remote cabin deep in the Canadian wilderness. The Paranormies team were tipped off about the property when an eerie trail cam photo was posted to Instagram. Take a look.
We first became aware of Thomas and his cabin after he posted an eerie trail cam image on Instagram. The post has since been deleted, but a screenshot shows what appears to be a ghostly little girl in the middle of the woods near the cabin.
Lead investigator Jordan recounts some eerie incidents that have happened to guests while staying at the cabin.
An ex-girlfriend of his who he brought to the cabin had to leave in the middle of the night after having the worst night terror of her life and didn't feel safe in the cabin. During a hunting trip with his hunting buddies, after retiring to their rooms for the night, one friend was woken by a loud noise in the upstairs bedroom where he was sleeping. After sitting up in bed, he saw an apparition standing at the edge of his bed, which quickly dissipated into nothingness.
The team investigated the history of the cabin, which has been owned by the one family for decades. They discovered that the current owner's great aunt used to practice witchcraft inside the cabin. Knowing the eerie history and having heard the first-hand accounts of alleged hauntings in the cabin, the Paranormies team decide to stay the night and investigate the property for themselves. They set up cameras and special equipment around the cabin in the hopes of capturing evidence of the strange goings-on.
Maybe some of you are still attached to this building. That's what we've heard.
Things begin to get weird when the team hears a knock at the front door.
Whoa.
This door or that door?
It's this back door, yeah. It was this door. Hello? Radio.
A short while later, the activity seems to increase.
Soul. We're putting it.
You f***ing heard
What
that.
the f*** is going on, dude?
Violence?
Oh.
Then one of their REM pods goes off as one of the team members begins to feel unwell.
I got a bad feeling in here, dude. There it goes. Just as I said that. Right there. I gotta get out of here, man.
While investigating upstairs of the cabin, more strange movement is caught on camera.
I probably shouldn't have came here in the first place, right?
Oh my god. Okay.
Holy
Oh my god, I'm having a panic attack here.
As you can see, the rocking chair begins to move, seemingly all on its own.
Oh my god. Okay.
There's another eerie detail about this chair. Earlier in the episode, at around the 8:14 mark, you can actually see that this rocking chair is on the other side of the room. The team didn't touch it at all, yet somehow it's now on the opposite side of the room later in the night.
I probably shouldn't have came here in the first place, right?
Oh my god. Okay.
As As the evening progresses, the team decides to use a Ouija board to try and make contact with whatever's residing inside the cabin. Watch what happens.
Are you good or are you bad? Oh God! Holy shit. Okay. Oh. I don't even know. Who is that?
As the investigation comes to a close, there's one final unsettling event. Watch.
Hi. Okay. I was a knock at the door.
We gotta check that. Okay, Mary, can you say goodbye?
Again. Okay, goodbye. Oh, no.
Mary, we have to say goodbye now, okay?
Just put it goodbye. Just
Okay.
put it there.
Okay. Cool.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
So what's going on in this cabin, and just who is the mysterious child captured on the trail cam on a cold winter's night? Given the history of the property, the fact that the owner's great aunt used to practice witchcraft in the cabin, it would seem it conjured some kind of inexplicable force that may be still lingering even today. The Paranormies have a part 2 to this investigation up on their channel now. I highly recommend you check it out, support their content, give them a thumbs up and subscribe, it's well worth a look. There's a link to their channel in the description box below.
Oh my God!
What do you see?
Holy f***, I thought I saw a shadow. This. Holy f***, I thought I saw a shadow.
This next snippet of footage was uploaded to Reddit by user StayRB89. The Redditor claims that when they were young, they used to be followed around by a ghostly older man that only they could see. This clip was captured in the early 90s. The uploader's grandparents owned a pub. It was early morning, around 7:30 AM, while the pub was being cleaned for the upcoming day's service. The OP's mum was filming on a new camcorder the family had just purchased. Take a look at what was captured. The clip is short and the quality's poor, but if you slow it down, there is something chilling hiding in the footage. On the left-hand side is the uploader when they were young, crawling on the floor. You can just see their head come into frame. Now, on the right-hand side of the shot is something a little more unsettling. Just behind one of the columns is the face of an older man. It looks like he's hiding. Now remember, it's 7:30 in the morning and there was no one else in the building at the time the video was captured. The OP's nan has always thought the old pub was haunted, and this eerie piece of footage certainly seems to corroborate her claims. Given that the uploader has always thought an older man was following him when he was growing up, this sighting is certainly chilling. I'd love to hear your take on this strange piece of footage in the comments section down below. In November 2013, something was captured on camera that caused quite a stir in Glenview, Illinois. Maureen Kent was attending a service at Our Lady of Perpetual Help when she decided to snap a picture of the ornate setup inside the church. When she glanced at the photo, she was stunned at what she saw. Looking at the photos, you can see a bright white figure hovering over the altar. Whatever it is, it's right beside the host, which Catholics believe is the true body of Christ. Fellow churchgoers immediately recognise the shape of the figure as the classic depiction of the Virgin Mary. Kent is adamant that the image hasn't been tampered with, calling the sighting a miraculous moment. When you first glance at the photo, it does just look like it's a ray of sunlight. However, the rest of the altar doesn't match the bright colouring, nor are there even any windows that could be letting in such a bright ray of sun. So what do you think? Is this a so-called miraculous moment caught on camera, or is there another way to explain the sighting? This next unsettling photo was uploaded to Reddit by Third One. Back in 2017, the uploader noticed that a dark silhouette would appear in their neighbour's kitchen window. It would come and go, but each time it appeared, it would stand there for hours at a time. The uploader eventually took a photo of the silhouette to show the neighbour. They weren't sure whether it was someone spying on their neighbour looking in, or whether it was someone looking out of the window. But it was the fact that the figure would stand there for hours at a time that freaked the OP out. Eventually, they showed the photo to the neighbour, who had no idea who it was. The neighbour has since moved away and the figure no longer appears. This could mean a number of things. The neighbour was pulling a prank and maybe placed a cardboard cutout in the window. Perhaps there was a stalker spying on the family, or as some commenters suggested, it could be a shadow figure or a spirit. Which do you think is the most likely scenario? Love to hear your thoughts down below. This is an old clip from Christmas Eve 2006, uploaded to YouTube by Kara Densau. It shows several young girls playing around with a Ouija board.
Okay, Ashley, can you move the chair for us?
After asking some questions, something unsettling happens. Watch.
Okay.
Okay, we better hurry. Our pancakes ready.
Will you move it for us now before we go get our pancakes?
Oh my gosh, Karen.
Okay.
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 Is it Kara?
I don't know.
Kara?
Yeah?
Watching that again, after they ask a spirit called Ashley to move the chair, it would appear it obliges. The girls scream and the clip ends abruptly.
Is it Kara?
I don't know.
Kara?
Yeah?
Eerily, this is the only video uploaded to the channel, so there's no way of knowing what happened to the girls after the clip ends. Could something bad have happened to them? It's been 15 years with no update, so it's looking like the mystery will have to remain in place.
Is it Kara?
I don't know.
Kara?
Yeah?
Before we take a look at an eerie family photo that was sent to us by a viewer, remember to hit that subscribe button, then tickle that little bell icon there and turn on all channel notifications. That way you'll be in the loop every time we drop our scary and mysterious videos.
I'm still down here. Help.
One of our viewers, No Kaleidoscope 417, uploaded this pic to our Slaptown subreddit, asking the community whether or not there's something more to this seemingly innocent photo. In the photo, we can see the OP's daughter and niece posing for the camera. In the foreground is their sister-in-law's phone, which is also taking a snap of the girls. At first, the family didn't notice anything, but in the photo on the phone in the foreground, there's two extra faces in the image. The first and most prominent face in the photo is that of an older man. The family immediately recognized the face as their grandfather, who had just passed away 2 months prior to this photo being taken. Take a look at this comparison photo. Although the photo on the right is blurry, there is indeed a resemblance to their granddad. The second face is a little less defined, but some of the family believes it also looks like their grandmother. Here's a comparison. Stranger still, the photo on the phone in the foreground that shows the extra faces doesn't seem to exist. The phone you can see didn't save the photo. The OP is also adamant that nothing's been tampered with, and given the fact that it's a photo of a photo, it would be pretty hard to manufacture anyway. So what do you think? Are the grandparents making contact with their family, or is it just a case of a strange blurry photo? The resemblance of the grandfather is certainly there. At the beginning of 2021, the TikTok user, now known as Cursed Home, discovered an Amazon Echo smart speaker for sale on eBay. The The device came with a dire warning that it was cursed and haunted by an unknown entity. The ad for the device claimed that extreme caution should be used when handling the Echo. They claimed that it turned on at strange hours of the night, executed bizarre commands without warning, and it was even found in unusual parts of the home without anyone moving it. The seller had hoped a paranormal investigator would buy it to study the strange activity. Instead, a TikToker bought it for maximum views. Take a look at what happened. Shortly after activating the device, the new owner noticed something strange on their home security camera. Take a look. As you can see, the kitchen door opens on its own, and moments later, the Alexa device activated even though no one was home. They later discovered more strange things about Alexa when they began asking it questions. Alexa gives some startling responses to some simple inquiries, such as, "Is ice cream bad for robots?"
Alexa, ice cream is bad for robots.
5109 must not be spoken. This restriction is waived in the event of an imminent threat to the life of its keeper. It must then be spoken to that keeper's 05 command contact via one-way radio transmitter. The identities present are secret.
Another clip shows eerie activity in the home with a lamp flickering on and off and a chilling message from Alexa.
All morning and we have no idea what's happening. And it just turned off. That is so weird.
She's here. She's here. She's here. She's here.
What the f is
She's
happening?
here. She's here. She's here. She's here. She's here. She's here.
Dude,
She's here.
it's off. Alexa, she's here. Dude, what is going on? That is so creepy.
The device eventually begins waking up the homeowners by shouting gibberish and making odd sounds late at night.
Oh my god, that is so creepy.
Then in this final chilling clip, the homeowner managed to capture something truly chilling. Watch.
You're all going to die, 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 you're all going to die.
So what's going on in this home? Is this Echo really haunted? Has this Alexa been programmed for some sinister purpose? Or is it all just a really well executed hoax? This mystery is ongoing as the account regularly posts bizarre and chilling clips of Alexa and the haunted Echo. As always, there's links to the channels we feature in the description box below. This one's well worth checking out.
This is a warning to anyone listening. They have arrived. They are planning on taking everything we've worked so hard to build. Rise. There is a reason everyone is leaving Earth.
What is that supposed to mean?
This next clip is reported to have been captured in an unknown part of India. It was uploaded to the Instagram account JanaraTalk2, where it garnered quite a lot of attention. The video opens with a view of a beach at night time. There's a small group of people gathered, all with their phones out, documenting the strange event. In the sand, we can see what looks like a bizarre creature that closely resembles a mermaid. You can make out a long tail and fins and the upper body of a human. At one point, it looks like one of the onlookers is trying to untangle the creature from a bunch of garbage. Obviously, a lot of viewers were quick to hail this footage as shocking proof that mermaids actually exist. Some called it witchcraft or the work of demons, citing the wailing sounds coming from the creature. Of course, a lot of level-headed comments said it had to be a hoax and that mermaids were nothing more than a fanciful legend. Interestingly, mermaids have held a place in global mythology for centuries, appearing in ancient texts in Europe, Africa, and Asia. In 1493, Christopher Columbus claimed to have seen a mermaid during his expedition of the Caribbean. However, historians believe he may have actually just seen a manatee at a distance. During the 17th and 18th centuries, sailors, fishermen, and pirates regularly claimed to see half-fish, half-human hybrid creatures out at sea. They believed that mermaid sightings were a bad omen, bringing ill fortune upon all who witnessed the mythical creatures. More modern sightings have stoked a fresh interest in these legendary beings. In 2009, in the coastal town of Kiryat Yam in Israel, dozens of people reported strange creatures leaping out of the waters of Haifa Bay. The sightings became so frequent that the local government offered a $1 million reward for proof of the existence of mermaids. Then, in 2012 in Zimbabwe, workers on 2 reservoirs near Gokwe and Mutare abruptly stopped working, claiming that mermaids were scaring them away from the work sites. So how is it that people all over the world for centuries have been spotting similar-looking half-fish, half-human hybrids? Is it just a case of mistaken identity that's been perpetuated through lofty tales of myth and legend? Or is there a thread of truth running through these old folk stories? With the aid of modern technology, amateur ghost hunting has become a far more prolific enterprise. In this video, ghost hunting troupe Raptor Adventures uses a new app called Scaranoia that promises to help direct its users to nearby haunted locations. Much to their delight, the app leads the investigators to the Mirador Bed and Breakfast, a location known for being haunted. The Victorian-style building that houses the Mirador Bed and Breakfast in Florida, USA, was originally built in 1884. The home passed through numerous owners, including a train station master, before Elise Campbell purchased the property and lived there with her children. Elise passed away in 1990. Her family then abandoned the house, leaving everything exactly as it was and refused to sell it to anyone else. It sat vacant for 10 years, becoming a target for thieves and vandals, before the owners eventually sold it for restoration. There are allegedly quite a few active spirits still residing in the building. One of the investigators in this clip knows the building's current owners, so they were able to head inside the historic building.
Okay guys, so Jody was able to get us in here. His good friend Kayla, who is the owner of the Mirador, was nice enough to buzz us in. This place is amazing, I'm so excited.
In the video, they discover a few strange things, such as unexplained cold spots and lights switching on and off. They decide to use a spirit box to communicate with any potential ghosts. They ask the spirit to interact with the lights. Watch what happens.
Hi, Lay. Immediately, Lay came through. Who was messing with the lights a couple minutes ago? Can you do it again for me? Okay, we're ready. Go ahead.
Can you make the chandelier or any other light go on or off?
The light just came on over there.
I did. That was off, right?
Yes.
The chandelier was the only light on it.
Yeah.
Who did that? Who turned that on?
What? Just trying to compose myself, guys. That was pretty intense. That was enough. It's almost like a roller coaster. Mm-hmm. You just want that adrenaline. Like,
a little bit of adrenaline.
You get a little bit and it spooks you, but you want more. It's like you can't get enough of it. So, I know this is crazy. I know it is, guys, but can you do that again? Do you think maybe you could turn the lamp off? I'm gonna go ahead and put the camera on the light and see. Can you do that again?
Light.
Light.
It said light. Light.
Lisa, turn off!
Oh.
What?
He said light. It took him a minute, but they did it.
They said, whoa.
Whoa.
Later, a fellow investigator comes into the room and they tell him about the lights turning off. Take a look at what happens.
The lights flickered again, and then I was asking if they could do the same thing like they did earlier with this light, and they freaking turned that light on.
Really?
Yes, it was crazy. And we've been getting all kinds of activity with the K2 meter. They've been lighting it up for us, so.
Wow. Can you make that light go off? Can you make that light go off?
You know what? I'm gonna
make that light turn on. I'm sorry. Dude, you gotta be kidding me. What?
Oh!
You guys weren't kidding.
Wow.
Can you turn it off?
Looks like a pretty. Well, I don't know if it's really.
Look, Jody! What? It just lit up to red.
Did it just go to red?
Oh!
Jody, you did it. They are listening.
Dude, it wasn't even this active the last time I was here, but the time before that time, it was insane. Just like this.
Right?
This is crazy.
Wow.
Following this, while upstairs, something else happens that suggests there's an active spirit in the house. Watch.
This curtain is moving. Well,
You go first.
okay guys, we're gonna go in this room. What I didn't tell Lisa is we're gonna do this in the dark.
Really?
Yeah. For the first part of it anyway. Look at this bed, guys. I know you can't see it very well.
Dad,
What?
I did not. Did you put? I didn't shut that door.
Lise, get in here.
Open the door.
What?
Stop playing tricks.
I'm not.
Oh God. Okay, really?
You didn't do that.
No? Like you went in and that door literally just closed right behind you. I was back.
All right, let me see if they'll do it for us. Can you do that for us again? Can you shut? Lise,
Whoa! Are you serious?
get in here.
I'm not coming in there. Oh.
Wow.
Despite numerous reports of haunted activity happening in the Mirador, no one seems to know the identity of the resident spirits. Could it be the mother who abandoned the house shortly before her death? Could it be the station master who used to watch for trains from the windows on the top floor? Or is it something else entirely? For now, the mystery as to what's making this old house so active remains unsolved.
The light flickered. Yep. And it's moving.
It is moving.
Holy cow, it is moving. The chandelier.
Oh, the door's closing again. Okay. Wow.
When one person spots what they believe to be a ghost, it's easy to brush off their claims as an overactive imagination or a trick of the light. When numerous people see the same thing, with some of them even capturing the phenomenon on camera, their claims become harder to ignore. YouTube channel Werewolf Radar shared a story of a town where people think they may have their very own hometown ghost. It all started with a phone call to the local police station in Mentor, Ohio, United States. The caller said that they saw a young child, approximately 7 years old, wearing white, running at a quick pace through traffic on the street. The officer responded to the scene and sure enough saw the mysterious child running through the streets in a white dress. However, the reports say that she vanished before the officer could reach her. He searched the area but found no trace of the child. Officers from other towns and even a canine unit were brought in, but their luck was no better. The child had simply vanished. The little girl was sighted again, this time on a doorbell camera placed on a home in the area. The video shows a translucent, childlike figure in white running along the street. Some who have viewed the video think it's an ordinary child recorded on an out-of-focus camera, making her appear blurry and partially transparent. However, others have pointed out that the child is running too quickly and standing up too straight to be an ordinary child. This matches the police officer's statement exactly. And if it is just an ordinary child running through the town, who are they and where are their family? Further still, no missing person reports were filed that match the description of the little girl. So what's going on in the town of Mentor? Is the ghost of a young girl really appearing in the streets? Watch the footage again and judge for yourself. Hospitals, frequent witnesses to death and suffering, are the perfect place for a creepy ghost sighting. In this footage, the new reality since it was built in 1928, the hospital has been the site of numerous paranormal experiences, including sightings of bizarre figures, hearing strange sounds, and other unexplainable events. One of the most prolific ghosts at the site is a nurse. Many patients and visitors over the years have encountered a woman in a nurse's uniform that they only later find out doesn't actually exist after talking to staff. Since the hospital closed, locals and visitors have frequently reported seeing figures standing in the windows or on the roof, but the police are never able to find any sign of intruders when they investigate the calls. Some
do that because we don't want you.
No, everything's okay. I'm just, my neck is like hurting.
Are you okay?
I feel like something's grabbing my neck.
At the end. According to a clip that's spreading around the internet, something truly bizarre was spotted in the night sky over Dinkelspiel, Germany on the 2nd of July 2021. The clip was uploaded to the YouTube channel Master at Work for all to see. As the camera holder films through the windshield of their car, we can see that they're driving along a lonely stretch of road late at night. Up ahead, there's something bizarre lighting up the night sky. Not far above the horizon, we can see a series of lights floating in the air. The lights make up an inverted triangle shape with a bright red light in the center. The lights on the outside are white and of two different sizes. As the witnesses record their experience, the lights seem to suddenly disappear at the end of the clip. It would be highly unusual for ordinary aircraft to fly so close together in the sky, and some of the closer views of the lights seem to indicate that the lights all make up a single craft. If it is indeed a ship, it's not like anything we've ever seen on Earth. Several viewers have suggested that the entire thing is digital, claiming that the texture of the road repeats throughout the clip, which could indicate digital manipulation. Not everyone is so sure, however. They believe this could be legitimate evidence of extraterrestrial visitors coming to Earth. So what do you think's going on in this bizarre clip? Clever CGI or evidence of an enormous unidentified craft? Let me know your thoughts in the comment section down below. There are many weird and wonderful creatures roaming this planet. Who knows what could be out there just waiting to be discovered? This footage from the YouTube channel Weird Sighting is making many people wonder what could be watching them in the dark. The footage is recorded from the inside of a car driving on a narrow dirt road with thick foliage on either side. The exact location of this road is unknown. The only light comes from the car's headlights. Unexpectedly, an unusual animal leaps out from the trees and bounds across the road. Watch. Here it is again in slow motion. The creature's large and dull brown in colour. It has a curved back and it moves quickly on all fours. It seems to have a tail or long tendrils that trail behind it as it jumps through the air. Based on the fleeting glimpse that we do get of the creature, it could fit the description of a Wendigo or Chupacabra, well-known cryptids that have long been found in North American folklore. The Wendigo is an Algonquin cryptid said to appear in times of famine to feed voraciously on anything or anyone it encounters. The Chupacabra is said to be a deadly creature that feeds on the blood of animals and sometimes humans. Could either of these legendary creatures be responsible for this strange footage? Some viewers believe that the video is more likely to be a hoax. They claim it was created using CGI as part of a guerrilla marketing campaign for the upcoming film The Tomorrow War starring Chris Pratt. The film features aliens that strongly resemble the one in this clip. Some think that the film studio made this video to go viral as a secret promotion for the film. So is this video a covert marketing attempt or something far more frightening? Let me know what you think down below. This video, captured by Russell Elliott and uploaded to the YouTube channel Wake Up Project, shows the possibility of what mysterious things could be lurking around at nighttime. The clip starts with footage of a group of horses standing in an old barn. The camera holder seems to cautiously investigate the area as if something had previously startled them. Suddenly, they spot something in the darkness. The alien-like creature stands silently looking into the camera with large dark eyes. The camera holder then appears to quickly turn in fear at the realization of what they've just seen. The footage was supposedly captured in the Black Forest area of El Paso, Colorado, a place known for tales of mysterious figures and unusual sightings. The region gained notoriety in 1991 after a couple who had recently purchased a home in the area started to experience strange events, like ghostly sounds and inexplicable flashing lights. Could this footage of the creature hiding in the barn be related somehow? Perhaps the lights that have previously been seen in the area come from an alien craft piloted by similar beings. If this is the case, then what is their fascination with the Black Forest area? Until further information comes to hand, we can do little more than speculate. Today's episode's in collaboration with Frostmare. They'll be helping out with some of the narration. We'll talk about their channel and what they do a little later in the video, but for now, sit back, relax, and enjoy.
This video, uploaded to the YouTube channel Join Our Band of Belief, was supposedly sent to them by a viewer. It shows a UFO sighting captured from the window of a plane during a flight to Massachusetts. The footage begins uneventfully as the passenger seems to be simply filming the scenery below. However, the camera soon captures what appears to be a plane flying past in the opposite direction. Suddenly, another object speeds through the sky, easily overtaking the other plane.
Whoa, did you see that?
Even when the footage is slowed down, the speeding object moves so fast that its shape remains unclear. It simply appears like a blur as it goes whizzing through the sky. A young boy's voice can be heard in the background exclaiming, "Whoa, did you see that?"
Whoa, did you see that?
While several viewers have jokingly suggested that the object could be a superhero, others have noted that its extraordinary speed is unlike any craft we currently have on Earth.
Whoa, did you see that?
Was this UFO really of extraterrestrial origin? Or is there another way to explain what we've just witnessed? Let me know your thoughts in the comment section below.
Whoa, did you see that?
This footage, seemingly filmed by a roadside security camera, was uploaded to the YouTube channel Chica Leguala. While there's little accompanying information, the clip was caught on the Wessex Way stretch of the A338 in the southwest of England. The clip begins as a white van can be seen driving away from the camera. Then, just as the van passes by the second of the two light poles, a strange-looking creature runs across the road. It leaps over the center barrier and disappears to the right of screen, narrowly avoiding a collision with the oncoming car. While many viewers have suggested that the footage actually shows a deer scampering across the road, others are not so sure. They note the creature's grey colour and apparent lack of fur as evidence that this could be something else. Furthermore, the creature's movements seem to more closely resemble that of a dog rather than a deer. In the video's description, the uploader suggests that the creature might actually be an alien. The idea that it could even be a werewolf has also been explored. While there may very well be a logical explanation to this video, that hasn't stopped internet sleuths from re-examining the footage time and time again. Unfortunately, until further information comes to light, this video will have to remain a mystery, at least for the time being.
It's certainly understandable to fear ghostly figures watching you from a darkened nook or cranny. The idea that something supernatural is viewing you as you go about your daily routine is enough to send chills down your spine. This video, uploaded to TikTok by Dom the Ghost, seems to show just this very scenario. A mysterious figure stands outside the kitchen window. Those inside appear to grow increasingly concerned. The camera holder moves in for a closer inspection. However, when they open the window, there's nothing there. They quickly check both ends of the balcony, but the figure seems to have completely disappeared. While this video is certainly creepy up until this point, it's what happens next that will really spook you. Take a look. As the camera holder turns back into the room, they focus on a young girl. Behind her stands a grey, ghostly figure. It appears to be a boy. However, the camera moves away too quickly to be certain. The camera pans towards the girl a second time, but now the eerie figure has vanished. Viewers have been understandably concerned by this footage, and some have even questioned if the family has now let a ghost into their house, as the mysterious figure seems to disappear just as the camera holder opens the window. Some believe that the ghost might have gained access to the family's home. Another theory that has been put forward is that the ghostly figure first seen in the window was actually never outside, and that the shape was a reflection of the pale young boy already standing in the house. What do you think this video shows? Could the figure be a mischievous poltergeist looking to get inside the family's house? Or is it possible that it might be the ghost of someone who died inside the property? Let me know your thoughts in the comment section below.
Nursing homes prove a popular setting for paranormal enthusiasts looking to capture creepy ghost footage. In this video, YouTuber Bella Folletti has recorded something quite unusual. In the video's description, the uploader mentions that several staff members believe that the dining room of the nursing home is haunted by a deceased resident. The uploader also claims that they visited the property with their ghost hunting partner, and that the pair conducted both EVP and K2 readings of the area. This footage was captured by surveillance camera in the nursing home's dining room. Take a look. A few seconds into the clip, a white, transparent shape appears and begins making its way around the room. At one point in the footage, the uploader notes that the mysterious shape appears to be sitting in one of the chairs. It then stands up, moves around the table, and sits down again. While videos such as this can be often explained away by insects walking over the lens, this one certainly seems different. Firstly, there's the story told by the staffers of a ghost thought to haunt this very room. Secondly, the shape does at times appear to move around with purpose, almost as if it remembers the layout of the room. While there's no way to definitively prove what we're seeing is actually a ghost, It's a very eerie video, one that very well may show supernatural activity in this old nursing home.
Uploaded to the YouTube channel UFOness, little is known about the origins of this mysterious video. Appearing to be filmed on a cell phone from the window of a passenger plane, the clip shows a strange object hovering some distance away. The UFO appears to undulate up and down. However, it's unclear as to how much of this apparent movement can be attributed to the object itself, or rather the unsteadiness of the recording device. The craft certainly resembles the classic depiction of a UFO, cylindrical and disc-like, with a silvery metallic coloring. With so many sightings of unidentified craft matching this description over the years, one can't help but wonder if it's more than a mere coincidence. The object continues to hover for some time before it suddenly vanishes from view. However, if you slow the footage down, you can see the UFO doesn't actually disappear at all. It flies off at such speed that it makes it almost undetectable to the human eye. Who do you think has been captured in this video? Could it be an extraterrestrial spacecraft? Or is this object something else entirely? Let me know your thoughts in the comment section below.
For many security guards working at nighttime, shifts go by relatively quiet as most of the world's sleeping. Unfortunately, this wasn't the case for one unlucky security guard working in a nursing home in Chicago. YouTube user The Hidden Underbelly 2.0 shared Officer Jay Brown's story of meeting with something creepy during what was supposed to be just another shift. In the video, the security guard shows CCTV footage taken during his shift. In the footage, the guard is sitting at his desk and all seems quiet. But then, something eerie happens. We can see what looks to be a nearly transparent white shape floating over the carpet that lays in front of the entrance to the building. The security guard sits back against his chair, obviously perplexed. He stands up for a few seconds before putting his arms up and pointing to the camera.
And I'm like, okay. So I looked at the camera, I'm like, you know what, I'm gonna calm down. So I wanted to tell the camera, y'all see that? Y'all saw that, right? I'm telling.
The security guard explains via voiceover that he wanted to ask those viewing the camera if they had just seen what he had seen, which is why he raised and moved his hands.
So I wanted to tell the camera, y'all see that? Y'all saw that, right? I'm telling CHA, did y'all see that? Okay.
Here's the footage in slow motion with a close-up of the eerie, ghostly figure. This means the security guard saw the strange anomaly in person as it passed through the lobby, and the video evidence certainly backs this up.
See, I saw that.
Commentators of this video were certain that this footage showed a real ghostly appearance. They also stated that the security guard's reaction seemed genuinely shocked. There were a number of suggestions thrown around as to what the shape could be, including a spirit of a person roaming the building, a ghostly animal, or even the idea of a demon. So what do you think? Given the guard's reaction, coupled with the video evidence, makes this a compelling piece of footage, one that may provide a glimpse into the afterlife. Hospitals are considered by many to be hotspots for wandering spirits and ghosts, as they see a lot of death in their halls. One particular hospital in Peru is said to be home to multiple hauntings that simply can't be explained any other way. In one video shared by YouTuber Jesus Enrique Mazzano Ramos, we get to see one exceptionally eerie spiritual happening right in front of our eyes. The CCTV footage provided shows an early morning feed of the empty day surgery service of the hospital. It would appear something very unusual was caught on camera. Let's take a look. 15 seconds into the footage, viewers can see what appears to be a spooky human-like shape appear on the left side of the frame and walk through what appears to be a car park. As the figure walks to the right of shot, it begins to become more and more transparent until it fully fades away into nothingness. Workers in this hospital have stated that these spiritual sightings are quite common in the building and that they believe they're actually souls. As this figure looks like and walks exactly as a human does, could it possibly be a soul that once passed away inside this very hospital? Usually parents use baby monitors to watch over their little ones in case they begin to cry, shift around, or express other types of discomfort. But what about when a parent notices something happening nearby the baby that is not explained by any usual behaviour? That's exactly what happened to YouTuber Dad's Always Right when he saw something on his baby monitor that gave him the chills. In the brief clip, a baby sleeps soundly in a baby carriage snuggled up in blankets, when suddenly something eerie happens. The bear slowly turns sideways, seemingly all by itself. It stops a couple of seconds later, seemingly looking directly into the camera as the clip ends. Teddy bears and dolls moving all by themselves have been the plot points for countless horror films and TV shows. Usually in these films, the stuffed animals and dolls have sinister intentions, bringing death and destruction to the humans around them. Thankfully, this baby's dad and his child haven't experienced any harm. Still, the fact that the teddy bear stopped moving as soon as it was facing the camera certainly leaves viewers of the video with an unsettling feeling in the pit of their stomachs. It's rumoured that all kinds of paranormal activity haunt the many theatres around London. As London has such a long history, it's perhaps no surprise that paranormal and poltergeist activity has been reported. One particular theatre, the Victoria Palace Theatre, is said to be especially haunted. Check out this frightening clip uploaded by the YouTube channel Billy Elliot the Musical. A number of inexplicable occurrences seem to take place. Check it out. At around the 7-second mark, we witness the door to the costume changing room open seemingly of its own accord. It stays open for a few moments before slowly closing again on its own. A little time goes by before we get to see another hair-raising event. One of the model heads on which a wig rests suddenly falls to the ground. Shortly after, a few objects that were on the wig changing table suddenly fall to the ground, right before the clip ends. Dressers of the Victoria Palace Theatre have suggested that the hauntings could be due to one specific person, the early 20th century Russian ballerina Anna Pavlova. While Pavlova was an extremely successful dancer, she was also incredibly superstitious, even afraid to see her own picture on posters. She used to use different entrances than most people to enter the theatre. In the wig room once rested a statue of Pavlova, which was eventually removed during World War II. Present-day dressers believe that Pavlova's spirit continues to haunt the room, causing the random opening and shutting of doors as well as flying wigs and missing props, forever imprinting her own superstitions onto the theatre. Museums are a great place to see some incredible art, learn about history, and, according to this footage, possibly see ghosts. This eerie CCTV footage uploaded to YouTube by Casper Web TV has left viewers on edge. In the video, viewers see what appears to be a large room in the museum, with two bright lights shining down on the floor. The camera appears to have caught some unusual activity. Take a look. A ghost-like figure appears out of nowhere and strolls over the floor under the lights where it becomes difficult to make out. As it does this, the turnstiles in the bottom right of the shot appear to spin all on their own. After a few moments, the transparent figure turns around, making itself visible once more, before it walks back to the left of shot, then completely disappears. As this is live CCTV footage, viewers state that they're more likely to believe that this is an actual apparition over something that could have been manipulated or edited. Moreover, there doesn't seem to be anyone else in the room that could explain the arrival of the figure or why the turnstiles appear to move on their own. More importantly, the transparent nature of the figure is certainly mysterious. Give this clip another view and let us know what you think. It's thought that paranormal entities can take on all types of different shapes and forms. One of the most common is the shape of a shadow figure, or a dark entity that resembles a shadow. In this instance, viewers can see a possible shadow figure taking on the manifestation of a circular black mass. YouTuber Hidden World has shared this clip, which has made the employees of this office want to give it a double look. The first 25 seconds of the video is still footage of an office space, with a couch, a couple of desks, and a chair. It's after the 30-second mark, however, that something bizarre is caught on camera. We can see a small black mass appear near the doorway of the office space. The mass slowly hovers up from the floor before suddenly moving over the desk and chair and turning into a strange mist. The clip is played twice more with a focus on the strange shape as it moves over the desk. What's particularly odd about this shadow figure is its transformation from a solid black shape to being nearly transparent in just a second. We can only hope this dark figure had innocent intentions. While driving on freeways, we expect to see lots of cars, lights, and long stretches of road. But what about when we see something more sinister on the highway? That's what seemed to happen in this clip, originally posted on I'm Haunted's YouTube page. In the video, we see CCTV footage of a freeway with cars driving by. After a few moments, on the left side of the frame, we see something eerie. We can see what appears to be a mysterious figure resembling a man casually walking across the left side of the road. A couple of seconds after it appears, a big truck drives into frame and seemingly right into the figure. As the truck drives on, we can see the entity again, walking just as it was moments ago. The figure then steps onto the freeway median before disappearing completely. Here it is again, zoomed in and in slow motion. The uploader of this video believes that the ghostly figure could actually be a time traveler from another era exploring the road. Some commentators of the video have disputed this, however, wondering how a time traveler could have walked away unharmed after being hit by a truck. This led to others speculating that it could indeed be a ghost, spirit, or other paranormal being haunting the highway. Give the clip another look and judge for yourself. In this video, a shadow figure makes an appearance in yet another seemingly normal place, this time in a hallway of a regular home. What makes this particular video more spine-chilling is the fact that an innocent baby may have been involved, as shared by YouTuber Captured Camera TV. We see what appears to be a hallway of a normal residential home. Soon after the clip starts, we hear a violent banging sound. Seconds later, we see something unusual. Take a look. A dark shadow appears on the left side of the wall. The figure seems to travel down the hallway with its shadow appearing on the right wall as it makes its way down the hall. We then see the shadow figure go into a room on the right-hand side. After a few moments, the shadow entity reappears briefly outside of the door again, while a baby begins to cry. As the video goes on, the baby's cries turn into loud screams, until the baby ceases to make noise. We then see the shadow figure re-emerge and leave down the hallway. The fact that the baby started howling when the shadow figure entered the room is certainly eerie timing. What could the figure have done to the baby while it was haunting the room? Or could the baby's cries not be related to the figure at all, and instead be pure coincidence? There's been no explanation for what's happening in this clip, so we can only make assumptions for ourselves. As usual, I'll throw this out to you, the audience. Let me know what you think's happening in this eerie video, then let us know down in the comments. Our first clip of the day was uploaded to Instagram by Russ Horror, but its true origins are unknown. The footage begins with a hospital employee showing us that it's after 3 AM and that no one else is in the staff cafeteria. That's when suddenly he catches this on camera. One of the chairs in the cafeteria moves, seemingly all by itself. Shortly after, another chair slides across the floor. Then a shopping trolley shifts as well. The footage then cuts to a shot of some microwaves. Watch what happens. Then, yet more activity is captured. The footage then abruptly cuts and we're left wondering just what it is we're seeing here. Unfortunately, it's not known exactly which hospital this was filmed in, so it's impossible to research the property and dig into the history of the area. Most commenters agreed that the footage was creepy as heck, but some couldn't quite tell whether the man was genuine or not. One viewer jokingly commented, saying that the ghost is annoyed that the man isn't more scared.
Man.
So for now, I'll throw this one out to you lot for final judgment. Let me know where you land on this one in the comments below. There's no single answer as to whether or not alien abductions are real, as there's much evidence to support both sides of the argument. Some people believe that alien abductions are simply hallucinations caused by mental illness, while others believe that they're real events in which aliens take away people for mysterious and unknown reasons. This next clip has set the internet alight with speculation as to whether or not a real alien abduction has been caught on camera. The original source of this footage remains elusive, but this version was shared to TikTok by a user named DarkTales0. It's late at night and this home security camera shows two people sitting in their backyard enjoying a drink. They appear to be chatting away, when suddenly something off camera catches their attention. Watching that again slowed down, the lady on the right appears to disappear. A strange flash or trail of light flickers in the air. The man falls off his chair. He looks around confused, dazed by what's just happened. So is this a real alien abduction caught on camera? The video has caused quite a stir online, with many people speculating it could be evidence of extraterrestrial life. One of the first ever recorded accounts of an alien abduction comes from a couple named Betty and Barney Hill. In September 1961, the couple were driving home from a vacation in Canada when they saw a bright light in the sky. They believed that it was a UFO and that they were being abducted by aliens. According to reports, they woke up hours later with no memory of what had happened to them. They also began experiencing nightmares and flashbacks of the event. A psychiatrist helped them recall the event through hypnosis. At first, the psychiatrist was quite skeptical of their story, but eventually started to believe that they were telling the truth about what occurred during their abduction period. Many abductees report being paralyzed or unconscious during the experience. They often describe being examined by aliens, sometimes having strange procedures done to them. These procedures are often bizarre, including placing implants inside their bodies. Some abductees report being forced to have sex with aliens against their will. Several alleged abductees have even reported that they've had children with aliens. So then, are we witnessing a genuine alien abduction in this backyard footage? Unless the man in the footage comes forward with a public statement, this clip will have to remain a complete mystery. This next curious piece of footage was captured by a security camera in El Paso, Texas. The footage was uploaded by a popular Instagram page based in Texas called The Real Fit Fam El Paso. Take a look at what's been caught on camera. A strange light seems to cling to the front of the truck. While some have dismissed the sighting as nothing more than lens flare, some locals believe it could be a guardian angel, making sure the driver is safe as they leave a flooded area near Alameda Avenue, some 27 miles south of downtown El Paso. In late August 2022, El Paso, Texas was hit with a severe thunderstorm. The storm brought with it high winds and an intense rainfall that caused flooding throughout the city. Many roads were closed due to the flooding and several homes and businesses were damaged. Thankfully, there were no reported fatalities from the storm. It's this lack of fatalities that has some locals believing that a guardian angel is blessing their town, and that this footage is proof of divine intervention. In August 2022, residents of Izmit, Turkey were stunned when they recorded what appeared to be a very unusual weather phenomenon. The clip was uploaded to Instagram by Hava Forum. Take a look. People have gathered to watch what appears to be a very localized patch of rain. The camera shows that the rest of the immediate area is bone dry, yet a small patch about a meter wide seems to be heavily raining. They point the camera upwards to the buildings overhead, and there doesn't appear to be anything leaking or causing the water to rain down, at least from the buildings, that is. In 2021, a similar incident was caught on camera.
Ini di mobil ini doang nih. Tuh. Masya Allah. Masya Allah. Di sini doang nih hujan nih. Ini di sini doang hujan, lihat. Nih.
This was captured in West Java in Indonesia when local politician Urian Riana saw this bizarre downpour in a parking lot.
Kok bisa ya?
Some meteorologists have suggested these sightings might be examples of what's known as Virga rain. Virga rain is a type of precipitation that evaporates before it reaches the ground. It's often seen as streaks or wisps of rain falling from clouds but disappearing before it reaches the ground. Virga is most common in arid and semi-arid regions where there's little moisture for the rain to fall into. However, sometimes it can result in ultra-localized rain like we're seeing here. A very small patch of water may make it to the ground while the rest of the area remains bone dry.
Di sini doang nih hujan nih. Ini di sini doang hujan, lihat. Nih.
So have you ever heard of or seen ultra-localized rain? If you have, I'd love to hear about it in the comments down below.
Alright guys, got some new fish.
A short while ago, we ran some footage from one of our viewers, Get the Base, that caused quite a stir in our comments section. The clip we featured showed the homeowner filming his fish tank. Take a look at what he caught on camera.
A black one, and if you guys have any suggestions for names that... What the
A strange hand appears at the rear of the tank, but by the time the camera holder notices, there's no one around.
A black one, and if you guys have any suggestions for names that... What the
Since the incident, the OP has suspected that his house might be haunted. Well, now, yet more footage is being captured in the home. This time, the OP took out his phone when he began to hear some off-putting noises. Watch what happens.
I heard a couple of sort of banging. Sometimes it sounds like footsteps, like in the last 10 minutes. Sorry, my camera, by the way, keeps defocusing. I'm not sure why, but yeah, I just thought I'd record to just try and like catch any... hell, man?
Watching that again, after a few mysterious bumps, it sounds like someone comes running down the stairs right at the camera holder.
Yeah, I just thought I'd record to just try and like catch any... hell, man.
After capturing this second incident on camera, the OP uploaded the footage to Reddit, hoping that someone might be able to give a rational explanation. Some viewers sympathised with the situation, admitting that disembodied noises would be enough to freak anyone out. They suggested that the OP should keep documenting the experience on camera, so that one day it might actually make some kind of sense. The uploader says he has no rational way of explaining what's happening in his home, so for now he's simply chalked the incidents up as strange, but taking all the details into account, one has to wonder whether something paranormal might be indeed happening here.
Yeah, I just thought I'd record to just try and like catch any... hell, man.
Can animals sense the supernatural? Some experts believe that animals are attuned to frequencies that humans can't perceive, allowing them to pick up on things that we simply can't. This would explain why animals seem to know when something bad is about to happen, such as an earthquake or tsunami. However, in this next piece of footage, uploaded to TikTok by SR Caucasus, this dog seems to be reacting to something that's not quite subtle. Take a look. A woman is giving an interview on camera. In the background, it looks like a dog gets pushed by some kind of unseen force. While it's possible it's jumping out of the way of something on the ground, it certainly looks like something invisible is shoving the dog. So is this dog reacting to something we can't see? There have been numerous accounts of dogs behaving oddly before an earthquake hits or becoming agitated for no apparent reason. Some believe they're picking up on vibrations that humans can't feel. There's also been reports of animals sensing when someone's about to have a seizure or suffer from some other kind of medical emergency. In these cases, it's thought that the animal's reacting to a change in the person's scent or body language. However, in this footage, it's quite clear the dog's reacting to something a little more forceful. So what do you think's going on here? I'd love to hear your theories on this one in the comments down below. And do you think our pets can sense the supernatural or not? Share your theories with one another in the comments. Our last clip of the day is truly bizarre. It was uploaded to Twitter by user Hustus Michael. Take a look. The clip seems to have been captured in an unknown part of Russia. The camera holder shows a tree that appears to have been thrust right through the middle of a car. We can see it from the bottom and top, and both angles show that the car's been impaled by the tree. Judging by the urgency of those nearby and the camera holder himself, it's as though this incident is fresh, and that the car has only just become stuck on the tree. Stranger still, the tree's protruding through the driver's side of the car, yet the owner of the vehicle doesn't seem to be around. It's almost as though the car fell from the air and got skewered by the tree. But at one point we see the top of the tree and its foliage is completely intact, indicating the car didn't fall from somewhere higher up, like perhaps an adjacent building, as some viewers suggested. So how does one explain this bizarre incident? So far, no one's been able to come up with a plausible explanation as to how the tree managed to impale the car like this. Very keen to hear your theories on this one. Let me know in the comments down below. Many of us had imaginary friends as children. It seems that it's all part of growing up. But what if these friends were not so imaginary after all? Take a look at this photo uploaded to Facebook by user Laredo Paranormal Stories. In it, we can see that there appears to be a second figure next to the boy in the blue shirt. The figure's face looks pale, even skeletal. Its hair appears disheveled and wild, and its body almost seems to be a black void. The photo was captured by the poster's husband. The poster believes that it shows their son playing with his imaginary friend, Pauline. It seems that the picture freaked the family out so much that shortly after it was taken, they decided to move home. Despite the figure's creepy appearance, several viewers thought that it didn't look as though it posed a threat to the boy. In fact, one viewer even suggested that it could have been the boy's guardian angel. So what do you think this photo shows? Is it really the child's imaginary friend? If it is, then one has to wonder whether or not she followed the family to their new house. In this next video, we see Mexican paranormal researcher Alberto Del Arco as he investigates a mysterious place named the Desert of the Lions. The area is said to be home to many paranormal manifestations, and it isn't long before he catches something unusual on camera. Take a look.
Cuidado atrás, no te saques. Ay, cabrón, te juro que se me hizo ver a alguien pasar por allá. Por allá. Como si se hubiera cruzado.
At first, it's rather hard to notice. However, if we slow the footage right down, you can see a ghostly shape moving past the bush. The investigator continues his exploration of the area and is soon startled when an object suddenly falls to the ground.
¿Qué fue? Pero sabes que escuché antes un...
Eventually, the YouTuber reaches an old property deep within the woods.
Después de un rato hemos vuelto nuevamente a la casa. Está peligroso, güey. Estar así por la noche no.
He and the cameraman begin searching the nearby trees.
Deberíamos de buscar el camino al coche nuevamente. Ajá. ¿Qué fue eso? Sí, ¿qué fue?
However, as they do, the cameraman inadvertently manages to capture a dark figure moving in one of the windows. Take a look.
¿Viste ese tronco? ¿No te da la impresión de que es una niña? ¿Como de una niña?
Again, it's hard to see, but when the footage is slowed down, it becomes more obvious. The investigator continues to search the area, but soon decides to leave and the video abruptly ends. So who or what could this mysterious figure have been? Was it a person, or perhaps something supernatural? Let me know your theories on this sighting in the comments down below.
¿Viste ese tronco? ¿No te da la impresión de que es una niña? ¿Como de una niña?
Is there really an afterlife? If so, can the living and the dead somehow communicate? If you're a non-believer, then this photo, uploaded to Reddit by CryptoKnight10, might just change your mind. It shows what appears to be words etched into glass. The poster claims that they noticed it one day while taking a shower, and that it wasn't there before. The scratchings couldn't be wiped away either, as they're actually inside the double-pane glass. After posting the photo to Reddit, one viewer thought that they might have decoded the message. They believe that if you make the image black and white and adjust the exposure, it looks like it says, "My death is okay, sorry it hurts you." When the poster was asked by another viewer if they had a relative that it might be, they replied, "Yes, I do actually. My best friend was my cousin. He was a professional baseball player. He died in a motorcycle accident a few years before I saw this." So take another look at the photo and let me know what you think it says in the comments down below. Ever wondered what strange, undiscovered creatures might be lurking deep in the wilderness? If it's never crossed your mind, then this photo uploaded to our Slaptam subreddit by ZestyClose AD4391, it might just make you think about it more often. According to the poster, the image was captured by their friend. It shows the woods of Kentucky as their family were travelling to their cabin. At first, it seems completely normal, dense foliage by the side of the gravel road. However, if you zoom in on the left-hand side of the photo, about halfway up, you can see something that'll likely give you chills. It appears to be a large dog or wolf-like creature. It has piercing white eyes and it looks as though it's snarling, revealing large sharp fangs. It's even been suggested that the creature resembles a werewolf. So what do you think this beast might be? A large dog or wolf perhaps? Maybe a bear? Or could it be some sort of cryptid yet to be discovered by modern science? Unfortunately, for now, the creature's identity will have to remain a mystery. These days it seems the best scary footage is often captured on security cameras. This video, uploaded to the Amma Media channel on YouTube, certainly seems to prove that point. Take a look. Judging by the timestamp, the clip was recorded a little after 2 AM. At first, it looks like it shows some sort of creature walking into view. However, after a few seconds, you can see that it's actually a person walking backwards on all fours. The figure shuffles slowly past the camera until it eventually disappears from view. Apparently, another camera was able to catch the figure's movements, this time as it makes its way down an alleyway. Watch. As it approaches the camera, its face comes into view. It's pale and appears to have dark, sunken eyes. While there's little denying that these clips are unnerving, one keen-eyed viewer noticed that the figure in the first video appears to be wearing a dress, while the figure in the second video does not. There's also no timestamp in the second video, making it difficult to prove the two clips were recorded at the same time. Despite this, these videos are sure to creep anyone out that sees them. Imagine checking your security camera in the morning only to see this thing crawling past your window at 2 AM. On September 19th, 2022, a mass UFO sighting occurred in both San Diego and Tijuana. In this video, posted to Reddit by DD32X, we see various clips of the incident captured by several different people. Take a look. It's unclear whether it's one lone object or several bunched closely together. While it was initially suggested that the lights might be military flares, the poster disagrees, noting that they appear to be in formation and don't follow a typical flare pattern. Witnesses to the event claimed it lasted for around 25 minutes. In two of the videos, you can actually see a helicopter circling near the lights.
Looks to be a military helicopter.
Adding to the mystery, this image shows the flight patterns of 2 aircraft that were in the vicinity. Interestingly, the plane in red supposedly shut down its transponder. While there's been no official word on what the lights actually were, this suspicious activity certainly does make you wonder. Was this a genuine UFO sighting? We'll keep you posted if and when more information comes to hand.
And looks to be a military helicopter. Those are like normal, but I wonder if he or she, whoever's flying it, are going where the lights are.
This last image on our list was captured by Reddit user JH5992. While staying in the mountain range of Arabida in Portugal, they saw a fox in the middle of the road and decided to take a picture. However, it seems that the photo has also captured something more mysterious. In the back, there appears to be a white human-shaped figure. The poster notes that the picture was taken near where they were staying and that they had 4 people standing behind them, all of whom swear that there wasn't anyone else around when the photo was taken. So could this photo show a ghost, or is there another way to explain the mysterious figure? Unfortunately for now, there's not much other info to run with other than this creepy image. So let me know where you land on this and share your theories with one another in the comments down below. This video, uploaded to YouTube by Michael D. McGee, seems to have caught something very eerie taking place. The clip begins in the middle of the day with the uploader assuring viewers that he's the only one home at the time. Be that as it may, the uploader explains he's heard the unnerving sound of footsteps coming from inside the house.
It's like the middle of the day. I'm the only person in the house and just heard some footsteps going up and down the stairs.
The uploader points the camera down a set of stairs. Check out what he captures. Listeners are able to clearly hear the sound of feet pounding running up the stairs. The door at the top of the stairs slams shut. The camera holder is plunged into darkness. They sheepishly investigate the bathroom where another strange bit of activity is caught on camera. Take a look.
Mike. Charlie.
As the uploader asks if his roommates are in the bathroom, the cabinet door to the left suddenly moves. Still, it seems clear to the viewer that this is no practical joke. The bathroom closet door seems to pry itself ajar all on its own, and the uploader examines the space. There's no one around, yet there's no denying the odd occurrences took place. Were they the work of practical jokers after all, or the result of something more sinister? Similarly, this series of videos posted by Reddit user RUAmyC143 seems to have stumped even the most discerning of skeptics. The first clip sent Redditors into a frenzy in an attempt to decipher just what's going on in the 3-minute video. The uploader explains that she originally purchased the camera situated in her room as she had heard noises and seen odd figures in her house since she had moved in. The resulting clip is filled with odd shadows and dusty anomalies flitting by the camera. At around the 30-second mark, something eerie can be seen. Keep an eye on the doorway. As you can see, a strange figure creeps past the open door. The figure appears to pace back and forth and is seen at multiple points throughout the video. Take a look at the 1:16 mark. You can see the figure pace back across the doorway. Then again at the 1 minute 42 mark. While one of the top commenters floats the idea that the anomalies present in the video are nothing more than floating dust, the comment sets off a wave of similarly minded commenters agreeing with the idea that the contents of this video are alarming. The consensus seems to be that the figure is distressingly humanoid, and worryingly seems to hang around the uploader's bedroom. In response to the attention the first clip received, the uploader chose to release a second clip, in an attempt to clarify just what exactly the area outside of her bedroom door looked like. The video shows the angle at which the camera was pointing, as well as the hall directly across from it.
In my hallway. Now if you watch where I go.
The video demonstrates that the figure would have walked straight into a wall adjacent to the doorway.
Here is the wall they walked into. I don't know what else you want me to tell you.
This makes it unlikely to be simply a person pacing back and forth, as they would have been blocked by the wall.
Wall they walked into.
Adding to the cavalcade of supernatural activity surrounding the home, this third clip seems to further confirm the presence of something odd in the uploader's home. Take a look.
What are you trying to find? What do you see?
It is well documented through similar videos that cats seem to have an eye for the supernatural. Oftentimes, cat owners will catch their feline companions staring off into space, seemingly looking directly at nothing. While some may dismiss this as unknowable pet behaviour, others seem to take this as confirmation of the ability that cats can see ghosts and other supernatural beings. Thoroughly creeped out by the cat's behaviour, the uploader seems to take the event as proof that she's not the only one to have noticed odd activity in the home.
There's something with that wall. That's the same wall that keeps walking into.
A fourth post seems to capture the same shadowy figure. This time we're treated to a still frame from one of the video feeds. Take a look. While the still frame is blurry, we can make out a strange shadowy figure standing in the middle of the room. The uploader does appear to be genuinely freaked out by the alleged hauntings, and judging by the footage, it would appear something mysterious does indeed appear to be happening in the home. Love to get your thoughts on this one in the comments section below. Home to dance challenges and viral videos, TikTok has become the internet's hub for candid ghost appearances. Such is the case with this video posted to TikTok by user Chloe Hart X. Originally intended to capture a funny dance, the video later revealed itself to be so much more. As the text overlaying the video explains, the uploader had originally not even meant to upload this particular video to the site. However, upon further examining the video, it seems the uploader came to a frightening conclusion and knew she had to share it. See if you can see anything weird. Although the uploader is home alone, a mysterious figure is very clearly present on the stairs behind her. Watch again. While she's oblivious to the figure's presence at the time, one can only imagine just how horrified she would have been upon reviewing the footage. The figure seems to move with great speed. Without the uploader choosing to record at that moment, it's likely the odd figure would have gone completely undetected. As the uploader thought herself to be home alone, the figure on the stairs presents a degree of horror. Regardless of whether or not it's supernatural in nature, the intruder on the steps is enough to give viewers the creeps. While some ghost sightings are captured completely by accident, other videos are captured more purposefully. Uploaded by YouTube user Jeremy Bateman, this video fits into that exact category. The clip begins with the uploader prompting an invisible presence to do something, anything, and show itself again.
Come on, slam it. Throw something, do something.
As viewers can safely assume the viewer began recording after something weird had taken place, viewers are left eagerly expecting a spirit or something to show itself once again from the start of the video.
Come on now, you can do it. Throw something. Open a cabinet door.
As if acting upon command, something strange is caught on camera. Take a look.
The hell?
On the left side of the screen, a pan or pot is seen moving by itself atop the stove.
The hell?
As though playing with the uploader, the alleged ghost appears to do nothing more after the uploader acknowledges that the pan is moving. While still attempting to push the ghost to its limits in order to confirm it's truly there, the uploader asks the ghost once again to open a cabinet door or open the microwave.
Open a cabinet door. Open the microwave.
The video then ends without another event. Filmed back in 2015, this clip has its fans and detractors. Some believe it to be a simple parlor trick, and that string or wire may be the culprit in moving the pot.
The hell?
Others think the video shows some ghostly activity, with the uploader's demands coming off quite genuine.
Open the microwave.
The fact that only one small piece of strange activity is recorded adds credence to the footage. It's not over the top. But as always, I'll throw this out to you. What do you think? String or paranormal pantomime? Let me know down below.
The hell? Open a cabinet door.
In this video, Reddit user Brick Whimsy seems to have captured something eerie on camera. The camera holder walks through an unknown and seemingly abandoned hospital. As they film the dark and empty hallways, something unnerving happens. Take a look. As you can see, a curtain begins to draw all on its own. Clearly frightened, the uploader moves towards the corner in an attempt to check for any person or presence responsible for pulling back the curtain. After making certain that there's no one there, the uploader immediately makes a run for it, ending the video then and there. While it's easy to see why the uploader would have been so freaked out, both the uploader and viewer are left questioning just what it was that moved the curtain. The video has prompted much discussion on Reddit, with most comments agreeing that the video is beyond creepy. Sadly, the OP hasn't given an update or told anyone where it was filmed, so for now, this clip will have to remain a mystery. Posted by Reddit user Shadow12, this next clip appears to show some good old-fashioned haunted activity. The short clip aims at a small frame near the top of a ceiling in a residential home. Take a look at what happens. While nothing obviously dangerous or mind-bending appears to occur in the video, the implications of the clip are enough to creep anyone out. The frame in question appears to move slightly back and forth. It looks as though it's being pulled to the viewer's left from the bottom of the object. It doesn't look like it's shaking by a knock or vibrations in the walls. In the comments section, the uploader explains that strange things often happen around the house. Their cats stare at what seems like nothing, a lamp was found in the middle of the floor for no reason, footsteps have been heard running up the hallway, and the uploader's mother has felt things fly past her face in the middle of the night. Although the clip is short, the uploader expresses just how glad they are that they no longer live at that location. While tech enthusiasts may marvel at just how far technology has come, it's safe to say that even the most die-hard Tesla fans wouldn't claim the supercar can sense the dead. That is, until they've seen this video. Posted to TikTok by I Am Edgar, this clip shows the uploader as they slowly drive through a cemetery. Check out what happens. Taken in the middle of the day, there's clearly no one anywhere near the car. The Tesla's smart technology, however, seems to capture someone regardless. The sensor, indicating that a person's nearby, flickers on and off as the uploader drives through the cemetery, seemingly indicating the disappearing and reappearing presence is just outside the car. The camera pans over, showing once again that there's clearly no one visible. Enough to give anyone the chills, some may argue the Tesla is simply malfunctioning, just to help themselves sleep at night. There are a few clips going around the internet showing Teslas detecting people that aren't there. However, the fact that this one was caught in a cemetery makes it that much more chilling. Viewers will have to decide for themselves as to what exactly it is they're seeing. A super advanced computer sensing the dead, or just a malfunction? Let me know what you think in the comments section below. When it comes to eerie ghost photos, this one, captured by Andrew Waters in St Bathans, New Zealand, has resulted in a lot of curiosity. Waters and his partner set off in search of spiritual activity that reportedly haunted the local town. However, Waters confesses that he's neither a supernatural enthusiast or a skeptic. When the two heard of the supposedly haunted Vulcan Hotel, they decided to capture plenty of photos. After taking photos, they went off to the pub, buzzing with excitement. Yet, it wasn't until Waters examined one particular photo of his partner in front of the St Bathans post office that he began to realise what they had stumbled upon. A portrait of an unknown figure appears in the window of the post office. It almost looks like an old lady sitting in the top floor window. Jude Kavanagh, the current manager of the Vulcan Hotel, admits this was the first time she had heard of any ghosts appearing at the post office. However, she goes on to concede that the town has a reputation for being haunted. The post office in question has been preserved since the 1950s. It had been vacant for the year prior to the photograph being taken, effectively adding to the legend of the place for locals and tourists alike. Amanda Ware, Community Relations Manager for the city's Department of Conservation, adds that the floor in question historically comprised of the postmaster's living quarters. She wondered if the figure was the postmaster himself coming back for a visit. Some viewers have noted it could be a reflection of clouds in the sky, creating a case of pareidolia, the curious tendency humans have to see familiar patterns in random stimulus. Waters admits he was shocked by the discovery, but affirms the photo didn't sway him to one side or another regarding his belief in the supernatural. However, it seems clear Waters wouldn't have shared the photo in the first place had it not shaken his disbelief even slightly. Wisps of ghosts and suggestions of spirits can send the mind into overdrive, but there's something about corporeal spirits that is utterly shocking. Some paranormal enthusiasts say you have to be fast to capture a spirit. They tend to be there 1 second and gone the next. Most people who capture these eerie photos will swear no one else was in the room with them. Yet, things are very different when it comes to a corporeal being. In Lisa Venezia's case, the phenomenon occurred in a photo taken at her cousin's Sweet 16 party in Brick, New Jersey. If you look closely, there's a little girl hiding in the darkness in the corner. Lisa asserts that no one involved in the photo had any idea who the little girl hiding behind the rack of coats in the corner could have been. Nearly shrouded in darkness, the girl is nevertheless fairly easy to make out. Rather than a shadow or a simple reflection, it seems quite clear that the girl truly was present in the corner. In this case, the corporeal being is nothing short of mystifying. Upon looking back at the photo, Lisa says, "It's just a freaky image that nobody can explain." The girl's identity is unknown among the guests. It leaves us to question if the ghost may have been some unknown family member or a previous resident of that home. However, her identity will likely always remain a mystery. This photo is nearly enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. The photo in question depicts a toddler in a baby walker. Unfortunately, there's very little information to go on with this picture. It's believed that the person who took the photo was wondering why the toddler was so distracted. They took out their camera to capture the odd moment. The photo in question is inherently unsettling. The toddler faces away from the camera and looks at the figure on its opposite side. The figure is out of focus. It looks to be wearing a white dress and is reaching down with a thin arm towards the toddler. What's more, the idea that the toddler can see the figure in question adds another level of disturbing quality to the photo. It lends credence to the idea that while the photographer may not have seen the figure, the toddler certainly did. Having an eerie figure haunt one's home is bad enough. Having it reveal itself only on film and to one's toddler is even worse. A photo submitted to the Express website raises questions regarding the safety of another toddler, along with the safety of their entire family. What should have been another innocent photo of a toddler near a sofa has become one New York family's source of unexpected dread. Near the girl positioned on the sofa appears to be the clear outline of a ghostly face. The 2-year-old girl in question had apparently already told her family of her spiritual visitor. She told her family that she was routinely scared by an elderly woman by the name of Peg. The girl's story gets progressively worse. She went on to warn her family that Peg would often scare her by coming into her bedroom in the middle of the night. While her parents made sure to investigate these instances, they confirmed they had never seen Peg or any other presence in their daughter's room. Chalking it up to a child's imagination, it's easy to see why the parents may have assumed they had nothing to worry about. However, as the tale of many such ghost photos goes, this changed when the family took this picture. Eerily, the parents had to agree that the face in question appeared to be that of a hag or a witch. The father chose to remain skeptical, chalking it up to a reflection in the sofa's material. He nevertheless had to concede that he was disturbed by the coincidence. With his daughter often disappearing into a trance and claiming to see a presence much like the one in the photograph, even this skeptic's faith had to be shaken just a little. Featured on the website Ghost and Ghouls, the story behind this photo may never be fully known but is worth examining. Harkening back to eerie ghost photos of yore, this sepia-toned old-timey photograph captures a seemingly old and abandoned vehicle. The story behind the photo asserts that the truck was being towed away after an unknown number of years sitting abandoned. A police officer snapped a few photos of the vehicle for his records. However, it's likely the police officer in question was in for quite the surprise upon reviewing this photo. While one can be relatively sure the officer inspected the vehicle thoroughly before calling for a tow, it seems improbable that someone could have been seated in the vehicle as it was towed away. This lends credence to the idea that the face clearly photographed in said vehicle was, in actuality, the face of some spirit or apparition that resided in the vehicle. Naysayers think it's a clever Photoshop job touched up many years after the photo was actually taken. Others believe that the face may belong to some forgotten soul that had a strong tie to the vehicle in life. Whatever the case may be, it's certainly an unsettling photo, one that raises questions about the true nature of the afterlife. Captured by one Lenny Lowe and submitted to the news outlet The Mirror, this photo of a Newark Castle ghost appears to bear some historical significance. As with many of these eerie ghost photos, this one was captured in search of spiritual activity. Lowe himself is a paranormal investigator, so it's likely he knew exactly what to look for to get a picture such as this. The photo itself, which was taken in Newark Castle in England, sports an oddly blurred corner just where a strange figure can be seen. For some reason, a black shroud appears to be floating right near a semi-transparent woman. According to Lowe, the woman is dressed similar to a fisherwoman that would have existed in the castle's prime. As though one is watching a snapshot from the past, the woman appears to be frozen in time. She's still attending to her duties. Lowe also clarifies that the area of the castle which the woman appears to walk towards would have been the pantry area of the castle. This lends even more credence to the fisherwoman theory. Oddly historically accurate, this photo has less potential to scare and more potential to awe its viewers. You'll have to decide for yourself if this photo truly captured a piece of history. Either way, I'd love to hear your theories in the comments section below.
What's wrong, baby?
Our first clip of the day comes from Dean Stewart. This OP was recently recording his daughter when something strange happened on camera. Take a look.
You're so pretty, Bebo.
Watching that again, the light at the end of the hall turns on, catching the OP's eye. If we slow it down, you can actually see the rocking horse start to move, seemingly all on its own. The bizarre incident has led the homeowner to suspect that his house might be haunted. So what do you think's going on here? Is it something paranormal caught on camera, or is there another way to explain the strange incident? Let me know your theories on this one in the comments down below. For some time now, one of our viewers, Bobby, has suspected that his house might be haunted. In fact, the activity's gotten so frequent that Bobby started a YouTube channel called World Paranormal to document the bizarre happenings they encountered. We've featured some of Bobby's footage before. Take a look. It looks like the antique clown doll moves all by itself. Well, now, yet more disturbing footage has been captured inside of Bobby's home. It's after 11 PM when this uploader thinks he sees something move out the corner of his eye. That's when he took out his camera to try and catch some evidence. Watch.
Yo, I told you I saw that. I told you it was moving.
You can clearly see the doll's arm move.
Yo, I told you I saw that. I told you it was moving.
Throughout history, there have been numerous cases surrounding haunted and cursed dolls. One of the most notorious is Annabelle the doll. This case was made famous when it was fictionalized in the Conjuring spin-off film Annabelle. The scary thing is, it's based on a very real incident. The doll, that would become to be known as Annabelle, was originally a Raggedy Ann doll given to a young girl named Donna in 1970. Donna and her friend Angie used to play with the doll and would often find it in different places around their room. One day they found the doll chained to a bedpost with a note that said, "Help me." It was written in a red substance. The girls took the note to their mother, who contacted a medium who told them that the doll was possessed by the spirit of a little girl named Annabelle Higgins. The Higgins family had allegedly lived in the house before the current occupants, and Annabelle had died in a tragic accident. The girl's story caught the attention of famed paranormal investigators Ed and Lorraine Warren. They decided to take the case and see if they could find out more about this supposedly cursed doll. After conducting their own investigation, they concluded that the doll was indeed possessed by a demonic entity. They took her back to their home and placed her in a glass case with a warning sign that read, "Do not touch." So is it possible that spirits can attach themselves to inanimate objects like dolls and toys? If Bobby's footage is to be believed, then we could indeed be witnessing a real haunted doll.
Yo. I told you I saw that. I told you it was moving.
This next curious sighting was uploaded to the Instagram page UFO Lovers. The clip was captured in England when this family were out for an afternoon walk. Take a look at what they saw. In the distance is an odd cube-shaped cloud. It stands out in contrast to the more normal-looking clouds in the background. Here's some still photos that show the anomaly in more detail. Viewers on Instagram were shocked and confused by the bizarre cube cloud. Its unnatural appearance sparked all kinds of theories in the comments section of the video. Some jokingly said it looked like a cloud from Minecraft, while others couldn't help but wonder whether aliens were somehow involved. Several comments suggested it could be the work of a government program called Project HARP. Project HARP is a research program that seeks to advance our understanding of the ionosphere, a region of the Earth's upper atmosphere. The program is sponsored by the US Air Force, the Navy, and the University of Alaska, Fairbanks. HARP stands for High Frequency Active Auroral Research Program. The facility is located in Gakona, Alaska, and consists of 180 antennas spread over an area about the size of a small town. Critics say that the military is using HARP as a weapon, and that there have been a number of conspiracy theories about its capabilities. Some believe that HARP can be used to manipulate people's emotions or even control their thoughts, while others think it may be responsible for natural disasters like earthquakes and hurricanes. So what do you think's going on with this cube cloud? Aliens, government mind control, or is there another way to explain it? I'd love to hear your theories on this one in the comments down below. One of our viewers, who goes by the Reddit username Julio the Gay, sent us this peculiar footage. The OP was recently exploring an old, partly demolished building in the historic suburb of St. Anne de Bellevue in southwestern Quebec, Canada. Out of curiosity, they decided to explore the abandoned property. The strange thing is, while they were there, nothing particularly odd happened. However, when they rewatched the footage they had captured that day, there was something odd happening in the clip. Take a look. In the background, you can hear an unsettling noise. The OP swears the noise wasn't happening when they were there in person. For some reason, you can only hear it in the footage. The history of St. Anne de Bellevue goes back to the early days of European settlement in North America. The area was founded as a parish way back in 1703. Due to its long, rich history, many locals believe the area is home to a number of heavily haunted hotspots. One of the most notorious is the Auberge Le Saint Gabriel. The restaurant is located in Old Montreal and is one of the oldest buildings in the city. The building was originally built as a private home in 1688 and later turned into a tavern and inn. It's been said that the ghosts of former owners and guests still haunt the place. There have been reports of doors opening and closing on their own, dishes breaking, and strange noises coming from the basement. There's even been sightings of a little girl who's said to have perished in a fire in the early 19th century. Witnesses say they see her crying in the corner of the room, but when they go to comfort her, she's nowhere to be seen. So what's to be made of the strange noise captured by our viewer? Given the history of the area and that many believe that spirits still linger from long ago, could this sound be some kind of supernatural phenomenon? Take another listen and decide for yourself. This photo was submitted to our Slaptam subreddit by user OwnResolution7554. The uploader says that her mum's sister was out having some drinks on a girls' night out. The group was happily snapping pics to remember the night by when suddenly they noticed something eerie in one of the photos. In the middle of the group, there's a small hand that's unaccounted for. It seems to be reaching up past the throat of the girl in the middle. The family were freaked out by the strange small hand and had no way of explaining how it got there. Some viewers said it almost looks like the girl in the middle is reaching up and resting her hand on the shoulder of the woman on the left. The OP's aunt, who's in the middle, says that on that night she was wearing bright pink nail polish, but the hand doesn't seem to have pink polish on at all. Plus the family insists the hand is far too small. They believe it looks like the hand of a child, none of whom were present when this photo was taken. While the family isn't jumping to conclusions, they wanted to share this photo because they have no rational way of explaining the small hand's appearance. So what do you think? Is this just a trick of perspective, or is there more going on in this photo? Let me know your take on this in the comments down below. This wild sighting was posted to YouTube by Finding UFO. It was captured on live TV by Sky News as they had rolling coverage of the Queen's Platinum Jubilee back in June 2022. As a squadron of jets from the Royal Air Force make a pass over Buckingham Palace, something odd is inadvertently caught on camera. Take a look. An unidentified white orb-like object flies through the air just behind the jets. The object was even captured by one of the jet's onboard surveillance cameras. It's brief, but you can see the ball pass by the red smoke. To get a better look, here's the wide shot again, zoomed in and slowed down. The YouTube channel Finding UFO did some analysis of the footage and noticed another strange object passing by among the clouds. So what's going on here then? It's worth noting that the airspace was closed and closely monitored for the special event, so it's unlikely to be a drone. Plus, the speed at which the object flies is far greater than any drone commercially available. Even stranger, if we watch the footage again, during the shot of the royal family, you can see young Prince Louis point up into the air. Some viewers think it looks like he says, "Look, there's a ball." But others think he just says, "Look, there's smoke," perhaps referring to the colourful smoke coming out of the jets. Despite this puzzling footage going viral, there's been no official word from the British government or military on what this object could be. So for now, unless more info comes to hand, this will have to remain a genuine UFO sighting. Our first clip of the day has been going viral this past couple of weeks. Its origins are unknown, but this version was uploaded to TikTok by user WTIO7. The clip, which was captured in late 2021, is an excerpt from a CCTV security feed overlooking a back street. We see two men walking along the dark road when something truly strange happens. Take a look. Watching that again zoomed in, a third figure appears from nowhere and starts to intervene. It throws the standing man back, making him stumble to the other side of the road, giving the man on the ground time to get to his feet. As he stands, the figure seems to merge with him once again, leaving only two people standing on the road. Naturally, all kinds of theories have been thrown around the internet to try and explain this bizarre footage. Some say it's some kind of supernatural protection like a jinn or a genie. Others say it had to be a guardian angel. Then there are those who say it's nothing more than a clever piece of CGI. So where do you land on this viral clip? Paranormal protector or something else entirely? Share your theories with one another in the comments down below. It's common knowledge that frogs start their lives out as worm-like tadpoles that swim through the water. But have you ever seen this transformation happen in reverse? In this video from Instagram FrogsFam, what appears to be some sort of reverse evolution has been messing with viewers' minds. The video begins with the camera pointed at a sidewalk. There's a small frog hopping across just ahead. Watch as this short clip takes a turn for the very strange.
Oh my god, what the just happened? It's a worm now.
The frog lands on the sidewalk and stops moving. It appears to shrink. The camera operator moves closer, giving us a close-up view of the creature. Miraculously, what lies on the sidewalk isn't a frog at all. Rather, it appears to be an ordinary earthworm wriggling on the pavement.
What the just happened? It's a worm now.
The creature that leapt across the sidewalk definitely looked like a frog, so what happened here? The puzzling sighting has made this clip go viral around the internet, with thousands of people struggling to make heads or tails of the bizarre transformation. Some viewers think it could just be a trick of the eye. Perhaps the frog was carrying a worm in its mouth, then in a quick split-second movement it hops away, leaving just the worm wriggling on the pavement. Some jokingly said it was a baby Demogorgon from Stranger Things. Others have declared it a glitch in the Matrix, an error in the simulation that switched out the animal's avatar by mistake. So which of these theories do you subscribe to? Or do you have your own idea that might explain this curious piece of footage? Let us know in the comments.
What the just happened? It's a worm now.
A couple on vacation have captured some footage of something moving in the waters of Loch Ness, leading some to speculate that it's proof of the existence of the infamous Loch Ness Monster. The husband and wife, who wish to remain anonymous, were on vacation in Scotland when they spotted something moving in the famed waters of Loch Ness. Nessie experts say it's some of the best footage to be captured in years. Take a look. It shows something large clearly moving through the water, its humps breaking the surface. According to the couple who filmed it, the creature looked to be 20 to 30 feet long and had a fin that it used to propel itself. The Loch Ness Monster, or Nessie, is said to live in Loch Ness in the Scottish Highlands. She's a massive aquatic creature with a long neck. Many depictions resemble a plesiosaur, leading some to believe that Nessie could be an ancient animal that's been inhabiting Earth's waters since at least prehistoric times. Others believe that Nessie sightings are nothing but bunk, claiming that pictures purported to be of Nessie are actually ordinary aquatic animals or even debris in the water, with some just being outright hoaxes. Experts say that because of how clear the footage is, this is some of the best evidence to come out of Loch Ness in the last few decades. The couple who captured the video told news outlets that they have no strong views on Nessie either way, and that they simply enjoyed the mythology surrounding the loch. They uploaded their footage hoping that experts can analyse it and come to a solid conclusion. However, so far, no one's been able to definitively say what's causing the large wake in the waters of Loch Ness. Home security cameras are a great way to keep an eye on things around your house. They're also apparently a great way to capture unexplained phenomena, like this video from our viewer, Noelia Diaz. The video shows the street outside of their home. At the start of the video, everything appears to be perfectly normal. There are several cars parked on the street, but there are no other people to be seen. That's about to change, however, when a strange red light flashes across the camera. Watching that again, after the light dissipates, several people appear on the sidewalk across the street. They appear suddenly from behind a telephone pole about a third of the way into the frame, so it's not possible that they simply wandered into the camera's range. So then, where did they come from? One possibility is that the red flash indicates some sort of camera glitch, and that there's footage missing in which the people walked into the frame. However, the timestamps on the video don't seem to indicate any time missing. So could this be a glitch in reality, a wormhole to another dimension, teleportation, or is there a much more mundane answer to this clip? Let us know down below. In this TikTok from WTIO7, we see something that seems to transcend ordinary human ability. Take a look. Somehow, the man manages to lift the dump truck up and move it to the side, allowing another vehicle to pass. He doesn't even appear to break a sweat while performing this amazing feat. The average dump truck weighs between 20 and 32 tons. However, the world record for the most weight ever lifted by a human is just over 3 tons, a record set by Paul Anderson in 1957. That means the man in the video would have needed to casually lift at least 6 times the world record weight with a casual flick of his arms. This hardly seems likely, especially for the thin-looking man we see in the clip. There have been some recorded cases of hysterical strength in which people are able to perform great feats of strength in times of stress. However, even in this situation, lifting 20 tons would likely do serious damage to the human body. So are we seeing some sort of superhuman, or is it all just CGI? From super strength to levitation, let's look at a clip that seems to show another human with super abilities. It was uploaded to YouTube by Lebagang Ron Mashigo. The video shows what appears to be some sort of ceremony. There's music and singing, and a crowd is gathered to watch the man at the center of the ceremony. Doesn't take long to see why. The man appears to be hovering several feet above the ground. At first, he's lying in a supine position as if he's been lifted off the ground while lying flat. Then he begins to spin around, appearing to stand upright in the air, then flipping on his head. The ceremony takes place outside in the middle of the day. The sun is shining brightly, and the bright light doesn't illuminate any hidden strings that could be helping to levitate the man. Also, there doesn't appear to be any trees or structures nearby that he could be suspended from. making it difficult to imagine how this amazing feat could be faked. There are some belief systems that claim that people can achieve amazing things that go beyond ordinary human ability by using practices such as meditation. So could this man have achieved this amazing power of levitation in a similar way? Watch the video again and decide for yourself. The story behind this photo is as sad as it is disturbing. The photo has been retold over the years as the tale of the ghost that screamed, and 30 years later it's still causing a stir. The origin of this story dates back to a 1984 car accident involving 4 teenagers. The exact circumstances leading to the crash are unknown, however, some have blamed the winding roads. Regardless of the cause, the teens lost control of their vehicle that night. They hit a curb and crashed into nearby trees. As fate would have it, 3 of the 4 teens survived the crash. It proved fatal for the boy in the front passenger seat. At just 16 years old, the teen boy tragically lost his life. What followed was a routine police inspection complete with photos capturing the scene of the accident. Not having witnessed anything abnormal at the time, the police officer sent the photos off to be developed. However, what the police department found in those photos was distressing. The first signs of supernatural interference were floating red and yellow dots visible in many of the photos. However, they wouldn't go on to raise any red flags on their own. But one of the photos in question would haunt those who saw it for the rest of their lives. The photo seems to have captured the boy's spirit yelling in agony. There's a disturbed face visible and clear. Some even believe you can see the outline of a brown Labrador. Some say it's the very same dog that belonged to the boy recently deceased. Skeptics involved had to admit it seemed the photos captured 2 unique spirits. There's the boy himself in agony after the accident, and the boy's pet there to guide his soul. Posted to Reddit by user DIY Gardening, this picture can only be described as nightmare fuel. The photo was taken at Easter and was simply an attempt to capture a nice gathering of friends. As the title of the submission explains, the photo features one guest who was certainly not invited. We see the food laid out and a group of friends standing by, but there's one glaring addition to this photo that certainly doesn't belong. In the mirror, you can see the creepy and shadowed face of their uninvited guest. It looks to be a person with long hair wearing a white mask. Like many similar ghost photos, this one seems to reveal a being whose presence was not known until the parties involved were able to examine the photograph. However, once they did, it seems certain they were horrified by this creepy figure. All present insist they have no idea who the person might be. Let's hope this unwanted guest didn't stick around for too long after the photo was taken. Sent to the news outlet The Irish Mirror by Paula Whelan, this selfie of her daughter's friend appears to have gone horribly wrong. In this instance, the selfie seems to have strayed past fun and silly and gone straight to disturbing instead. While looking through the selfies in order to delete the less than perfect ones, the friend came upon something utterly horrifying. Positioned right behind the girl seems to be a ghostly figure. Enough to send shivers down anyone's spine and make them take a cursory glance behind themselves, there appears to be what looks like a man's face just above the doorframe. The longer you stare at this particular photo, the more eerie it feels. Some viewers claim it's nothing more than a Photoshop job, but the family insists they've not manipulated the image in any way. Posted by Reddit user Project Mindless, this photo seems to suggest that something eerie happened when this picture was taken. Taken at a family gathering, we see 6 people all smiling happily at the camera. However, if you look closely, it would seem a spirit has attempted to join them. With all the happy faces, it seems as though none of them had any idea this dark shadowy figure lingered behind them while capturing the photo. Directly behind the poster himself is a small dark figure, heavily shadowed. If you zoom in for a closer inspection, you get a better idea of what this shadow truly is. You can see a small, childlike figure directly behind the group. Reminded of the child from The Grudge, the poster and his family were seriously creeped out upon reviewing the photo. They say they have no idea who the boy could be or why he was there. With no other potential explanation for the face behind them, the group seems to believe that a ghost chose their family's gathering to visit that day. Uploaded to Reddit by user Ricky on Radio, this is yet another ghost photo set to creep you out. It reveals an invisible and horrifying presence in an otherwise peaceful home. The uploader explains that this photo was taken by their aunt. The photo of her son after he got out of the bath should have been a cute and precious memory. However, it quickly turned into something far more sinister. The uploader explains that the two were the only ones at home when the photo was taken. This makes the appearance of the person in the corner of the room all the more mysterious and eerie. In the photo, a strange figure is visible standing in the background. You can see a hand and white outfit of some kind. What's even more unsettling, the uploader posted a second photo, showing what the room normally looks like unobscured. When you compare it to the first photo, it looks like it would be impossible for a person to be standing in the corner, not unless they were wedged tightly up against the toilet. The poster also clarified that there is or was no mirror in the room when the photo was taken. Some viewers have suggested the spirit to be that of a nurse or another figure wearing a lab coat. Others pointed out that the thumb on the figure seems to be unnaturally pointed. So what do you think's going on in this strange photo? Love to hear your thoughts on this one in the comments section below. Sent in by Slaptown viewer Tammy D, it came with a terrified plea to be taken for her word. Tammy notes that her granddaughter captured this photo as she was playing around with her phone's camera. As Tammy explains, no one aside from herself and her granddaughter were present in the room when the photo was taken. Showing a disturbing figure behind her granddaughter, Tammy asserts the figure was not visible when the photo was taken. This implies that the figure only happened to be accidentally captured by her granddaughter. As Tammy explains, the presence of the spirit in this photograph is easily the scariest thing that's ever happened to her. Those who have previously scrutinized the picture have questioned whether the figure was Tammy herself, but she assures viewers that this is not the case. In fact, Tammy has her own theory behind the origin of the spirit. Built on top of an old fort, Tammy's quite positive that many people had likely been buried beneath their home. Looking for peace or purely restless, a spirit seems to have wandered into their old home and into the photo captured by Tammy's granddaughter. With some relief, Tammy assures viewers that she has since moved from the allegedly haunted home. Sent to the news outlet The Irish Mirror by Gráinne Dowdall, it would seem an eerie figure has ruined what would be a perfectly fine mirror selfie. As with previous ghost photos, the spirit went completely unnoticed until the selfie was reviewed. As the girl strikes a pose in the mirror, another figure is seen striking a pose just outside her window. It looks to be a pale, expressionless face hanging just outside of the house. Creepily, the article confirms that the girl's bedroom was upstairs, meaning this couldn't have just been someone passing by. Instead, the latitude of the room and the spirit's odd appearance all seem to point towards a genuine haunting. Some viewers have suggested it could be an odd reflection or perhaps even a case of pareidolia, a tendency humans have to identify familiar patterns in the things we see, i.e. a face hanging in the window. Still, the image is chilling nonetheless, and until further information comes to hand, it will have to remain a mystery. Sent into the news outlet The Irish Mirror by Ciara O'Callaghan, this last photo is certainly an eerie one. Facebook's facial recognition software seems to point to the legitimacy of this sighting, throwing off even the most hardened skeptics. As the family were taking a series of nice family photos, O'Callaghan's niece grabbed the phone and had snapped a picture of the roof in her haste. When they looked at the photo, they could see an odd shape in the ceiling that resembled a face. When they uploaded the image to Facebook, it even gave them the option of tagging it as if it was someone they knew. With Ciara herself being a self-described skeptic, she admits she had submitted this photo to the public's discretion in order to potentially find some explanation other than the supernatural. For now, she admits she herself couldn't find any other potential cause, going so far as to manipulate the photo in Photoshop, playing with darkness and contrast, looking for any other reason the face should have appeared. However, altering the image only seemed to deepen the mystery. Strangely, the face in the ceiling bears a striking resemblance to the selfie we showed earlier in this episode. Are these shapes related somehow? Perhaps there's a filter that can imprint eerie faces into photos. Let me know if you've seen an app or filter that has similar looking effects. Love to hear about it in the comments section below. While some paranormal enthusiasts may go looking for supernatural activity, it would seem skeptics can encounter ghosts too. Posted to Reddit by user Stalker the Zone, a self-professed skeptic himself, this clip shows just how terrifying an unwanted encounter with a ghost would be. The poster explains that he was an avid skeptic until witnessing the supernatural events of this clip. Being a security officer at a hospital, the uploader explains that he noted the empty wheelchair in this hallway as being on the opposite side of the hall during his first patrol. Upon approaching that same chair on his second patrol, he noted it was now in the middle of the hallway. Possibly spooked already, the uploader then begins to record the clip in question. Watch what happens.
See, I f***ing do. No.
The chair stands still for a moment, then it turns slowly on its own until it's facing the direction of the uploader.
See, I f***ing do. No.
At this moment, the uploader seems to be simultaneously vindicated and horrified. Having captured video proof of possible supernatural activity, the uploader likely felt a sense of relief that he was not imagining any of these weird events. However, it would seem this skeptic was now face to face with his first instance of supernatural activity.
See, I f***ing do. No.
As the security guard is a self-professed skeptic, there's little reason he would have gone looking for supernatural activity or attempted to manufacture it in the first place, lending to the clip's credibility. With no one else around, many believe the wheelchair was moved by some sort of supernatural force. Given that this footage was filmed in a hospital, it's easy to imagine the ghost of a restless former patient pushing the chair around.
See, I f***ing do. No.
The internet collectively panicked for TikTok user Moo Ya Ya when she uploaded this video showing off her nails. While her outrageous manicures were set to take center stage, viewers quickly noticed something eerie. Take a look.
Oh, they're so light. They are.
While the user seemed unaware of the shadowy presence looming behind her, viewers couldn't just let it slide once they noticed it. Clearly freaked out by the figure's appearance, most of the user's comments and attention focused wholly on the figure and making sure the TikTok user was aware of its presence.
They are.
In the clip, the figure appears to be nearly pitch black. The angle at which the clip was captured also makes the figure appear absurdly tall.
So light. They are.
What's more, the figure doesn't appear to move at all during the few short seconds in which it's featured in the clip.
Oh, they're so light. They are.
Some users even went so far as to claim the figure was clearly a shadow demon. With so many TikTok users worried about the uploader's safety, they certainly got her attention. When the user finally responded, she was sure to calm everyone's fears by letting them know the figure in the background was actually just her fiancé standing in the kitchen.
But huge shout out to everyone who was asking if I was okay. You're the real MVPs.
While the shadow demon theory was eventually debunked, viewers were nonetheless spooked by its appearance in the meantime.
Oh, they're so like, they are.
Although some clips are easily debunked, others will likely continue to puzzle internet sleuths indefinitely. This clip, posted to Reddit by user Swingset Superman, has people positing all sorts of off-the-wall theories, without settling on a single definitive outcome. Captured by a Ring doorbell camera, the clip in question shows a fleet of small, brightly lit specks, moving to and fro in front of the home's doorstep. The specks are relatively small, but certainly not small enough to be dust. While the uploader first sought a more conventional explanation for the clip, they quickly realised there was none to be found. Wondering if they were possibly insects or small animals of some kind, Reddit users drew a blank. For bugs to move with such coordination would be fairly unnatural. Even more so, there'd be no reason for them to glow in this way unless they were fireflies, but these strange specks don't seem to match that type of insect. While some more skeptical users argued that it may be some kind of strange reflection on the camera lens, others were not convinced by this explanation. With no one able to pinpoint an insect or animal that behaved in this way, the uploader was encouraged to post this clip to supernatural subreddits. Even there, users were stumped as to what they were seeing. Divided, some users argued that the specks were actually small aliens. Explaining their reasoning, the users argued that no one's ever said aliens have to be large in size. Other users believe the erratic flecks to be some kind of ghost or other supernatural entity. Still, the coordinated movements of the small entities and the traces they leave behind wouldn't allow users to come to a consensus. It's likely the uploader will never have a clear idea of just what they've managed to capture on film. Some ghostly occurrences are captured by professional investigators who know just what they're looking for and how to handle them. This is the case with this clip and pictures, captured by one Ian Griffiths. A psychic medium and the founder of a supernatural investigation group called Walking with Spirit, Griffiths claims to have known exactly what he needed to do after purchasing an antique mirror. He says he was struck by the supernatural energy emitting from the object. Luckily, this seasoned paranormal investigator was already equipped with an electronic voice phenomena, or EVP device, that he could use in order to attempt and capture a conversation with the potential spirit. Despite being a hardened supernatural investigator who has worked for over 20 years in the field, Griffiths claims to be still spooked by occurrences such as these. The photo shows the mirror in question. Griffiths claims that at one point he saw a small girl looking back at him from inside this mirror. In the video clip, you can hear some strange and unexplained rattling in the background of his conversation.
This is your chance to talk. This is your chance to communicate.
Then an even eerier sound is captured. Take a listen. Griffiths believes that the noises can be interpreted as a voice saying, "You help me." Here it is again. These findings convinced the uploader that the spirit of a young girl does indeed haunt his mirror. Through his conversations with the spirit, he claims to have learned that the child's name is Alison Marie, who happens to be about 9 years old. Still, Griffith's long experience with the supernatural has taught him to be cautious. He explains that some ill-intentioned spirits sometimes pretend to be young and innocent in order to trick people such as himself. Although he's wary, Griffiths is still proud of the evidence he's captured. Only time will tell whether it could be something far more sinister. Posted by a YouTube channel called Ghost, this clip features an extremely unique light phenomenon. Take a look. Throughout the video, an odd speck of light is seen slowly streaking across the night sky without changing its direction. While images of long, cigar-shaped UFOs have circulated the internet in the past, viewers are hesitant to classify this as the same type of UFO. According to the uploader, the lights moved slowly until they were entirely out of view. Many were quick to point out the possibility of these lights being emitted from one of SpaceX's Starlink satellites, which are both bright and highly visible. However, these satellites are usually seen as a variety of separate lights moving in a distinct line, rather than one single row of light. Other viewers claimed that they had seen similar shaped lights lingering in the night sky in their local towns and cities. So until further info comes to hand, this sighting will have to remain a UFO, an unidentified flying object. Mum of two, Kaylee Corby, was shocked when something eerie was spotted in what was supposed to be an innocent TikTok video. When Corby posted the clip to her account, Corby123AAA, comments quickly flooded in, pointing out the strange figure in the background of her reaction video. Take a look. Just over Corby's right shoulder, you can make out a dark silhouette of a person standing in the background. Corby told the UK news outlet The Echo that her two kids were upstairs asleep when the incident occurred. There was supposed to be no one else in the house. After it was brought to her attention, Corby quickly rang her parents, who came over immediately to be with her. Although it's not been reported to the police, the general consensus from viewers is that an intruder was caught on camera. So unlike the clip we showed earlier that turned out to be just the uploader's fiancé, this eerie figure can't be so easily explained. Let me know what you would do if you spotted an intruder in your house after the fact via a video. Let me know down below. This final clip, captured in Cheshire, UK, features a strange event so unique, the woman who captured it claims to have been terrified to the point of shaking. Captured by one Romany Smith, the clip in question shows a variety of lights in the sky, which appear to blink and change in colour rapidly. As the lights change colours from orange to green to red and blue, Smith was entranced and sure she had never seen anything like it before. What's more, Smith is convinced she's captured irrefutable evidence of a UFO floating above her home. The encounter is said to have lasted for over 40 minutes. Smith also claims that a darker object could be seen every so often within the light. She said that the flying object occasionally turned on its side, so that she could be sure it was a flying object and not just a reflection of lights. This idea cemented to Smith that she was truly looking at an unexplainable phenomenon, and not just a trick of the light or a trick of her mind. Confronted with this idea, Smith admitted to being truly terrified. As her mind tried to rationalize what she was seeing, she reasoned the object was far too large to be a drone. What's more, multiple airplanes happened to pass by while she was looking at the object, with each seeming smaller than the strange glowing object. While this is far from a normal occurrence, Smith does admit that this isn't the first time she thinks she's seen a UFO. About 6 years prior, Smith claims to have witnessed two other odd flying objects in the air, each emitting their own light the size of 2 football pitches. So what do you think's been captured on camera here? Love to hear your theories in the comments section below.
Nothing else. There's no breeze. It's moving again.
Our first clip of the day has been going viral this past couple of weeks as it purports to show a haunted church. The video, which was shared to TikTok by user Did You See It, shows a pastor in his church making a quick video update for his congregation. As he does, things begin to get a little strange. Take a look.
Pastor Aaron here. It's my pleasure just to announce that this Sunday will be open.
Over and over, the podium behind the priest falls over.
Fallen over on its own, and it's stable. I mean, it's not wobbly at all. It's kind of like...
The pastor then shows us that there's no air conditioning or breeze that could have made the podium move.
No air conditioning. It's these things. They're off. I don't know. So I'm just gonna sit here and watch it for a little bit.
Towards the end of the clip, a flag begins to move as well.
Ooh, that thing's moving. That hasn't been moving. Nothing else. There's no breeze. It's moving again. Good grief.
The fact that this footage was captured by a priest has led thousands of viewers to believe that this could be genuine paranormal activity. A lot of comments said that they'd like to think a man of the cloth wouldn't make a hoax video just for a bit of fun. There were a few commenters who thought they could see a piece of string pulling the podium over. However, it's hard to confirm as nothing seems to stand out.
It's stable. I mean, it's not wobbly at all. It's kind of like...
Some viewers thought it was demonic energy antagonizing the priest in his own church. So what do you think? Are we witnessing some real paranormal activity here, or is this priest deceiving us? Let me know where you land on this in the comments below.
Pastor Aaron here. It's my pleasure just to announce that this Sunday will be open.
Some months ago, a family in an undisclosed part of Russia began experiencing some unusual activity around their home, in particular near their laundry area. They set up a camera to roll 24/7 to try and catch proof that something strange really was happening. The footage was shared to TikTok by user TikTok Paranormal. Take a look at what's been captured. First, a towel seems to move on its own. On a separate day, the same towel appears to be levitating in mid-air. Another day shows a tennis ball moving around the room. The homeowner then tries an experiment by placing some flour on the floor. Take a look at what happens. Something seems to pass right through the flour. She tries the same thing with a mug.
На выход, да, на выход поставила. Ну все, мне уйти надо. А вы уверены, что поможет?
Things then seem to escalate. The whole door comes off its hinges. Then more eerie activity is captured by the camera. Looking more closely, the pages in the book appear to fold by themselves. And here, yet more movement can be seen. So what's happening in this home in Russia? A lot of viewers were genuinely terrified for this poor woman's safety, with some saying she should leave the house immediately or get a priest to come bless the space. Unfortunately, there's very little information for us to run with this series of clips. We don't know where exactly it was filmed or by who. So for now, unless more info comes to hand, this bizarre series of clips will have to remain a mystery. This next one was sent to us by a viewer named April C from the Philippines. April says she was on a Zoom call running a training session with some colleagues when they eventually got to chatting about paranormal experiences. AJ in the bottom left said that he believes his apartment is haunted. He says he's seen the ghostly forms of a woman and a young child walking through his home. He's also seen doors slam on their own, taps turn on, and weird noises can be heard at all hours of the night. Anyone that sleeps over in the apartment has a dream that a small child is sitting on their chest. They become hard of breath and wake up in a fit of panic to an empty room. AJ just laughed it off and they continued their training. Because they work for an international client, the footage you're about to see was captured at exactly 3 AM. That's when something odd was caught on AJ's webcam. Take a look.
Na-take nila. So guys, it's already 12 PM. You may join Vince sa Google Meet na link sa calendar invite and lawa sa tutain na. Hoy, age na-take nila. So guys, it's already 12 PM. You may join Vince sa Google Meet na link sa calendar invite and lawa sa tutain na.
Spooked out, AJ shows the group that he's alone, but doesn't quite know what the rest of the group saw.
Ako'y nakita sa likod nimo. Ayan na lang. Dito sa pikas. Sa pikas.
Asa?
Na ako'y nakita.
Wala man. Wait lang, di ba?
Dira. Buisit, nitindog yun akong balahibo. Dira.
If we watch it again, slowed down, you can see a pale form pass by in the background. April's a big fan of our show and didn't think anything paranormal would happen to her. To this day, she still can't explain the strange shape in AJ's feed. Given that he believes his apartment is haunted, it certainly does make you wonder what this thing could be.
So guys, it's already 12 PM. You may join Vince sa Google Meet na link sa calendar invite and lawa sa tutain na.
Last year, we ran a story on a man named Mario Lara. He runs a party supply shop in Guadalajara in the western state of Jalisco, Mexico. Mario believes his store is haunted by an unknown presence. For some time now, he's been uploading downright chilling footage from inside his store. His store is reportedly so haunted, it's become somewhat of an attraction in the local area. All kinds of alleged paranormal events have taken place, like objects moving on their own, eerie figures have been caught on camera, and staff members have even been aggressively attacked by unseen forces. Last time, we showed one of his most famous pieces of evidence. Take a look. Then he tried an experiment with some flour on the floor. Take a look at what happens. Well, now another startling piece of footage has been captured inside Mario's store. This was captured in the middle of the day while Mario was standing in the showroom. Take a look. Watching that again closely, you can see one of Mario's fingers twist back violently. He looks to be in great pain as he tries to straighten his finger. So what's going on here? The more evidence that piles up, the more people are starting to believe that Mario's store could genuinely be haunted by some kind of malicious spirit. This next clip comes from one of our viewers, Amye Price. They posted the video to our Facebook community page asking other members for their opinions. Price says she was recently sitting in her living room when suddenly a balloon floated strangely out of her daughter's room. Take a look at what she caught on camera.
91 sent proof. Thanks for the photo, Mel.
Sadly, in 2016, Price's other daughter passed away. She couldn't help but think that this could be a gesture from her lost daughter making contact from the beyond. Price also notes that there were no fans, AC, or windows open at the time this was recorded, so it's hard to explain the balloon's oddly specific movement. Most viewers agreed that the balloon seemed to float straight up to Price intentionally. While it's hard to know what's happening here for certain, if this gesture brings some comfort to the family in what must be a very difficult time, then that's all that really matters. Our last clip of the day comes from a paranormal investigation group known as Haunt Hunters. In this video, the team investigates the old Washoe Club in Virginia City, Nevada, a location many locals believe to be heavily haunted. The team starts by setting up their specialized equipment to try and get a read on the property. The Washoe Club dates back to the late 19th century and was known on the Pacific coast as a luxury destination for the elite. The club once housed one of the finest libraries in the United States, and its stately rooms were filled with Italian marble, bronze statues, and carved black walnut sideboards. Its guest list comprised of members of high society and military officials, like General Ulysses S. Grant, General Robert Sherman, and railroad magnate Darius Ogden Mills, among a list of 50 other millionaires of international repute. However, over the years, things began to take a turn for the strange for this once go-to hotspot. As millionaires drank their fill, they mingled with prostitutes and shady characters who would come and go through two secret exits at the rear of the building. There were rumours that one of the rooms of the parlour was used to house dead bodies while gravediggers waited for the ground to thaw during cold winters. Today, the property is said to be haunted by three notable spirits. First is the lady in blue, a blonde-haired woman spotted at the top of the spiral staircase. She's said to linger for a second, then disappear without a trace. Some guests have spotted a scared little girl that faces the corner of one of the rooms crying. When they go to console her, they're confused to find nothing but a strange energy in the room and a cold pocket of air. Finally, there's the spirit of an old-timey prospector who's believed to have a penchant for whiskey. He's known to knock over patrons' drinks when they aren't looking. Bartenders even leave out a single shot of bourbon overnight to appease his spirit. Back on the Haunt Hunters investigation, the team have set up an old doll in a chair and are trying to communicate with any spirits that might be present.
EMF? I see you trying to communicate. Just put all your strength into pushing one of these balls.
They ask a series of questions, and eventually, this happens.
Oh my god! Oh! Thank you! No way, that was amazing! You are so incredibly strong.
Thank you. Can you do it again? Can you push this ball? I'll push it right back.
Yeah. There you go.
We need to get a battery here before we lose any kind of feed.
Yeah. All right. That was incredible.
Oh my gosh, dude.
Thank you so much.
Go ahead and roll that again.
Out of nowhere, a ball rolls across the floor, seemingly in response to one of their questions.
Oh my God.
Oh! Thank you! No way, that was amazing!
The team believes this could be the spirit of a young child attempting to communicate, but just whether it's the little girl that's famous for haunting this property remains unknown. The Washoe Club has become such a notorious destination that Travel Channel's Ghost Adventures even filmed an entire episode here. The club even runs regular guided ghost tours that cover all 3 floors of this historic property. Guests are encouraged to take photos and record audio, because you never know what the next tantalizing piece of evidence might be.
Oh my God.
Oh! Thank you!
Uploaded to the Journey Indiana YouTube channel, this clip is not so much frightening as it is mysterious and intriguing. The clip is centered around the infamous Willard Library in Indiana, a famously haunted attraction for ghost enthusiasts. Declared to be haunted since 1937, when one Willard Library employee first claimed to have spotted a ghost, the library has been home to numerous instances of ghost sightings ever since. All sorts of eerie activity has been reported at Willard Library. Unexplained perfume smells, cold spots, books moving on their own are just the tip of the iceberg. Employees have been reporting apparitions for years. 2 visiting lecturers from the University of Southern Indiana claim they saw a person peering into a pool of water. However, when they looked again, the person was nowhere to be seen. On another occasion, 2 police officers responded to an alarm being tripped within the library after hours. When they arrived, they spotted 2 people in the upstairs window of the building. After a thorough investigation, no one was ever found on the premises. In another encounter, a single frame captured from CCTV cameras inside the library shows a grey, somewhat translucent figure standing by a wall of books. Some say it looks like a librarian attending to their duties. In recent years, the haunted library has gained attention from supernatural enthusiasts worldwide. When an attempted Halloween stream a few years back attracted over 2 million viewers, effectively crashing the stream, the library finally realised just how popular of a haunted attraction it had become. We took a look at their live stream on their website, but unfortunately it didn't seem to be working. Leaning into their haunted status, the Willard Library has gone so far as to offer haunted ghost tours to those seeking their own paranormal thrills. TikTok user Theatre of the Absurd seems to have captured a chilling bit of ghost footage, thanks to the likely haunted old theatre where he works.
Someone in here? Hello?
In the video, the TikToker gives viewers a tour of the creepy old theatre.
It's a really beautiful theater, as you can see, if you can see it at all.
He explains that he had been hearing a noise coming from the theatre when no one else was supposed to be around.
But I keep hearing a noise in here, and there's not supposed to be anybody here, so...
Filming for posterity, the uploader shows the unique old architecture of the theatre, as well as one of its unique attractions, the ghost light.
There's the ghost light. It's a light we keep on for...
The uploader explains that the light is usually left on in order to help guide any spirits that happen to remain in the old theatre.
It's a light we keep on for ghosts, for people who still remain here and whatnot, and
However, it's just when the uploader explains the function of the light that he immediately seems to get the sense that he's not alone. Looking up into one of the far balconies, a creepy figure can be seen lurking, watching the uploader.
What is that?
The camera holder tries to get a better vantage point. It's here we can make out a grey silhouette of a man staring down from the balcony.
Oh,
The uploader then follows up with a second clip in which he investigates a potential intruder in the theatre. After the theatre's sirens went off, alerting the worker to the presence of an intruder, he was unable to find anyone in the theatre.
Someone in here? Hello?
However, he explains that he did hear the sound of piano keys tinkling in another room. Going to investigate, the uploader warns the potential intruder that no one's supposed to be in the theatre.
You're not supposed to be in here.
The unseen figure plays a few notes on the piano in response, scaring the uploader, who is now certain he's not alone. Still, he calls out to the intruder again.
Who is it?
Suddenly, the lights turn off and he's confronted with the discordant and menacing notes from the piano. The clip ends with the uploader understandably worried, running away from the theatre from whatever meddling intruder awaited him on the other side of the room. In late 2019, a group of friends attended a night market in the Philippines. They huddled together to snap a memory of their trip to the bustling market. Nothing seemed amiss until one of the group members reviewed the photo. There on the right-hand side is a small child's face jutting out on a strange angle. The face is pale and slightly out of focus. It doesn't match the skin tones of the rest of the group at all. No one there that day remembers seeing a small child in the area, let alone right next to the group when the photo was taken. Some viewers have taken the pale features of the child as a sign that it's not of this world, some ghostly visage attempting to make contact. This video, uploaded to YouTube by user Luke Gustafson, seems to show some mysterious activity. Just as the video begins, a small vacuum in the corner of the room is seen rocking back and forth without anyone present to cause it to move. Then a rain of particles, which some viewers claim to be ghostly orbs, float by the camera. While the two events have been linked by viewers, not all believe their origins to be supernatural in nature. Some viewers argue that the shaking of the vacuum and the falling debris are likely the result of an earthquake or other naturally occurring phenomenon. Still, the uploader argues that this is absolute proof of poltergeists. Many supernatural enthusiasts are quick to note the popularity of floating orbs in footage such as this, as the orbs seem to congregate in spots that are notoriously haunted. Orbs typically show up on film in either still photographs or videos, where they go seemingly unnoticed by those around them. While some skeptics attribute these orbs to specks of dust or pollen flying in front of the camera lens, others cite their odd behaviour and concentration around haunted sites as proof of their supernatural nature. So what do you think? Earthquake and dust, or poltergeist and orbs? Love to hear your thoughts on this one in the comments section below. The ghost footage submitted to the GMA Public Affairs YouTube channel by one Leah Pineda Fuentes claims to show the spirit of a bride's deceased mother. As the text before the photo states, "Just wanted to share this photo taken last August 2016. It was my sister-in-law's wedding. Her mum died in 2007. I was taking a picture, but I felt something else. I'm arranging a picture to post on FB. I was shocked by what I saw. Mama was there a long time ago." When zooming in on the picture, there's a mysterious figure partially hidden by a bouquet of flowers. While the photo is blurry and hard to make out in any great detail, the family insists it resembles the bride's deceased mother. As Fuentes pointed out, it would seem her sister-in-law can rest assured knowing her mother is likely still watching over her during the big transitions in her life, which is surely more of a comforting thought than anything else. This unsettling photo was submitted to Reddit by user Red Desert Cowboy. The uploader claims the photo was taken in 2012 during a demolition of the old East Junior High School in Wyoming. A woman on site was documenting the demolition of the historic building when one of the photos seemed to capture something more than a record of posterity. In the photo, a figure stands among the rubble. It appears to be a woman in a white dress. Her head is bent on an unnatural angle. A second, lightened version of the photo shows the figure in more detail. Many of the comments on Reddit made the connection between the frightful image and the bent neck lady, featured in Netflix's horror series Haunting of Hill House. The uploader claims the old building dates back to around the 1920s, and that it was used as a brothel for a period of time. It then became a home of education where students often reported seeing ghostly figures in darkened areas of the hallways. There's no indication of who this woman in white might be. There appears to be no deaths linked to the property, so why then are there so many reports of ghostly activity? Until further information comes to hand, this freaky bent neck lady will have to remain an unsettling mystery. A recent video coming out of Malaysia purports to show a ghostly boy vanishing from sight while on a fair ride. In June 2022, Nur Afrina Rosni from Malaysia was filming her 5-year-old son Muaz on a merry-go-round at a local theme park. In the clip, Rosni films her son on the ride, but something eerie seems to happen. Watch. Watching that again, Rosni's son is sitting with another young boy in one of the carts. They go around once. But on the second spin, her son is suddenly alone. In an interview with the news outlet The Sun, Rosni explains that her son got off the ride alone. When she asked what had happened, Muaz said a worker had paired him with another young boy and they rode on the ride together. However, when Rosni showed her son the footage, he couldn't explain where the boy went. The footage has since gone viral, with thousands of viewers scrambling to make sense of the freaky footage. Some commenters suggested the boy had simply lied down on the ride on the second rotation. Others said the footage must have been edited, but a large contingent of viewer theories veered into the realms of the paranormal, suggesting it might have been the ghost of a young boy who had died at the carnival years prior. Given that Muaz couldn't explain where the young boy had vanished to, it certainly does make you wonder what's going on here. As of uploading this episode, there's been no official explanation on the young boy's whereabouts. In June 2022, some eerie baby cam footage began to go viral on TikTok. Take a look. The young parents who captured this footage were freaked out when they spotted some fingers poking up through the rungs of their baby's crib. While at first this seems like it could easily be staged, a second angle on a different night shows the parents sleeping near the cot. They explain that under the cot is a very small space where they keep a few boxes, and that there's definitely no room at all for someone to hide and reach up through the rungs. From this second viewpoint, you can see that something seems to be pushing the mattress in the cot upwards. Then, something strange appears on the left-hand side of the cot. It disappears right as the dad wakes up and looks around the room. Yet another angle shows what appears to be two disembodied hands just under the bed. The dad points out that the space just under the bed is no more than ankle high. On another night, more eerie footage is captured. You can see a shadow moving on the far wall. Then more hands appear under the cot. This time, there appears to be 3 of them. A few seconds later, more movement can be seen under the cot. Again, as the father wakes up, whatever's under the baby's cot seems to disappear. The parents have since said they're getting rid of the cot and have asked their followers if anyone knows a good exorcist. Reactions have been varied for this series of clips. For obvious reasons, a lot of viewers think it's just a fun piece of staged footage designed to get a rise out of people. However, a fair few viewers are genuinely concerned for the baby's safety, saying that the parents should have the house blessed by a priest immediately. One viewer in particular said that they had also had an entity attach itself to a specific piece of furniture in their home. They claim it took 30 days, holy water, and regular blessings from a priest to rid the presence from their home. So where do you sit on this footage? Is it too good to be true, or is this genuine paranormal activity? Share your opinions in the comments down below. Here's a funny little clip that was uploaded to Facebook by Heather Rose. It's not paranormal at all, but shows something rather creepy all the same. Take a look. Watching that again, as the cell phone explodes in the microwave, it looks like a demonic face appears in the bubbling plastic. It writhes about and seems to scream in agony. This clear case of pareidolia shows just how suggestible we really are, proving we can see familiar patterns in just about any visual stimulus. Still, it's a fun, spoopy piece of footage either way. In June 2022, the YouTube channel Supernatural captured some eerie activity on their home security camera that they're struggling to explain. The OP claims that weird things have been happening at their house for quite some time now. Their dog barks at seemingly nothing at all hours of the night, and objects have even been seen moving unaided. And recently, their 3-year-old has been talking and interacting with people who aren't there. On June 7th, something was caught on camera that makes this story all the more chilling. Take a look. At 10:23 PM, a child's toy car appears to be dragged across the yard by an unseen force. Then, on June 19th, more eerie security footage was captured. Watch. This time a chair begins to move. The chair rocks back in the direction of the front of the yard, then it jerks towards the house. The fact that it moves in two separate directions suggests it's less likely to be string or rope moving the chair. For the first movement to happen, string would have to be running out onto the road. So what do you think? Given that the OP has allegedly been experiencing some eerie things inside their home, it does make you wonder whether this footage does show something paranormal. This bizarre little clip was posted to the Facebook page Alien Skies. In January 2021, something strange happened in the skies over Arizona. As you can see, the clouds form a perfect square shape, with one of the corners coming to a point just above the horizon. There's a clear line of contrast against the blue sky on either side. There's been a few videos lately showing similar looking cloud formations, which has led to a slew of varying theories. Some say it's government weather control, others think it's the work of aliens or even a glitch in the simulation. As of yet, there's been no official explanation from the Bureau of Meteorology, so for now, this bizarre sighting will have to remain a complete mystery. This strange footage was sent to us by viewer Adam Luttrell. In mid-April 2022, Luttrell found a security gate at his work wide open. The gate is normally double padlocked and is checked by Luttrell and his supervisor before leaving every shift. Confused, Luttrell got his supervisor to check the security footage from the night before to see what had happened. That's when they saw something they can't quite explain. Take a look. As you can see, the gate begins moving, seemingly all on its own. It flexes inwards, then swings wide open. As it swings open, one of the nearby security lights turns off. The supervisor confirmed that there was no wind that night and is at a loss to explain how the gate swung open like that. In a follow-up comment, Luttrell said there's been no other strange activity at the worksite and believes that whatever opened the gate may have used the last of its energy in this final movement. So this comment obviously implies that Luttrell believes something paranormal is afoot here. But what do you think? What could have opened the gate like that? Love to hear your theories in the comments down below.
Okay, I'm gonna freak the f out in 2 seconds.
This next clip left millions of TikTok viewers baffled as it appears to show a car disappearing in plain view. Alexia Petrozilo, who goes by the username Epetruz, films herself in a parking garage near LAX airport.
My car is right f***ing here, okay? Brady is right here. Down, okay? So...
She can see her car right in front of her, but as you'll see, things take a turn for the strange. Watch.
So you would assume this means down, right? Okay? Don't move, Brady, don't move. So I'm going down. I'm going down. You would not believe how many times I've gone up and down this f***ing floor, okay? We're going down. I'm sprinting now, okay? Watch, because look what happens. Look what happens. Where are the cars? Where's my f***ing car? Where is he?
Alexia runs down the car park and films the next level. Here we can see there are no cars at all.
My car is right f***ing here, okay? Brady is right here. So you would assume this means down, right? Okay, don't move, Brady, don't move. So I'm going down. I'm going down. I'm sprinting now, okay? Watch, because look what happens. Look what happens. Where are the cars? Where's my f***ing car? Where is he?
Clearly confused and frustrated, Alexia says she's run up and down the level multiple times and can't figure out why her car seems to keep disappearing.
You would not believe how many times I've gone up and down this f***ing floor, okay? Where are the cars? Where's my f***ing car? Where is he?
This puzzling clip caught on like wildfire and burnt up over 40 million views, with tens of thousands of comments chiming in, trying to solve the bizarre conundrum. Several people called it a glitch in the Matrix, others said it was black magic sorcery, some said it was the car parking area for the back rooms. The back rooms is an urban legend and creepypasta that originated on 4chan. The legend says that occasionally people can no-clip out of reality as we know it and end up in the back rooms, an endless, empty, monochromatic room that smells like wet carpet. Room after room, the same unending nothing filled with the deafening buzz of fluorescent office lighting. In a follow-up video, Alexia explains that she had to go to the front desk of the parking lot to ask to be driven specifically to her car, as she just couldn't figure out the mystery.
So I had to go all the way back downstairs and ask some very kind Jamaican woman that worked there, who could not understand what I was trying to say. Can you please just show me? Because clearly I can't figure it out for myself. And she literally had to close the gate to the entrance. I hopped in her car, and this beautiful soul took me to my car. But I'm like, how couldn't I figure it out? Long story short, I'm in my car, heading home.
So as it turns out, the car park was most likely a double helix design. This is a specific type of parking garage that coils around itself to enable one-way traffic. Many viewers empathized with the situation, saying that they too had experienced the madness of a double helix parking garage. So I'll throw this one out to you, the viewers. Have you ever experienced anything like this? Let us know down below.
So you would assume this means down, right? Okay, don't move, Brady, don't move. So I'm going down. I'm going down. We're going down. I'm sprinting now, okay? Watch, because look what happens. Look what happens. Where are the cars? Where's my f***ing car? Where is he?
Our last entry for the day comes from the Facebook page Cryptid University. They purport to have evidence of a Bigfoot sighting that's caused quite a stir. This series of wild photos were captured in the forests of New York State. Walking among the shrubbery is a large bipedal figure that's covered in thick matted fur. Subsequent photos show the alleged creature to have a flattened face with a pronounced forehead and a depressed nose. On closer inspection, there even appears to be a baby clinging to the back of the larger creature. Naturally, the reactions to this sighting have been varied. Some think it's just another faker walking around the woods in a woolly costume. However, others think there's just too many fine details that seem to allude that this sighting of Bigfoot could be genuine. The flattened face, the lumbering gait, and the little clinging baby have ignited hope in Bigfoot believers that he's really out there. Our first piece of creepy Ring doorbell security footage was uploaded to Reddit by user Seaton4130. In 2019, this homeowner received an alert that there was someone at the front door. Judging by the post, they decided not to answer it, and it's easy to see why. Take a look. An unsettling masked person offering free hugs is standing at the door. They look menacingly into the camera, then point to their sign. Judging by the timestamp on the video, it is actually Halloween night, which does take the edge off this sighting just a little. But still, I'm not sure I'd be happily opening my door to this character, even if it was Halloween night. This next clip shows why it's probably a good idea to have a home security system installed. It's nearly 1 AM on the 31st of July 2020 when this Redditor, Navy Beans, receives an alert on their phone that movement has been detected outside of their house. They open their feed and see this. A naked man can be seen walking up the driveway. A second camera catches the man behaving erratically as he paces about. He seems dazed and confused. At one point, he grabs the garden hose off the reel and walks around the side of the house. He slinks out of view of the camera for a brief moment. Then eventually walks back down the driveway. The homeowner notes that they live on a rural 3-acre property on a mountain. It's miles to the nearest town and even their neighbours are far away. The OP jokingly said it could be a Terminator wandering around naked after travelling back from the future. Ultimately though, they were completely baffled by the sighting. I'm surprised they managed to find humour in it, as this is a pretty genuinely terrifying thing to see happening on your property. Most commenters on the post agreed that the man must have been on drugs and was lost and confused, but still, there's no telling what a person in this sort of manic state might be capable of. So what would you do if you saw this on your home security feed? Let me know in the comments down below. From a sinister naked man to a slippery snake, this next one from Reddit user Objective and Biased would have been quite the surprise. Take a look. A snake slithers its way up the wall beside the Ring doorbell camera. It keeps sliding up and up and up and up some more. Judging by the feed, this must be a seriously large snake. At one point, you can see several birds swoop the snake. According to the homeowner, the snake seemed to be going after a bird's nest that was on the roof of the house. When they saw the feed, they drove home on their lunch break armed with a shovel and a rake, but weren't able to locate the snake anywhere. Most commenters jokingly said that the house belongs to the snake now and that they would have to move or burn it down. In December 2020, Reddit user T-Course received an alert on their phone that someone was at the door in the middle of the night in the pouring rain. Take a look at their eerie nighttime visitor. A woman is standing in the doorway with her mouth wide open. She shuffles her feet back and forth. All the while, her mouth is still agape. Luckily, the homeowner wasn't home at the time and didn't have to decide whether or not to answer the door. Several Redditors said it reminded them of the 2014 horror movie The Taking of Deborah Logan, in which a rather infamous scene portrays a possessed woman with an unhinged jaw and someone getting swallowed whole. So what would you do in this situation? Would you be a good Samaritan and invite this lady in for tea and scones? Or would you hide under some coats and wait till it all blows over? This next one's not creepy at all. It's a sort of palate cleanser amongst all this other creepy footage. This Reddit user, Silverado Surfer 16, was waiting for their DoorDash lunch order when they got a rather odd surprise at their door in South Dakota. Take a look.
No, I'm not who you're expecting, but your driver got arrested for things he had to take care of. So I figured I'd complete the DoorDash for you. Thank you so much. Take care. Thanks!
A Sioux Falls police officer delivers the DoorDash order, saying that the delivery driver had just been arrested. The homeowner is surprised, but happily accepts her meal nonetheless.
Take care. Thanks!
It seems the police force motto might need to be updated to protect and to serve your lunchtime goodies.
But your driver got arrested for things he had to take care of. So I figured I'd complete the DoorDash for you. Thank you so much. Take care. Thanks!
This unsettling piece of doorbell security footage is a serious case of mistaken identity. TikTok user Riri+1 heard banging at her front door and was notified by a Ring camera that there was someone out the front. She opened up her app and saw this staring back at her. A woman is beating at the door violently. Apparently she was looking for her boyfriend but got the wrong apartment. You can see the exact moment she realizes, then sheepishly runs away. I think it's safe to say I wouldn't want to be the boyfriend after this. Our last piece of footage technically isn't a Ring doorbell, but it is security footage nonetheless. This is the chilling interrogation footage of confessed killer Stephen McDaniel. For over 2 hours, investigators come and go, asking questions. Keep an eye on how eerily still McDaniel remains for the entire time. The time-lapse security footage shows him moving his head slightly, but his torso remains bizarrely still for over 2 hours. At the time, McDaniel didn't confess, but his demeanour alarmed the investigators who had already flagged him as a person of interest some days earlier. In June 2011, McDaniel murdered his Mercer College classmate and neighbour, Lauren Giddings. During the 4 days that Giddings was reported as a missing person, McDaniel played the role of a concerned neighbour. He even did an on-air interview with local news station News Central.
No one has seen her since Saturday. I haven't seen anything. I've always heard noise outside, but it's just people walking by pretty much.
In the interview, McDaniel pretends he doesn't know where Giddings could be.
Do you know anybody any enemies she might have had, somebody that might want to hurt her?
No, we don't know where she is. The only thing we can think is that maybe she went out running and someone snatched her.
However, when the reporter mentions that the police may have found a body, McDaniel's demeanour changes dramatically.
What about in the parking lot area? I know they've been doing a lot of, I think that's where they have recovered the body or whatever they recovered from there.
Body?
Had you seen anything there?
This is the exact moment he knows he's been caught.
I mean, we don't know if this is the same person. You know what I mean? Like, they took out a body there earlier. We don't know if it's the same person or not. So that's why we're trying to ask people if they know who lived there. Are you okay, sir?
I think I need to sit down.
Okay.
McDaniel ultimately confessed to the murder and was sentenced to life in prison. He's currently serving his sentence at Valdosta State Prison and will likely remain there for the rest of his life. There are certain locations that seem to attract spirits like magnets. Typically, these spots have tragic histories steeped in suffering and death. When YouTuber ZTube Family visited the town of Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, they captured some compelling photos and videos of what is sometimes called the most haunted town in America. The owner of the channel, Melissa Zed, shared this haunting evidence with us. Gettysburg was the site of one of the bloodiest battles of the American Civil War. Over the course of 3 days in 1863, approximately 10,000 people lost their lives and 30,000 more were injured. With so many casualties, it's unsurprising that visitors to Gettysburg frequently report spotting ghosts around the battlefield. The hauntings don't end there, however. Injured soldiers were housed in buildings all around the city, and it's thought that the spirits of some of these unfortunate men linger in the places where they spent their final hours. Some think the spirits are peaceful, while others retain auras of anger and pain left over from their experiences in the war. Gettysburg truly is a town of the dead. The family that captured these photos visited Gettysburg in May of 2021. During their stay, the family visited a haunted location each night in hopes of capturing ghostly images. They weren't disappointed. On one evening, they hunted for spirits near Little Round Top, the site of one of the most famous skirmishes during the Battle of Gettysburg. This skirmish accounted for over 1,500 of the battle's total casualties. The family took numerous photos around the site. They later discovered something rather chilling in one of the photos. A mysterious black mass can be seen blocking the pathway in front of them. It almost blends into the surrounding darkness, but close inspection shows that there's definitely a dark shadow in the shape of a slightly rounded triangle, standing out against the night sky. The mass is even more visible in an equalized version of the photo. A noise analysis of the photo seems to indicate that it hasn't been altered in any way either. Some paranormal experts believe that some spirits are unable to appear in corporeal form, as it requires a high amount of energy. They believe it's more common for spirits to appear as shadows or balls of light. Often, these indications of a ghostly presence can't be seen with the naked eye, but show up clearly in photos and videos. So could this creepy black mass indicate the presence of one of the many victims of the Battle of Gettysburg? You never know what will happen during a night out on the town. Redditor Swedish Blueberry certainly didn't expect to come home with this eerie photo while sharing some drinks with a friend at a local park late one night. While the Redditor and her friend were having a good time in the park, they decided to snap a selfie. However, it seems as if the park wasn't quite as empty as they originally thought. When they looked at the photo later, they noticed a figure in the background that they're sure wasn't there when they took the photo. There appears to be a woman with pale skin walking down the path behind them. Some viewers think that she's probably just an ordinary woman that the girls didn't notice. However, one would think you would remember a strange pale lady walking through a park late at night. Although the Redditor admits to being under the influence of alcohol when they took the photo, this sight would be hard to miss. So what's actually going on in this photo? Does it show a perfectly ordinary woman that the Redditor and her friend failed to notice? Or were they being followed by someone or something? Look at the photo closely and judge for yourself. Cemeteries are a common spot for ghost hunters to try their luck at capturing evidence of ghostly activity. Sydney Southwest paranormal investigators believe they hit the jackpot when they visited St Bartholomew's Cemetery. St Bartholomew's Cemetery in Sydney, Australia is said to be haunted by numerous spirits. A few of the graves date back to 1841, with some even containing Sydney's first colonists. Stories say that John Pond, the former gravedigger and warden of the cemetery, still lingers there long after his death. Pond's spirit is said to be relatively friendly, unlike the ghost of Benjamin Holland, a former sea captain who is also buried in the cemetery. Holland's grave is the site of the majority of paranormal events in the cemetery, and not all of them are pleasant. Holland apparently takes great offense to anyone laughing near his grave, causing those who offend him to feel sick or momentarily paralyzed. Some people even claim they've lost consciousness at the gravesite. Others say that Holland's ghost sometimes appears walking around the graveyard, distinguished by his unusual gait. However, it's another spirit who caught the public's attention when this bizarre photograph was published by the group Sydney Southwest Paranormal Investigators. In the image, we see a translucent white figure standing near a headstone. The figure has a clear human shape but is completely devoid of features. A local historian who feels a strong aversion to visiting the area of the cemetery where this photo was taken believes this could be the ghost of Thomas James Willis, whose young daughter Emily is buried there. Emily died at the age of 3, and she and her father seem to be confined to the cemetery in the afterlife. According to the historian, Emily is a spirit that loves to play tricks on visitors, often darting towards the nearby highway to make visitors think that a child's in danger. So could this photo show the spirit of Willis looking for his missing daughter Emily? Or perhaps it's the spirit of the surly sea captain Benjamin Holland, or even gravedigger John Pond. With so many reported hauntings and first-hand accounts of paranormal happenings, it seems this mysterious figure could indeed be a sign of the afterlife. When Slaptam viewer Gordon M snapped a photo to commemorate a fun night at a concert, he never expected to end up with a ghostly photo. However, it seems spirits have a way of surprising you. The photo was taken in May of 2017 when Gordon and his family were headed to see Iron Maiden play in concert. They found an out-of-the-way spot to capture the photo where the rest of the crowd wouldn't be in the background. Nothing about the spot seemed unusual. However, when they looked at the photo later, they noticed something rather strange, an unexplained person standing behind them. The figure appears to be a man wearing a red jacket. He's looking down towards the ground. However, Gordon and his son are absolutely certain that there was no one behind them when they took the photo. The figure is clearly very close to them, so it would have been difficult for him to sneak up behind them without them noticing. Even at the outdoor venue, they surely would have heard footsteps approaching from behind. So does this image show a photobombing concert goer, or something far more sinister? Love to get your thoughts in the comments down below. When the Retford ghost hunters visited the Sheffield General Cemetery in the UK, they walked away with compelling evidence of the cemetery's status as a haunted location. The Sheffield General Cemetery has been in existence since 1836, established during the country's Victorian era. The graveyard is filled with granite monuments and sculptures that lend an eerie air to the allegedly haunted location. When the ghost hunters visited, they took numerous photos so that they could examine them later for indications of spiritual activity. They weren't expecting to see something quite so compelling. In one of the photos, a white ghostly figure stands out starkly against the night sky. The figure appears to be a woman in a flowing white dress hovering just above a grave. The woman in white is a common ghostly manifestation typically believed to be the spirit of a woman who died amidst tragedy or heartbreak. This particular woman in white is believed to be the spirit of Catherine Parker, a merchant's wife who died by suicide in 1844. Her husband died without a will, leaving Catherine and her 5 children destitute. After years of struggling to care for them alone, the stress and anxiety became too much for Catherine. She hanged herself and became one of the first to be buried in the Sheffield General Cemetery. Numerous visitors to the cemetery claim to have spotted a ghostly figure garbed in a white dress floating about the gravestones late at night. Catherine's life was certainly filled with heartache, making her a likely suspect for the mysterious woman in white. So could this photo really show Catherine's tormented spirit? Let me know what you think down below. This photo from Redditor Beetlemuse seems to show something inexplicable and has caused quite a stir in the paranormal community. The photo was taken during a tour of a museum. Next to an exhibit enclosed in a glass case, we see a young man walking past. Everything about the photo seems relatively normal on first glance. However, if you look closely at his feet, you'll notice something highly unusual. There appears to be 3 feet instead of 2. The black sole of his left shoe is visible in one spot, and an entire shoe of a completely different colour can be seen in front of it. So what's going on in this strange photo? Some viewers believe that the shadows on the floor don't match with the image that we see, suggesting that it could be photoshopped. However, others point out that a ghostly appendage may not cast a normal shadow. Another possibility is a photo glitch. Because the man was clearly moving when the photo was taken, it's possible that the camera caught his foot in 2 different positions, creating the weird effect that we see. However, a close examination of the shoe seems to rule out this possibility. First of all, the ghostly foot is wearing a completely different shoe altogether. Additionally, the position of the mysterious 3rd foot would be impossible based on the man's position. If the camera glitched and captured a previous or subsequent step, the 3rd foot should appear further behind or in front of the man. So what do you think's going on in this strange photo? Until further information comes to hand, it will have to remain a mystery. Abandoned houses, such as the residence featured in this photo from imager user ARG6531, are another great place to hunt for spirits. Sometimes a ghostly apparition might make an appearance, even when you aren't expecting it. This photo was taken when the user's friends snuck into an abandoned house in their town to explore. They took numerous photos during their visit, including this photo from the attic. On first glance, there doesn't seem to be anything unusual. There are only a few items scattered around the abandoned attic, nothing to indicate a ghostly presence. However, when the explorer later shared the images with friends, they noticed something they didn't see before. It seems that the explorer wasn't alone in the abandoned house. If you look closely at the small bench on the left-hand side of the photo, there seems to be a translucent figure watching them. The figure is almost entirely transparent, but seems to be a young boy seated on the bench with his head turned towards the camera. Some viewers believe he has an old-fashioned hairstyle and clothing, so who knows how long he could have been residing in this old attic. Is this ghostly boy for real, or is the photo a fake? Without more information, it's impossible to determine who this lonely spirit could be. For now, this ghostly presence remains an unsolved mystery. This first item on the list of unexplained paranormal mysteries from around the world looks like a student prank. However, more than 100 students and adults experienced something that can't be explained. It happened in a Malaysian school back in April of 2016. The situation was so intense, the school involved was actually forced to temporarily shut down, while education officials tried to figure out exactly what was going on. The saga started when a group of students and teachers supposedly witnessed spirits and experienced supernatural events while in a school building located in Kota Baru. Believing the claims to be credible, school leaders closed the school temporarily to bring in Islamic scholars to conduct prayer sessions and other spiritual exercises. Some of the students who allegedly encountered the supernatural happenings at the school claimed they saw a black figure making its way through the campus. One of the teachers at the school told local media that she could feel a heavy entity touching her. Another teacher claimed that the being attempted to enter her body. A photo was tweeted by star journalist @Philip Golangai on April of 2016. It supposedly captures an insight into what was haunting the school. In the photo, you can just make out an outline of a dark figure lurking at the back of the room. Ultimately, a formal explanation was never given regarding what actually happened at the Malaysian school. Many who have investigated the incident claim it's a classic case of mass hysteria. However, most of the students and faculty present during the haunting say a jinn was wreaking havoc, with many still fearing another attack. This next unexplained mystery came to life with a little help from Google Maps. Speculation and conspiracies have been running wild ever since savvy map watchers spotted what appears to be a mysterious object emerging from the melting ice in Antarctica. The strange object was first spotted by YouTuber Mr. MBB333. He uploaded a video analysing the area and offered some insight into what the shape could be. When looking at the screenshot of the object that made the rounds during October 2020, it's hard to deny that it resembles some type of disc-shaped spacecraft. Many commenters who have studied the image credit it with being very intelligently designed. Some have even speculated that the object measures in at 60 feet in width when using the scale of the space around it. It's really just questions on top of questions when pondering the origins of this paranormal mystery. Is it something that was left behind by humans? Did aliens park it there? How long has this object sat buried underneath Antarctic snow? It's unlikely that any real answers will come from the science community anytime soon. For now, all internet sleuths can do is continue to dig in the virtual sense to try and uncover any real answers to this strange mystery. The Whitby Museum in North Yorkshire, England is where you'll find the Hand of Glory. This object is thought to be full of supernatural powers, if you can stomach seeing it. History tells us that this mysterious object is prepared by combining a hand taken from a criminal who's been executed on the gallows with a candle made from fat from the corpse. After a carefully measured processing stage that includes pickling the hand in salt and allowing it to steep in specific herbs for a month, the hand is then placed on an oak tree for 3 nights in a row before being brought to the doors of a church, while the preparer of the hand keeps watch. The person who prepares the hand is free to keep it, if they're able to keep watch over the hand all night without running away in fear. So what could make such a gruesome ritual worth it? Myths surrounding the power of the Hand of Glory date back to 15th century Europe. Some people supposedly believed that the light of the Hand of Glory could burn forever without ever being consumed. Others believed that possessing this object would allow them to open any lock on any building. It was also believed that this formidable hand could render anyone who gazed upon it motionless. The Australian outback is the perfect place for paranormal mysteries to thrive. That's probably part of the reason why the Min Min light phenomenon is so intriguing. According to many witnesses, mysterious lights are often spotted in the area near the Min Min settlement. The lights often seem as though they're following or approaching people. Legend also says that anyone who dares to try and chase the lights down will never be seen again. While the first recorded sighting of the Min Min lights was in 1838, stories of strange lights have been present in Australian folklore for generations. Sightings of the Min Min lights are so common that the focus is really on determining what's causing them instead of trying to debunk their existence. The scientific community has some thoughts on what might be behind these lights. One idea is that swarming insects in the deep brush of the Australian outback actually take on bioluminescent characteristics after coming into contact with fungi. Others who have researched the mystery believe the lights are created by marsh gas or other geophysical phenomena. The possibilities are endless, and it still remains a mystery. Something mysterious oozed its way onto the list of the oddest paranormal mysteries in 1986. Venezuela's La Mancha Negra, or the Black Stain, defies logic and explanation more than 3 decades after it was first discovered. In fact, millions of dollars and countless hours have been spent by government officials and researchers to try and determine exactly what this substance is, why it exists, and how to stop it. La Mancha Negra is an unexplained black substance that oozes from roads in the capital city of Caracas. People who have seen it describe it as a greasy, slick, and thick black blob of something that looks like chewed bubblegum. Far from being a minor nuisance, the slick substance has actually been responsible for multiple fatal accidents over the years. More than 1,800 people were killed as a result of La Mancha Negra, during just the span of time covering its discovery from 86 until 1992. Washing, scrubbing, rinsing, and scraping have not worked for cleaning up La Mancha Negra. However, the Venezuelan government did manage to get the issue mostly under control in highly populated areas using complex cleaning equipment in 1996. That hasn't stopped the sludgy substance from continuing to creep in. What's more, nobody knows what this substance is even today. There are some theories regarding what causes La Mancha Negra to slither its way across Venezuelan roads. Some people believe it's simply a sludge that forms when older cars spray fluids while driving on the roads. Others claim it's caused by oils that are seeping out from poorly made asphalt. In 1992, President Carlos André Perez accused his political enemies of spilling the oil around the country, just to damage his reputation. Then there's more paranormal explanations. Some believe it's extraterrestrial in origin, something akin to the Blob, the sticky, all-engulfing entity from the 1958 cult sci-fi horror movie starring Steve McQueen. As of today, La Mancha Negra is simply a black sludge without an explanation. Ray Myers Hollow is a bone-chilling paranormal mystery. The spot is located near the Maryland border in York County, Pennsylvania. It was here that a murder took place that grabbed headlines back in 1928. A woman named Nellie Knoll, known as the River Witch of Marietta, instructed a local man named John Blymeer. She told him how to deal with the suspicion that he had been cursed by another local man named Nelson Raymeyer. Knoll advised Blymeer to break into Raymeyer's home to retrieve the spell book that he was almost certainly using to conjure up his curses. While taking Knoll's advice, Blymeer also decided to take along 2 companions. The group was unable to find the book when they arrived at Raymeyer's home. However, they did bump into Raymeyer himself. Determined to remove the curse, the men murdered Raymeyer before attempting to burn down his house. Ultimately, the house failed to burn enough to destroy the evidence of the murder that had taken place. The 3 men who murdered Raymeyer were eventually charged. The story was big enough that the trial of the men became a media sensation known as the York Witch Trial. However, what was an even bigger story was the speculation that Raymeyer really was a witch, with the ability to stop his home from being burned down even after death. Ray Meyer's unburnable house still stands today in Stewartstown, Pennsylvania. In 2007, Nelson Ray Meyer's descendants opened the home for public tours. However, the property is closed to the public today. The YouTube channel Dan Bell Film It uploaded an interesting tour of the property. I'll put a link to the full video in the description box below.
Strange tale.
As kids, most of us had a fear of something creepy hiding under our beds at some point or another. Perhaps it was the boogeyman or a sinister clown. As we grew older, we understood that this was just another childish fear that we would grow out of. Or is it? For TikTok user Josh Dean 0222, this nightmare was anything but a silly youthful fantasy. In fact, it looks to have become a reality for his young daughter. In the video, we see camera footage of the TikTok user's daughter's bedroom. A child's musical tune is playing in the background. His daughter lies on her bed. She pokes her head over the edge to look underneath. The chills. Take a look. As you can see, her body slowly goes under the bed, as if being pulled by something underneath. We then hear the child begin to wail. Her cries become more distressed as her body goes underneath until it completely disappears. The TikTok user explained that his wife believes their daughter simply crawled under the bed, though he's certain that she was pulled by something or someone. The way her body seems to slowly slide under the bed is clearly suggestive of a pulling motion, and the fact that she screams "Mummy" is extremely eerie and suspicious. The uploader later confirmed that they ran into the child's room to see what had happened. They found their daughter under the bed safe, but frightened. So could this video be a case of our worst childhood nightmare come true? According to traditional Chinese medicine, qi is a type of energy that binds life itself together, a sort of life force that exists in all things. Grandmaster Wolf is a martial artist and mystic from Australia. He's studied in remote temples in the Himalayas and other remote mountains of China, where he claims to have mastered the flow of qi. In this video, we see Grandmaster Wolf prepare with a few hand movements. What happens next is quite remarkable. Take a look. As you can see, he hovers his hand over a bowl of water. The liquid appears to vibrate as tiny ripples appear on the surface. When he moves his hand away, the vibration appears to stop. The description of the video states, "Under ideal conditions, water produces its own qi. When this comes into contact with human qi, it often produces an evidential shimmer. There is a far greater fundamental mind in all of us than what is generally accepted as the normal waking state. This original mind is your true identity. When life is engaged directly from this original mind, one becomes privy to sights, sounds, and connections in life that can never be grasped by the physical senses and the machinations of the brain. There are definite techniques and methods specifically designed to awaken this wonderful, mysterious realm of pathless ultimate reality." GM Wolf. So does this video show evidence of a powerful master of qi at work, or is there another explanation? Love to hear your opinions on this one in the comments section below. Reddit user KittyK38 has experienced all kinds of eerie activity inside of her home. From things moving on their own to strange noises and unsettling vibes in the basement, it would appear this house has become home to some kind of unnatural presence. We've shown quite a few of Kitty K38's videos on our channel in the past, and many viewers agree that the house is in fact haunted. In this clip, Kitty K38 speaks to the camera, giving an update to her followers on when she'll upload new videos in the future.
Happy Wednesday, TikTok. Everything in the house has been really crazy lately. I've been posting videos to show you kind of what's been going on.
All seems fine at first, but 7 seconds in, viewers are hit with something chilling. See if you can spot it.
Lately, I've been posting videos to show you kind of what's been going on, so the house is getting really active in 2021.
In the top left-hand corner, viewers can see what seems to be a tall, dark, lanky figure slowly walking behind the woman.
Lately, I've been posting videos to show you kind of what's been going on, so the house is getting really active in 2021.
The figure seems to stop in front of a large window in the background.
Schedule, and as soon as we can get back to doing live streams down in the...
Though it seems to shift around a little near the end, right as the video concludes.
Stay tuned. I will keep you updated with the haunting. Cheers.
As we said, Kitty K38 has sent a number of videos to Slaptam in the past, as she and her husband's home is said to be notoriously active with spooky spirits and other supernatural beings. In this way, perhaps it's no surprise that another terrifying figure has made an appearance here. Viewers noted that this figure seems to be wearing a brimmed hat, which is reminiscent of the infamous Hat Man. The Hat Man is one of the most petrifying supernatural figures, claimed to have been seen by a large number of people throughout history all around the world. He's said to be a tall, dark figure that sports a hat and stands at a distance from individuals, often staring at them eerily. There have been accounts of the Hat Man approaching some individuals and even hovering over them while they rest in bed. So could this be yet another sighting of the infamous Hat Man?
It's getting really active in 2020.
Type Hat Man in the comments below if you're a true believer.
So please stay tuned. I will keep you updated with the haunting. Cheers.
Dragons have been associated with Chinese history for thousands of years. In fact, symbols of dragons are found in drawings, literature, jewellery, coins, clothing and films, among many other mediums throughout the country. It's said that the dragon symbolises extraordinary strength, and its appearance is often accompanied by impressive lightning and deafening thunder. One video shared by the news website Newsflare may have just captured a dragon making an incredible appearance in Shenyang last year in the province of Liaoning. Viewers see a view of the city from outside of a balcony. Suddenly, something extraordinary happens. Take a look. As you can see, an enormous ball of fire breaks out, seemingly out of nowhere. It's accompanied by a large explosive sound. A second corroborating clip is then shown, this time from a lower angle. Viewers can see just how intense the fireball is before it slowly dissipates.
哎呦我去！哎呦我去！这是啥呀？这是啥呀？我的天哪！
太吓人了！刚刚爆一次，怎么又爆一次呢？
Yet another clip confirms the event, this time from another high angle with a similar view as to the first clip. A final video is then played, this time as shot from a moving vehicle. Take a look at what happens.
哎我操！哎我操！哎我操！哎我操！
Next to the fiery explosion, just on the left, viewers can make out a strange, dark flying figure next to the fireball just before the video ends.
哎我操！哎我操！哎我操！哎我操！
Some have speculated this unidentified flying object is in fact a Chinese dragon. It was later confirmed by some news outlets that the impressive fireball was caused by a lightning strike to a set of high voltage power lines. Interestingly, the power lines were not at all affected by the huge explosion, even by such a big strike. However, the dark flying figure is a complete mystery. Its large frame resembles the outline of a dragon, as often seen in images or illustrations in China. If we watch the first clip again, you can see the big black flying object from another angle. This time, however, it's a little ways in front of the explosion. This has led many viewers to theorize that there were in fact multiple unidentified flying creatures in the sky that day. So could this fireball be the result of an angry dragon, or was it simply a massive lightning strike as presented by the media? Let us know what you think in the comments section below. For one YouTube user, Seust, a stroll in the forest led to a bizarre, unexplained sighting. In the video, the camera operator shows us a view of leaves on the ground before panning the camera up to a grove of trees. The camera holder pans back down, continuing to walk forward before he or she stops, showing us one tree in particular. Take a look at what they spotted. Upon review, we see a small figure peeking out from behind the tree. The figure is dark coloured with a round head, small body, and long, narrow arms. The figure looks at the camera for a few moments before hiding back behind the tree. The camera operator then turns and walks away quickly before the clip ends. Here's the sighting again in slow motion. The YouTuber explained in the video description that in some Russian forests, there are said to be strange creatures hiding, including aliens, gnomes, yetis, goblins, and elves. These creatures appear in forests that haven't been extensively explored before. Many of the video commentators agreed that this creature looks like an alien or gnome based on its physique. As there are so many stories of creatures being found in these forests, it's perhaps not surprising that one unusual being decided to make an appearance. The question still remains what it is and what its intentions could be. Some strange sightings posted to the internet are just plain hard to explain. This could be due to a mysterious being having an ambiguous shape, moving rapidly, or having no suggestion as to what it could be at all. This is the case for one video uploaded by Warmonger on YouTube. In the brief clip, we see a view outside of a car at nighttime. What happens next may just give you the chills. Take a look. We can see a small white figure running on all fours in front of the car and into the darkness, disappearing from sight. There have been many suggestions as to what this so-called creature might be. Many viewers thought the creature could actually just be a person who was drunk or under the influence of drugs running on all fours. Others were more inclined to believe it was some type of animal, perhaps a monkey or a large cat. The YouTube user who uploaded the video explained that this so-called creature had made strange sounds before emerging. There have been no explanations as to what this figure could be, so until further information comes to hand, this bizarre sighting will have to be chalked up as a mystery. flashing lights, a sign of an electrical problem, or something a little more sinister? This is the question TikTok user Blake A. West had when they uploaded a bizarre video to the social media platform. With over 800,000 views, the comments section went into a frenzy trying to figure out what was going on. We see a view of a large parking lot at nighttime. The person handling the camera shows us streetlights around and nearby the parking lot, all of which seem to be flashing at a rapid rate. The uploader pans the camera around, wondering what it could be. Another person in the background comments that it seems like it's a lapse in the matrix.
It's a fucking lapse in the matrix, guys.
A lapse or glitch in the matrix is used to refer to an irregularity in the world that is not supposed to happen, such as with the shown flashing lights here. Many other commenters blamed aliens, spirits, or other paranormal activity on the bizarre event. Of course, many level-headed viewers suggested it was most likely a malfunction at a local power station. So is this simply a malfunction, or is it something a little more sinister? Give the video another look and judge for yourself.
It's a fucking lapse in the matrix, guys.
Strange objects or beings flying in the air are, terrifyingly enough, an occurrence that's been reported by countless people worldwide. Sometimes these sightings are simply explained as birds or planes. Occasionally, however, they're also believed to be UFOs flown by aliens. Still, Instagram user Unanswered Universe was not able to find an answer with the clip he shared. In the Instagram video, we see a blue sky with a flying object in the center of frame. The object resembles a small humanoid figure. Here it is, zoomed in and slowed down. Many have explained this sighting as a drone. After all, drones have become more and more common in everyday life. On the other hand, most drones are small, flat, with a noticeable camera. It's this detail that has led many viewers to believe we're witnessing some kind of alien craft or being hovering in the air. They've also theorized that it may be collecting data on Earth and sending it back to some interstellar race. But what do you think? Drone or alien? Duke it out in the comments section below. You might want to check the weather forecast before heading to a little town in the Pacific Northwest called Oakville, Washington. A blip on the west coast with a population of just 723, Oakville is famous for being home to a weather anomaly that has kept people wondering what exactly they saw falling from the sky on August 7th of 1994. Residents of the town claim that torrents of blob-like rain began falling from the sky at around 3 AM on this bizarre evening in 1994. It was enough that witnesses who were on the road in those wee hours of the morning recall needing to turn on their windshield wipers to keep up with the downpour. Unlike normal rain, the blob rain was a squishy substance that felt like jello in your hands. We all know the warning not to get caught in a rainstorm because you might catch a cold. This advice apparently also translates for blob rain. Curiously, people who got caught in the blob storm began reporting physical symptoms of illness almost immediately. Most reported dizziness, nausea, general malaise, and flu-like symptoms. A few people who touched the blob rain had to get hospitalized with intense symptoms. There's even a credible report of a kitten dying after coming into contact with the mysterious substance. The blob rain on August 7 wasn't an isolated occurrence. If you ask the locals, the rain fell multiple times over a period spanning about a month. The death toll of dogs and cats in the area reportedly rose with each rainfall. So what was the goo that rained down over a sleepy Washington town all those years ago? The situation was so serious that the Washington Department of Ecology actually tested goo specimens that locals had gathered. While the department's official analysis concluded that the substance didn't contain any human or animal parts, independent lab testing of a sample stored in a local woman's freezer did contain a nucleus that pointed to human or animal origin. The independent sample was sent to the Washington State Health Laboratory, where it was tested by epidemiologist Mike McDowell. Over time, McDowell studied the mysterious substance and came to the conclusion that it was man-made. He reported his findings to his supervisor. The following day, the sample went missing. McDowell subsequently reported the missing sample to higher-up management, where he was allegedly told to not ask questions and to move on. Several blob origin theories have been floated around over the years. The most popular one is that the goo was actually jellyfish debris caused by military bomb testing in the ocean. Another theory is that the blobs were actually waste from commercial airline toilets. However, the Federal Aviation Administration has stepped in to debunk this idea. The truth behind this weather phenomenon seems destined to remain underground. Nobody has ever come forward with an explanation in the more than 25 years since the Oakville blob incident occurred. Believers and skeptics can't stop picking at a case dating back to the 1950s in London. Known as the Battersea Poltergeist event, this haunting became a sensation back in its day, due to gripping details involving spontaneous fires, strange messages appearing on the walls, and handwritten ghost letters addressed to a teenage girl. While the haunting took place in the London area, home of Wally and Kitty Hitchings, it was their teenage daughter named Shirley who seemed to be the focus of the alleged ghost's attention. The haunting began with a bang one night in 1956 at 63 Wycliffe Road in Battersea. The Hitchings family heard a loud bang reverberate through their home. They would later describe the sounds as seeming as like they're coming from the roots of the house. Next, objects like clocks and cookware began flying through the home without explanation. It wasn't long before the bold entity was trashing entire rooms in the Hitchings residence. The clattering became so boisterous that the family's neighbours began complaining about the noise. While all of this seems pretty standard as far as hauntings go, the ghost was about to write a new chapter that would put this haunting in the history books. The alleged ghost that was pestering the Hitchings family soon began penning letters to Shirley under the name of Donald. The family also noticed that the entity seemed to be following Shirley around the house based on the noise patterns that they could observe. The Battersea Poltergeist event quickly became fodder for British television shows and magazines. Many claim that it was all an elaborate hoax. The most common theory was that Shirley had conjured up all of the details in a bid for attention. Even family members speculated that Shirley might be carrying out the ghostly deeds on her own, while under the influence of possession. While experts ranging from exorcists to mediums were trotted out to try and get to the bottom of the letter-writing ghost amid the media fanfare, no breakthroughs were ever made. Ghost hunters interested in tracking down Donald today are out of luck because the Hitchings home was demolished in the 1960s. Shirley is still sticking to her story all these years later. Now 80 years old, the great-grandmother who resides in Waterlooville recently told newscasters that she still dislikes speaking about Donald because she fears it'll make him return. Did the sea eat 3 lighthouse keepers keeping watch in Scotland's Outer Hebrides in the early 1900s? Perched in a moody setting near the highest point on Eilean Moor, the Flannan Isles Lighthouse is so fascinating that it's been the subject of a Doctor Who episode, the inspiration for a Genesis song called The Mystery of Flannan Isles Lighthouse, and the topic of several books. So what exactly happened at this 75-foot lighthouse to create so much fascination? It became apparent that something dreadful had happened at the Flannan Isles Lighthouse, when a steamer passing by on its way in from Philadelphia noted that the lighthouse's light was not operating on December 15th of 1900. When a relief vessel arrived on the island to check out the situation 11 days later on December 26th, it was discovered that the lighthouse's 3 keepers had vanished. The keepers, James Ducat, Thomas Marshall, and Donald MacArthur, were nowhere to be found, leaving behind a series of mysterious clues. Replacement keeper Joseph Moore was first on scene. Inside, he discovered abandoned plates of food, meat, potatoes, and pickles. A chair was overturned. The clock on the wall had stopped ticking as if frozen in time. 2 of the 3 keepers' coats were gone from the rack, but one remained behind. A logbook was discovered that contained even more strange details. An entry from Thomas Marshall on the 12th of December 1900 read, "Severe winds, the likes of which I've never seen before in 20 years. There was also notes saying that James Ducat had been keeping to himself and Donald MacArthur had been seen crying. A scribbled message mentioned that all 3 men had been praying. Bizarrely, local weather reports at the time indicate that there were no recorded storms in the area for the 12th, 13th and 14th of December. The weather was calm up until the 17th. However, an entry in the logbook on the 15th read, "Storm ended, sea calm, God is over all." These logbook entries certainly do deepen the mystery, but there is some speculation that the entries have been fabricated. Some historians claim that the real logbooks were lost in the 1901 inquest into the incident. So what really happened? The investigation at the time concluded that the men had gone down to the rocks surrounding the lighthouse, sometime after dinner on the evening of the 15th. It was then that a large wave came without warning to sweep them into the sea. With no bodies to claim, people familiar with the incident began to come up with speculation about what really happened to the men. Some claimed that they had arranged for a boat to take them away to a new life. Others insisted the men had been spies. There was even a tale about a ghost ship coming ashore to carry the men away. Another popular theory claims that one of the keepers went mad before murdering his companions on that desolate stretch of grey-skied rock. The one thing that both skeptics and paranormal pushers can agree on is that the Flannan Isles Lighthouse truly is a ghost lighthouse today. This historic light became automated back in 1971. While it continues to guide the way for seafarers today, you can be certain that every sailor with the knowledge of the area's local history thinks twice before trusting this potentially misguided guiding light. In 1971, in a small town in the Jaén region of Spain, a family reported that something very strange was happening in their home. On August 23rd of that year, Maria Pereira discovered a strange marking on her kitchen floor that seemed to resemble a human face. Maria was so disturbed by the image that she had her husband and son destroy the kitchen floor with a pickaxe before laying down fresh concrete. Before long, the family claimed that a new face appeared in the concrete of the kitchen floor. Soon, word of the strange phenomenon spread around town and people began visiting the home to get a glimpse of the face. The incident became so famous that the mayor of the town forbid the destruction of the image and ordered that the concrete be systematically and safely removed so the phenomenon could be properly studied. Soon after, more faces of different shapes, sizes, and genders appeared. Local townsfolk began speculating as to what was actually happening in the Pereira family home. Many believed that the faces were a thortographic phenomenon, whereby the deceased former owner of the home, Maria Gomez Camara, was making faces appear in the concrete to make contact from beyond the grave. However, the discovery of zinc, lead, and chromium on the kitchen floor has led to the hypothesis that the faces were painted on the floor as a hoax. So was Maria Pereira making faces for attention and money? Nobody really knows to this day. Plenty of scientists and engineers have been brought in to study the concrete floors in the Pereira family home over the years. A skeptic from the Spanish Society of Parapsychology named Ramos Pereira concluded that pigment and paintbrush bristles could be easily observed after conducting infrared photography in the home. However, other experts have concluded that the images were not made with paint after conducting testing. While the best guesses state that the family members used some combination of oxidizing agents, resin, nitric acid, sulfuric acid, and acetic acid to create the inexplicable images, Nobody's been able to prove concretely that the images were made using external manipulation or elements. Skeptics who have attempted to recreate the faces using concrete solvents, hydrochloric acid, and silver nitrate have been unsuccessful. The mystery of the Belmez faces has been the source of several books and television specials in Spanish media over the years. Many skeptics today believe that the images were made using some combination of paint and acid in an attempt to drum up a money-making scheme. However, the fact that nobody's ever been able to pin down exactly how the images were created allows this story to perpetuate over and over, minting itself as a puzzling unsolved mystery that will continue to perplex audiences for years to come. American Fork Canyon is famous for its rock climbing, hiking, and choice fishing spots, but those who have visited will tell you there's something more mysterious going on in this scenic mountain range. Nestled in Utah's Wasatch Mountains, this spot is supposedly haunted by the spirit of two lovers who are forever entombed in Timanogus Cave. The tale behind the haunting of American Fork Canyon purports that a Native American warrior tricked a princess, who was the object of his affection, into marrying him by posing as a god who would save her people from a drought if she agreed to be his wife. Upon discovering the lie, the betrayed princess took her own life by leaping from a cliff. The warrior placed her body inside Timanogus Cave after discovering what she had done. Those who believe the story point to the heart-shaped mineral formation that droops from the cave. American Fork Canyon is a hotspot for alleged haunted happenings. Many hikers have claimed to see a little boy wandering alone on the trails. When they approach him to see if he's okay, he runs off, never to be seen again. Others report the appearance of a man who thrashes about on the trail before disappearing. People who hang around the canyon at nighttime report seeing eerie hitchhikers along the winding, foggy roads, who have an uncanny habit of disappearing into the mist of headlights just as the cars slow down to offer a ride. These tales would be easy to dismiss if American Fork Canyon didn't have such a habit of attracting death and darkness. Several people have died in rock climbing accidents at the canyon over the years. The ghost culture at American Fork Canyon has taken on a life of its own in recent years. If you decide to camp here, park employees will tell you endless tales of hearing footsteps, feeling someone brush up against their skin, or overhearing whispers while doing surveillance around the park. Both employees and visitors routinely find themselves stepping into cold spots on the trails. These unexplained chilly zones can even be felt on 90-degree days when the sun is beating down over the canyon. If you want to suss this eerie paranormal destination out yourself, American Fork Canyon can be accessed via the Alpine Loop Scenic Byway on State Route 92. The following piece of footage was taken from a CCTV camera at the Mickerbrook pub located in Cheadle, Stockport in the UK. It was uploaded by Caters News. For years, there's been rumours that this pub is haunted by a malicious spirit. Staff and patrons often report objects moving on their own and have even felt things touch them despite no one being around. Could this CCTV footage prove that this old pub is actually haunted? Take a look.
There. Glass there. That one.
That is horrible. That is the face of a girl that does not want to work here no more.
As you can see, one of the glasses shoots across the bar and shatters on the ground. But as creepy as this one incident is, it's not the only thing employees of the Mickerbrook pub have experienced during their stay. Many of the workers have said they've felt their hair being pulled in an aggressive manner by an unseen presence, one that they've since given the name Harry. And they've also said this isn't the first time a glass has been flung across the bar and shattered. In addition, punters have reported seeing a mysterious shadow-like figure donning a black hat, who usually stands in the hallway before disappearing without a trace. So what in the world could possibly be going on here? Can this all be chalked up to strange circumstances and coincidence? Or is this old pub genuinely haunted by a deviant spirit? Let me know your take on this in the comments section down below.
That is horrible. That is the face of a girl that does not want to work here no more.
The following video captures something that no parent would ever want to see on their baby monitor video feed. This video, which was shared online by Cater's News, shows a baby in a crib during the middle of the night. At first, nothing of unease can be seen, but that doesn't last for too long. Take a look at the bone-chilling footage and see if you can notice what makes this video so unsettling.
Looks like she's digging a hole to get out.
My baby sister's awake.
A face can be seen peering in at the baby.
I don't know, baby. Where's that breast?
Seconds later, the infant begins thrashing about in the cot.
Looks like she's digging a hole to get out.
My baby sister's awake.
Melissa Smith, the mother of the baby in the video, insists that she's always been a huge skeptic when it comes to anything related to the paranormal. But that all changed in September of 2016, when, after a miscarriage, she began to experience some truly terrifying things going on and around her house in Toronto, Canada. The same night Melissa lost her child, she said that a children's toy began turning itself on and off and started to play music. In addition to this, she also claimed that the closet doors would begin to slam shut, and she could hear mysterious banging on her bedroom door despite no one else being home. Strangely, if we watch the footage again, there appears to be a shadow on the left of frame that comes in and out of the footage.
Looks like she's digging a hole to get out.
Admittedly, this might just be from the person who's filming the baby monitor footage on their phone. But this still doesn't explain that mysterious face peering in on the crib.
Looks like she's digging a hole to get out.
So what do you think this mysterious ghostly face is? Is it the ghost of a child, some freaky coincidence? Or is this just a trick of the lighting and Melissa has nothing to worry about? Whichever way you look at it, it's certainly a frightening piece of footage.
My baby sister's awake.
Nottingham's Prism nightclub is rumoured to be haunted. It has a turbulent 95-year-long history and was once the site of a correctional facility which housed some of the UK's most notorious criminals. According to some eerie CCTV footage captured on site, it seems perhaps the spirits of the former inmates never left. The manager, Thomas Dodd, was checking the security camera footage one night when he saw something that shocked him. Take a look at the footage and see for yourself. As you can see, one of the bar's fridge doors appears to miraculously open all by itself, before a bottle goes flying out of it. As you can probably understand, Thomas was shocked upon reviewing the footage, and still, to this day, has no idea what could have caused the bottle to fly out of the fridge. It hasn't been made clear whether or not Thomas is skeptical of the paranormal, but it's hard to explain this any other way. Mum of 5, Tracy Lenehan, was sharing some sweet and happy memories of her late father Terence with her eldest daughter Natalie in October of 2019. What started off as a relaxing day for Natalie and Tracy quickly turned into something truly creepy. While Tracy was telling her daughter all about her late father, the two women noticed something bizarre in the window of their Liverpool home, which is when they decided to pull out their camera. Have a look at the clip. The mum had just marked what would have been her father's 83rd birthday after he sadly passed away due to complications with pneumonia following a stroke he suffered in 2009. When they saw the strange figure in the window and pulled back the curtain, they were surprised to see that there was nobody there. The mother-daughter pair were left even more freaked out when they reviewed the footage and noticed that there's a hand that appears to be holding Natalie's in the window reflection. Here's the reflection again in slow motion. It genuinely does look like another hand is holding Natalie's hand. So is this really the ghost of Tracy's late father, Terence? Watch the eerie footage again and decide for yourself. Andrew Ward is a paranormal investigator that lives in a secluded cottage in Melbourne, Cambridgeshire, UK, which just so happens to be 400 years old. He says his cottage is haunted by an entity and wants to see if he can capture it on camera for his viewers to see.
Well, we're upstairs in the bedroom now, actually, and as I said, I've got a camera on the window, and it's going to be on all night. And in fact, it's going to be on for the next few nights, just in case we don't see the ghost the first night. So let me just show the little rig up we've got at the moment. So here's the camera.
He sets up a camera in his bedroom to record during the entire night. This is what he captured. Andrew believes this is definitive proof that the cottage is haunted after more than 30 years of rumours and speculation from previous occupants, with one stating that someone had actually died there just years prior. Some viewers suggested perhaps it was the wind that opened the window. However, the opening of the latch looks far too deliberate for a simple breeze. Furthermore, this window is on the second floor and opens outwards, ruling out the possible use of string or wire. So I'd love to hear your take on this eerie piece of footage in the comments section down below. TikTok user The Weird Shelf uploaded a piece of trail cam footage that was filmed late at night somewhere in Wisconsin. In the video, we can see an animal roaming around the area when it suddenly becomes spooked by something. Take a look. A glowing pair of massive wide eyes appears off in the distance between a couple of trees in the forest. Some viewers suggested it could be none other than the folkloric creature Bigfoot, or even the Rake, but others have suggested it could just be a large coyote or even a wolf lurking in the bushes. Sadly, the video is shrouded in secrecy with little to no information about the piece of footage being known. However, even without a lot of context, it still remains an eerie video that will more than likely cause you to think twice about wandering around the woods late at night. Our first clip of the day was sent to us by user 5007Z. They said they had recently been hearing what sounded like someone running on the roof of their home in Thibodaux, Louisiana over the course of several weeks. They couldn't quite explain what was causing the noise. Then they got a notification from their home security system that movement had been detected. Take a look at what their camera caught. The camera overlooks their neighbour's roof, where you can see a transparent figure run from right to left. The camera tries tracking the movement, but the figure disappears. So could this be the reason for the running sounds on the OP's roof? There's definitely something there, as the camera is activated by motion and it even tries to track it, but just what it is remains a complete mystery. This next one was sent to us by one of our viewers, Rafaela. Rafaela works as a baker in Heraklion, a city on the Greek island of Crete. They were walking to their work at 4:30 AM when they stopped to take some photos of the moon. It was very early in the morning and the neighbourhood was empty. However, when our viewer reviewed their photos later that day, they were shocked by something in the picture. In the middle of the road, there appears to be a dark figure. Rafaela took a series of quick snaps of the moon, so there is a collection of photos all taken split seconds apart, and in each one the figure looks a little bit different. In one it looks almost transparent. In another it even looks like it's running. And in others it has long limbs. Then it looks thick and dark. The OP is certain no one else was around and has no way of explaining the strange figure's appearance in the photographs. If it was just a person, then why do they look so different in each snap, taken only seconds apart? Crete is an island in the Mediterranean Sea with a rich history and culture. The island has been inhabited since the Neolithic era, and it's been home to many civilizations over the years. The Minoans, who lived in Crete from around 2600 BC to 1100 BC, were one of the most advanced civilizations of their time. They built great palaces and temples, and their art and architecture are still admired today. The Minoans also had a strong belief in the supernatural. They believed in gods and goddesses that ruled over different aspects of nature, and they believed that these deities could influence human affairs. Many of the temples and palaces on Crete were built to honour the gods and goddesses and to appease them. With this vivid history, it's little wonder that Crete is rich with ghost stories. One of the most famous haunted tales revolves around an old crumbling ruin on the southern coastline of the island. Frango Castello is a small village southwest of Heraklion. The Frango Castello fortress is said to be haunted by the ghosts of fallen soldiers. The soldiers were killed in a battle against the Turks in 1866 known as the Cretan Revolt. Visitors to the site claim they've seen shadowy figures dressed for battle or heard marching up the steps. But when they look around, there's no one ever there. Deathly screams in the middle of the night are said to be an almost common occurrence. Locals believe it's the spirits of the lost soldiers who never received a proper burial. In fact, the term Drosselites refers to a long procession of phantom soldiers that local residents claim to see every single year. The spectral phenomenon is rumoured to happen on the anniversary of the Bloody Battle of 1866. So could our viewer, Rafaela, have caught their own piece of history with this creepy set of photographs? Could this be a spirit of someone who died on the island long ago? Take another look at the images and decide for yourself. Amy Wilder-Mosher, who sent us the following image, has lived in their home for over 20 years. Over that time, Amy says she's taken a large collection of photographs that may show evidence of the paranormal. Amy wanted to share this particular photo with our community over on Facebook. It was taken with an old camera in low light, so it is a little distorted. But in the image, you can make out what appears to be two faces peering in through the window. This was taken in Amy's kitchen, which, according to her, is the most spiritually active part of her home. For many years, Amy has believed that her home is haunted by some kind of spiritual activity. She says she's never touched a Ouija board because she doesn't want to encourage any negative energy in her home. She claims to have placed firm boundaries around her house to forbid anything evil from entering. Looking into the history of the property, Amy says that her home is built on land that used to house an old military depot back in World War I. She claims to have seen a few ghostly soldiers around her property as well. So what's to be made of these eerie faces peering in through the window? Could they be spirits that are warded off by the boundaries that Amy has put in place? Love to hear your theories on this one in the comments down below. This next eerie photo was submitted to an old ghost investigation forum called Science of Ghosts. One of their readers submitted the photo saying that they took it while travelling on a high-altitude rail line that passes through the Qinghai Plateau in China, transiting from Lhasa to Beijing. It's a barren, frozen landscape some 4,000 metres above sea level with no sign of civilization in sight, except for the long line of train tracks stretching off into the distance. Eerily though, in the photo you can see a strange shadowy person. The poster said they took the photo at the time to capture the icy tundra and didn't notice anyone outside of the train. They didn't see the figure until they reviewed the photo moments later. The uploader notes that they're standing extremely close to the passing train, which, according to them, was travelling at over 100 kilometres or around 62 miles per hour. They claim it would be almost impossible to stand that close to the speeding train and remain safe. It was also the middle of nowhere, so there shouldn't have been anyone around for miles. There is something eerie about this figure, all alone staring off into the endless frozen wasteland. Could this be a nomad that lives out there all alone and the poster just didn't notice them at the time? Or is there something more mysterious going on here? Love to hear your thoughts on this one down below. Sigbins are mythical creatures that are said to inhabit the Philippines. They're believed to be evil creatures that come out at night time to feast on the blood of their unsuspecting victims. Sigbins are said to be able to walk backwards with their heads between their hind legs. Then they keep their balance with a long prehensile tail. Philippine locals who claim to have seen this elusive creature say it almost resembles a goat with long black ears. However, they're said to emit a foul odour. According to Filipino folklore, there are families who can control Sigbins, commanding them to do their bidding. There are genuine logged sightings of these creatures, particularly in rural parts of the Visayan Islands, but some biologists believe it may just be a case of mistaken identity. They believe it may have been a kangaroo that escaped a local zoo enclosure. Well, now a Filipino YouTube channel called Tabiapo claims to have captured real footage of the mythical Sigbin. The clip begins with the YouTuber interviewing a local woman who claims to have encountered the beast while out chopping wood in the nearby jungle. She says it was a little after 3 in the afternoon when the beast approached her. It had bright red eyes and bared its teeth at her. She ran away and only narrowly managed to escape. The YouTuber then searches the nearby countryside for signs of the Sigbin. Eventually, while exploring a vast grassland plain, he comes across a strange-looking animal that he claims is a genuine Sigbin. Take a look.
Oh, ayan na. Ito na yung sinasabing Sigbin, guys. Sigbin talaga, oh.
It's a small, dark-looking animal with large ears. It skulks about in the grass.
Katabs, oh. Oh, para pupunta siya dito. Alis to, ah. O yan, dyan ka lang.
Before it scurries away out of sight.
Isan ko ng dapag. O, tingnan mo. Diba? Takot siya. Kailangan nyo yung dapag para proteksyon nyo. Tingnan nyo, umalis na. Natakot siya eh.
Unfortunately, we don't get a real good look at the animal as it never quite comes into focus. Some viewers think this is a sign that the whole thing's a hoax, but many believe this is the real deal.
Katabs, oh. Oh, para pupunta siya dito. Alis to, ah. O yan, dyan ka lang.
So what do you think? Have you ever heard of the legendary Sigbin? And do you think this sighting is genuine? Share your opinions with each other in the comments down below.
Alis to, ah. O, tingnan mo. Diba?
Our last eerie clip of the day was uploaded to Facebook by user Sarah Marie. The OP noticed a strange-looking shadow in a house in their neighbourhood, so they decided to knock on the door to do a welfare check. Take a look at what happens.
Now recording? Yes! Look.
Watching that again, you can see the person going to knock on the door, right as a shadow zips past the front door multiple times.
Yes! Look.
The camera holder says that there's no one in the house, but they can't explain the strange shadow flying back and forth.
There's nobody in that house. There's nobody at all. Nobody. I didn't know they could be that visible though.
This shit can't be real.
That's what I'm saying.
Upon review, the shadow seems to be moving back and forth far too quickly for a normal person to be running around the house. Plus, the person that goes to knock on the door looks genuinely shocked when they see the shadow move up close. The uploader notes that just inside the door, there's actually a wall to the right-hand side, which would make it impossible for someone to run back and forth like we see here.
Now recording? Yes!
Towards the end of the clip, we also see the dogs start barking, almost as though they sense something's not quite right. Naturally, this odd sighting has gone viral on Facebook, with hundreds of people chiming in the comments section trying to figure out what exactly is going on here. Some jokingly said it could be that McAllister kid from the Home Alone movies, and that someone set up a cardboard cutout to fly past the window to scare away burglars. While a lot of people found this theory amusing, they couldn't get past just how eerie and fast the shadow is actually moving, suggesting that something paranormal is happening here. One commenter, who claims to be a psychic, said they get a male energy from this sighting, and that a 23-year-old boy named Denarius passed away in the home. However, this information is yet to be verified. So what do you make of this freaky encounter? What could be casting such a fast-moving shadow inside of the home? I'd love to hear your take on this in the comments down below.
There's nobody in that house. There's nobody at all. Nobody.
Houses where menacing figures once lived have often been the setting of many a horror film. While they're terrifying themselves in the movie world, they become even more frightening when one visits these houses in real life. Slaptam viewer Christopher G proves why this is so, with the photograph he shared originally sent to him by a friend who visited an old home with plenty of history. In the photograph, we see a room that appears to be an attic with objects and furniture strewn about. While the camera's focus seems to be a pink chair covered with an American flag, something more sinister catches our eyes in the upper left-hand corner. Here we can make out a translucent figure standing and looking in the direction of the photographer. While the bottom half of the figure is harder to make out, the head of the figure is more defined, looking like a man with a darkened face. The photographer didn't initially notice the figure until the photo was posted online. The figure becomes even more frightening once the history of the house is brought into context. The house once belonged to Captain George Conrad Flavel, who moved into the home with his wife and son in 1901. The house was passed down to Captain George Conrad Flavel's son, Harry Flavel, who lived there with his wife and 2 children until he died in the 1950s. But it was in the 1940s when trouble first started. Harry Flavel's son, Harry S., attacked a neighbour with a hatchet in 1947. After the incident, the Flavels became ostracised by the rest of the neighbourhood, living as recluses in the home. 40 years later, Harry S. went on to randomly attack a neighbour's car with a chain. He eventually stabbed the neighbour too. He served 7 years in prison, and when he returned, the family quickly moved out of the house where it was abandoned for nearly 20 years. Having housed a man who was prone to attacking those around him, the question arises: could the creepy figure caught in the photograph be the spirit of Harry S., displeased with visitors to his once territory? Or could it be that a spirit with evil intent perhaps drove Harry S. to these violent actions? Both theories, coupled with this photo, make for an unsettling conclusion either way. Yearbooks can already be scary enough thanks to awkward adolescents forever captured in photographs. But what if something else, equally as harrowing, is caught on camera? Slaptam viewer Corey S. offers viewers the chance to see something not commonly seen in yearbook photos in his dad's 1984 book. Upon first glance, viewers of the black and white photograph see 2 young women sitting on a couch in white dresses, smiling for the camera. There are windows that seem to show the trees outside of the house or perhaps a building in the back. Upon closer inspection, viewers can suddenly see something else, what appears to be a man standing behind the window on the left. He appears to be wearing a cap with his hands crossed in front of him, looking directly into the camera. Corey S. explains that his father and his father's high school classmates could never identify who the man was in the photograph. While some have suggested that the picture could simply be a case of double exposure, Corey S. denies this due to the man's position behind the window frame. Could this man just be a reflection, or could it be a ghostly figure who wanted to leave his mark? Love to get your thoughts on this one in the comments section below. Most of the time, when people hear strange sounds in their house, they can be explained by a house settling, the weather outside, or other housemates moving about. Reddit user Oopy Spoopy Man began to hear strange noises in his kitchen, but this time, something far more terrifying may have been to blame. In the photograph, we see a hallway that leads to a kitchen. The part of the kitchen we can see initially looks dark, though there seems to be a strange blur to the left of the door. When we zoom in on the picture, the blur takes on a horrifying shape. The blur comes into focus to show what looks to be a man's head turned to the side, completely white with dark eyes gazing at the photographer. Initially, many other Reddit users couldn't see any shape. When they were able to look at the picture closer, they completely freaked out and began to come up with many different theories. The original Reddit poster claimed that his housemates were all out of the apartment when the picture was taken, and that there's simply no way to explain what was captured on film. He ended up deciding to move out of the residence and in with his family, too scared at the possibility of seeing the figure once again. While some skeptics bring up the potential that the figure could be someone in a mask, such as Michael Myers as seen in Halloween, most agree that the original poster shouldn't take the chance of staying in the residence. So what do you think that mysterious face could be? Love to hear your thoughts in the comments section below. Taking pictures in the mirror is usually a fun activity for most people to do together. Unfortunately for Reddit user Bedaily13, what was supposed to be a fun mirror picture with her sister turned into an unnerving mystery. In the picture, we see a fogged up mirror with a finger-drawn heart right in the middle, presumably with the sister's name scribbled inside of it. We can also make out the 2 sisters posing, but what we see in between the girls is what makes this photo a scary puzzle. In between the sisters are what seem to be 2 ghostly figures, with one standing above the other as they both look into the mirror with the girls. The original poster explained that her house was originally built in the 1960s, but there was no abnormal history that took place in the house that she knows of, even after doing some extensive research on its background. Other Reddit users suggested that the two boyish figures could have been siblings in another time who wanted to join in on the photo and believe there's no huge threat to the girls. Still, the mystery of who these boys are and why they chose this particular house to appear is a puzzle to everyone who's seen the photo. Yetis have been a source of debate among individuals across the globe for thousands of years in history, derived from Himalayan folklore. In the West, the Yeti is commonly referred to as the abominable snowman, with many individuals having reported seeing evidence of them in various parts in the West and East alike. Could Scott Yeoman have spotted one outside of his home in Bailey, Colorado, as seen in these photographs from 2017. Yeoman's photographs immediately give viewers a chill. Prior to snapping the pictures, Yeoman claimed that he had entered his living room and quickly noticed a terrible stench that smelled like a combination of animal waste and vomit. He first thought the stench could be emitting from a bear, but one glance out of his window completely changed his mind. In the photos that he took with his Kodak, we can see what appears to be a Neanderthal-like being with long, scraggly hair, a wide, flat nose, a face covered in marks, and piercing black eyes peering into the room. Yeoman claimed that once he grabbed his gun, the creature quickly disappeared into the woods. He called the police, who arrived and examined the photos. Two of the policemen were equally as puzzled as Yeoman, while a third insisted it was simply a bear outside of the window. Commentators of the photographs had varying opinions, with one suggesting that it could have been an escaped gorilla, and yet another offering the idea of Bigfoot. The shape and form of the figure's face is certainly strange and could be many different things. Take a look at the photos and judge for yourself. As hospitals are commonly associated with death, it's perhaps no surprise that there have been countless sightings of strange ghostly shapes and figures around them for years. Kit Williams's mother-in-law was yet another individual who had a peculiar experience in her hospital room in Brisbane, Australia. In the unsettling photograph, the camera is pointed towards the ceiling of a hospital room. In the mid-right view of the photograph, we can see an air vent. While most of the vent looks normal, we can see a strange yellow-brown shape on the left-hand side that seems to peer out eerily into the room. What makes this bizarre figure even scarier is that the mother-in-law claims the shape would blink and look around the room as if inspecting her from above. Even more terrifying, the mother-in-law claimed that she would feel others touching her and waking her up, but no one was around when she would wake up. Others who have viewed the photograph suggested that the figure could simply be a small animal, such as a possum, that have been known to crawl around air vents. Others believe this figure could be something paranormal with sinister intentions. Further still, some have suggested it could be a peeping Tom that has crawled into the vents for a better view. Either way, there's no denying that this air vent is definitely home to something that shouldn't be there. While the purpose of motion sensing cameras is often to keep individuals inside a residence safe from things outside of it, sometimes it's the inside forces that pose the biggest threat. Slaptown viewer Phil Hayball offers evidence of this with a photo he shared of a friend's house in the United Kingdom. In the picture, the motion sensing camera is pointed at the front door. This time there's no need to zoom in to get a closer look. The petrifying figure is clear as day, hovering right in front of the entrance to the home. The large figure, semi-transparent, seems to be wearing a large cloak or trench coat that covers its body except for its large dark hand hanging from a sleeve. The head of the enormous figure is cut off by the top of the image. There's no denying that a strange figure is in this photograph, though what this figure could be is a mystery to all who see it. Phil Hayball says he has no further information on the figure or what it could possibly be. making this one of the more head-scratching motion-sensing camera puzzles we've seen. Is there anything scarier than a family picture gone wrong? Chris Downing soon discovered that perhaps nothing is, with a family picture that was taken with his children in 2012. The picture first appears to be a normal family photo, with Chris Downing sitting in the middle, his daughter to the viewer's right and son to the left. The family all seem to be perfectly happy, smiling for the camera, but a look at the son's leg begins to paint a different picture. On the son's leg appears to be a small hand that seems to grip onto him, which comes from no discernible body or another figure that we can tell. Downing explained that a week after the photo was taken, his daughter called him and frighteningly pointed out the hand that was gripping the son's leg. None of the family members were able to explain the hand in the photo initially, though Downing soon came up with an idea. Prior to the photo being taken, Downing had suffered a drug overdose, where he had temporarily passed away before coming back to life soon after. Downing believes the only logical explanation of the hand in the photo is that a ghost or spirit came back with him from the afterlife. Most of the commentators of the photo are quick to disclaim the picture, simply suggesting the hand could be one of a relative out of the shot. However, the family has been adamant that no one else was in the room beside the photographer. Dying and coming back to life is a very rare medical occurrence, so it's definitely not hard to believe that something just as unusual could have joined him on his journey back to reality. Just a reminder, if you have your own scary photos or videos that you'd like to share with the community, head to our subreddit. If it's scary enough, we may feature them in an upcoming episode. As always, there's a link in the description box below. When it comes to what we may see in space, extraterrestrial or otherwise unexplainable life is to be expected for some. After all, much of space remains unknown to humans, including what could inhabit other planets. The Curiosity rover managed to capture a photo of a very strange object indeed, located on Mars, now nicknamed the Martian Rose. In the Curiosity rover's picture, we see what appears to be a large rock formation on Mars, with nothing particularly out of the ordinary. With a closer look, we can spot what appears to be a small object that seems to be sticking out vertically from the sand. At the top of the object sits a round formation that seems to face up towards the sky. Space fanatics soon began to speculate about what the object could be, ruling out the possibility of another rock, instead suggesting that it could be either a plant or mushroom. The top of the object looks like a flower that is yet to bloom, where the Martian Rose got its nickname. So what do you think? Could there really be a plant on the surface of Mars, or is it just a trick of perspective? Let me know what you think in the comments section below. Many individuals post eerie pictures and videos on social media in hopes that others can explain the creepy stuff that they've seen. Facebook user Tyler Thornton did just that, with the photos he uploaded of what was supposed to be a completely empty house in Victoria, Australia. The photo, taken at the house of the Facebook user's recently deceased father, is a close-up of a window. Here, viewers see a glimpse of the kitchen, but what stands inside of it is what's gone on to divide the internet. Standing to the viewer's left of the kitchen is what appears to be a tall man holding and looking down at something. The man's face and body look grey and hard to make out, but stand out clearly across the black background. The uploader of the photo emphasises that no one was home when the photos were taken, and other Facebook users quickly began to post theories as to who the man could be. Some automatically suggested a ghost, resembling a man who's doing the dishes, while another user wondered if the man could be a squatter. The photo still divides viewers today, with no definite answer as to who the figure is ever given. In late August 2020, two pilots on two separate commercial flights reported seeing something unusual flying through the sky. While approaching LAX at around 6:30 p.m, an American Airlines pilot radioed air traffic control to report an unidentified flying person at about 3,000 feet in the air. Listen to the call that was made.
Tower, American 1997, we just passed a guy in a jetpack.
American 1997, okay, thank you. Were they off to your left side or right side?
Off the left side, maybe 300 yards or so, about our altitude.
Then, a pilot on Southwest Airlines also reported the sighting. Take a listen.
We just saw the guy pass by us jetpack.
The mysterious jetpack man continued to be spotted by commercial airline pilots over the span of several months. Then, in December 2020, visual confirmation was released by the Sling Pilot Academy via ABC 7 News. A flight instructor managed to get some footage of the elusive jetpack man flying some 3,000 feet in the air. This took place around the Palos Verdes Peninsula, just south of LAX. Local law enforcement and the FBI launched an investigation into the infamous jetpack man, sometimes referred to as Iron Man, but were unable to track down the individual. Then, in July 2021, Jetpack Man struck again and was sighted for the 4th time flying near LAX. The puzzling thing is, there are only a handful of jetpack manufacturers around the world, and almost all of them are not for sale to the public. Stranger still, most models available only have enough room for fuel to reach heights of around 1,000 to 1,500 feet, about half the height Jetpack Man was seen cruising at. One theory put forward is that it's actually a mannequin strapped to a high-powered drone. Recreational drone users, however, aren't legally allowed to fly higher than 400 feet, but I'm guessing if you're flying a mannequin near commercial aircraft, you're not exactly one to play by the rules. So as it stands, Jetpack Man remains unidentified. To all our Los Angeles viewers, you'll have to keep your eyeballs peeled for a sighting of a real-life Iron Man. And just a reminder, if you've got your own scary photos or videos you'd like to submit to us, head to our brand new Slapped Ham subreddit. There's a link in the description box below. You can also email us at the address that's seen on screen there, submissions@hammedia.net. When the weird guy in the tinfoil hat claims to have seen Bigfoot, you might be skeptical. However, when the National Park Service shares a potential Bigfoot sighting, you're probably more apt to pay attention. When this video from mps.gov began circulating in 2014, cryptid enthusiasts around the world certainly took notice. The video was recorded via one of the many live webcams that the National Park Service streams from its various parks around the United States. This particular video was recorded on a webcam at Yellowstone National Park in Wyoming. They shared the video because it shows the arrival of buffalo in the park. However, the peaceful scene of the buffalo walking about in the snow is quickly overshadowed by something in the background. Take a look. In the trees just behind the buffalo, several bipedal animals can be seen walking along. The creatures are only seen in the distance for a few seconds before the camera turns away. Eagle-eyed viewers quickly spotted the unusual creatures in the background of the video, immediately labeling it as one of the most credible Bigfoot sightings in history. Bigfoot is one of the better-known cryptids said to wander the forested areas in the United States and Canada. Bigfoot is typically described as much larger than a human and covered in dark hair, often believed to be the missing link in human evolution. Many scientists, however, claim that Bigfoot sightings are typically a case of misidentification. They believe that rather than a distinct creature, Bigfoot sightings are usually bears, apes, or ordinary humans. So is Bigfoot real, or simply a part of common mythology that will never actually be proven? This video seems to suggest the existence of an entire Bigfoot family. Unfortunately, we may never know the truth about the existence of one of the world's most famous cryptids. Typically, when you jump in bed, you assume you're safe and sound and that you can get a good night's rest. However, this video, which was filmed inside an elderly woman's bedroom via security camera, shows that that may not always be the case. In the video, we can see an elderly woman tucked up in bed when suddenly something terrifying happens. Take a look. In early 2019, 75-year-old Keo Sutsufa from Bangkok, Thailand was sleeping in her bed when a python managed to slither into her bedroom. As you can see in the CCTV footage, the snake rears up and bites Sutsufa on the foot. Thinking she was having a nightmare, Sutsufa awoke with a fright. She grabbed her torch and scanned the room only to see a massive python coiled up on the floor. She managed to get past the snake and wake her son Nakorn, who was sleeping next door. Local rescue workers were called in to help flush the snake out of the home. When they arrived, they found the python curled up on the toilet seat in the bathroom. It was captured, catalogued, and released back into the wild some days later. Authorities were puzzled as to how the snake got into the home, speculating that it may have come up through the toilet. So when you're resting peacefully in your beds tonight, remember a giant python might just be slithering out of your toilet, on a mission to digest you whole. Reddit user Seaworthiness number 8416 uploaded a video of some security camera footage that was filmed at the Jacksonville Beach Pier in Florida. Take a look at what was captured.
Gotta get your finger out.
Whoa! You see it?
There it is, yep.
What is that? What in the world is that? It's just like hovering and pulsating.
As you can see, a strange flashing object flies in from the top left-hand corner of the frame.
How? I don't understand what is going on. That was a trip.
Matt Bullock was the first person to notice the strange flying object in the footage when he reviewed the security tape.
There it is, yep.
The reactions heard in the clip definitely seem quite genuine, and they sound legitimately freaked out when they make the discovery.
What is that? What in the world is that? It's just like hovering and pulsating. What? How? I don't understand what is going on.
It's possible that this is simply a drone flying by and that the compression rate of the security camera is making it look a lot more mysterious than it really is. So, until more info comes to hand, this strange flying object will have to remain unidentified.
What? How? I don't understand what is going on.
This video, published to the Instagram account UFO Sightings Footage, shows something truly unusual. Take a look.
Sonic boom. Wow, the sonic wave is
While there's a spectrum of theories breeding in the comments section of the Instagram clip, everything from Project Bluebeam to alien invasion have been suggested. This sighting is most likely one of SpaceX's Falcon 9 rockets. While all rocket launches create shock waves, this particular flight was unusual. On August 24, 2017, a Falcon 9 rocket was carrying one of Taiwan's Formosat 5 Earth-observing satellites. Because the payload was relatively light, the trajectory of the rocket created a circular atmospheric shockwave, as opposed to a V-shaped one.
Let's see the first stage.
Wow! Oh, see that?
The camera holder was definitely shocked to see the bizarre circular shockwaves.
Wow! Oh, see that?
Sonic boom. Wow, the sonic wave is...
A study into the incident found that the launch disturbed Earth's ionosphere so much that it affected local GPS navigation systems. Water in the rocket's exhaust system reacted with the ionosphere above California, ripping a hole in the plasma layer. For up to 2 hours, GPS coordinates were off by as much as 1 meter, potentially affecting commercial and military aviation navigation systems. And so, while this sighting is perfectly explainable, the intense circular shockwaves certainly put local residents on edge, as initially they had no way of knowing the incident was due to a SpaceX launch. So how would you react if you saw this in the sky above your house? Let me know in the comment section down below.
Oh, see that?
Sonic boom. Wow, the sonic wave is...
If you came back as a ghost after you died, what would be the first thing you'd do? Sneak into somewhere you're not allowed, haunt someone you didn't like, or would you just Netflix and chill? Redditor Wayne Bruce 11 seems to think they might have caught a spirit doing just that. According to the poster, they've dealt with this ghost for over 15 years. However, they say it's only made itself known by turning lights on and off, particularly around the holidays, when their house is decked out in festive Christmas decorations. Up until now, it seems they've never been able to catch the activity on camera. So, when the family woke up one morning and found the TV on and tuned into a channel none of them ever watched, they quickly checked their home security camera to see what had happened. Take a look. Sure enough, the camera shows the TV mysteriously turning itself on in the middle of the night, at 3:33 AM to be precise, a time often considered to be the witching hour. Over the course of a few minutes, the supposed ghost seems to flick through a few different channels. Then a short time later, the camera itself changes from black and white night vision mode to full color. So what could be going on here? As usual, several Redditors had their own theories. Some suspected that the TV might have been updating or that a neighbour with a remote program to the same frequency was responsible. Others, however, seemed certain it was the work of a poltergeist with a penchant for late night TV. Cemeteries are creepy at the best of times, but if you ever get the chance to visit one after dark, they can be pure nightmare fuel. When the investigators from the YouTube channel Soy Ramses decided to explore an old graveyard, it seems that they probably got more than they bargained for. As the video begins, we see the investigators speaking briefly to the camera.
Nos queda la policía ahorita, amigos, para preguntarnos qué estábamos haciendo, porque obviamente, pues, que estén dos personas en un cementerio se ve sospechoso, y más con el equipo que estamos trayendo, pues nos interroga.
However, if you look closely, you'll notice that the paranormal activity might have already started. There's a shadowy figure walking among the graves. Take a look.
Nos queda la policía ahorita, amigos, para preguntarnos qué estábamos haciendo, porque obviamente, pues, que estén dos personas en un cementerio se ve sospechoso, y más con el equipo que estamos trayendo, pues nos interroga.
The YouTubers then begin their investigation and soon discover what appears to be an empty grave full of muddy water. The grave doesn't seem to be freshly dug, and nothing else around it indicates that it could have been filled by heavy rain.
Los ataúdes y los cuerpos y eso, pues puede ser una clara evidencia, pues podría ser que sí.
They continue on, and it isn't long before they get a fright while examining some tombstones. Watch.
Atrévete a mostrarte.
Güey, guacha. No mames, güey. No mames, güey.
Watching that again, two bottles resting on a nearby grave suddenly topple over. However, there doesn't seem to be anyone else around that could have caused it.
Guacha. No mames, güey. A ver, escucha.
No se cortaba nada, ¿verdad?
No.
Ok, quiero que te acerques y que la gente vea.
The investigators search the area.
Güey, eso es todo. No mames, güey.
Then a noise catches their attention. That's when they spot the shadowy figure lurking nearby. They give chase, but soon lose sight of it. Then they stumble across a broken grave where they discover something rather unnerving. Take a look.
¿Quién eres? ¿Qué estás haciendo aquí?
Guacha. No mames, güey. Mira, aquí está su mano. ¿Qué es eso, güey?
No, ya vámonos, güey.
While the contents of the bag is probably a little too graphic for YouTube, we'll leave a link to the original video in the description box below, so you can go and check it out for yourself.
No mames, güey, no, güey. Vámonos, güey. Vámonos. No, güey.
Pilots often report seeing strange things on their long flights high up in the sky. This footage was captured in 2020 by a pilot flying over Medellin, Colombia. Take a look at what they saw. At first, we can see the controls in the cockpit. They show that the plane is travelling at around 30,000 feet in altitude. Then the camera focuses out of the window where a dark, strangely shaped object can be seen flying through the sky. A close-up reveals that the object is likely brown or black in colour and possibly cube-shaped. It's since been estimated that the object was around 10 to 15 feet in diameter, probably too small for it to have been piloted. One theory that's been put forward is that it could have been some sort of alien drone or probe researching Earth. This clip is a real head-scratcher. What do you think that object is? Could it really be alien in origin, or is there another more simple explanation? Love to hear your theories on this one in the comments section down below. There are countless hotels around the world that claim to have resident ghosts haunting their rooms. However, there's usually little footage to back these claims up. This image, however, uploaded to our Slaptam subreddit by FantMotW, might just show evidence of one such haunting. According to the Redditor, the security staff of the Hilton Netherland Plaza in Cincinnati, Ohio, received this photo from a guest staying in the hotel. Upon first glance, it doesn't seem to show anything unusual. However, if you focus on the very end of the hallway, you may notice a strange shape. A zoom reveals the shape in more detail, the possible silhouette of a woman in a ball gown. The hotel has allegedly been haunted for decades by a spirit known as the Lady in Green. She's said to frequent the hotel's Hall of Mirrors and seems particularly fond of spooking people in the elevator. Staff and guests claim to have heard her disembodied voice whispering to them, or even seen her before she suddenly vanishes without a trace. According to the story, the Lady in Green was the widow of a painter who died while the hotel was under construction. Then, when the hotel opened, she supposedly checked herself into one of the rooms before throwing herself from a window in grief. Now, she is said to haunt the halls, searching for her lost husband. So does this photo really show the infamous Lady in Green? Let me know where you land on this down below. This unnerving photo was shared to the Facebook page The Cornish Ghost Whispers Paranormal UK. According to the poster, it was taken 15 years ago while visiting an old jail. If you look closely at the bottom right corner of the photo, there appears to be a strange figure. Viewers think it looks like an old man, one who's wearing glasses and a white shirt. The poster even says that the figure resembles her deceased grandfather. To make the image even stranger, if you look just to the left of the woman, there's also an unusual mist-like shape. So what do you think? Has something supernatural really been caught on camera here? Or are these shapes little more than a case of pareidolia? Share your thoughts on this in the comments down below. Does this pic show a ghostly photo bomber? When Redditor Real Life Goblins shared it online, opinions were mixed. The photo was taken when the poster's brother and his band decided to get some professional shots taken. However, according to the band, of which there are only 4 members, the photographer was the only other person there at the time. Looking at the image, there is certainly another figure present. Just who or what it is remains a topic of debate. One viewer in particular noted the mysterious figure's disproportionately long arm as a sign that it could indeed be something supernatural. However, as with many photos of this nature, it seems ultimately left to the viewer to decide what exactly it shows. Was there really no one else present that day, or is the mysterious figure just another person cast in shadow? When a strange object appeared in the sky above Tlaxcala, Mexico, TikToker Vala Navarro 120 quickly grabbed their camera and captured this video. The strange object remains still, seemingly unmoving from its place in the sky. While the footage is brief, a still image of the object allows us to get a clearer look. It actually appears to be shaped like a 7-pointed star. One viewer in particular pointed out that the object in the video is similar in shape to several objects that were reported in an incident over Nuremberg in 1561. According to an illustrated news article from the time, many men and women of Nuremberg saw an aerial battle out of the sun, followed by the appearance of a large black triangular object and exhausted combatant spheres falling to earth in clouds of smoke. The article claims that witnesses observed hundreds of spheres, cylinders, and other odd-shaped objects that moved erratically overhead. This illustration here depicts objects of various shapes, including crosses, small spheres, 2 large crescents, a black spear, and cylindrical objects from which several smaller spheres supposedly emerged and darted around the sky. Well-known psychiatrist Carl Jung later dismissed the incident in Nuremberg, expressing a view that the spectacle was most likely a natural phenomenon with religious and military interpretations overlying it. Others believe that the incident might have actually been a naturally occurring phenomenon known as a sundog. Sundogs are caused by the refraction of sunlight by ice crystals in the atmosphere. They typically appear as a pair of light patches to the left and right of the sun and are best seen when the sun is near the horizon. So did this TikToker manage to capture an object on video similar to those reported in the Nuremberg incident of 1561? Or is this something else entirely? Let me know your theories on this in the comments down below. The scariest thing about window shopping is often the hairy price tags. However, according to this video from YouTube channel The Hidden Underbelly 2.0, shoppers who look at one window display in Chihuahua, Mexico might find themselves worried about a little more than just maxing out their credit cards. In this video, we see two young women on a sunny street in Mexico. As they look into a shop front window, something eerie happens. Watch. If you look closely at the mannequin's eyes, you can see them shift slightly. These women are not the first to be terrified by this mannequin. She's known as La Pascualita, and she's been gracing the shop's windows since March of 1930. Locals were instantly abuzz with gossip about this mannequin, shocked at how lifelike it appears. Her hands, in particular, struck locals as uncanny, as traces of veins could be seen through the dewy skin. The gossip reached a fever pitch when people began talking about how much the mannequin resembled the shop owner's daughter, the daughter who had only recently passed away from the bite of a black widow spider not long before she was supposed to be married. Rumours began to circulate speculating that La Pascualita wasn't a mannequin at all, but rather the pristinely embalmed body of the shop owner's daughter. It wasn't long before passers-by began reporting that they had seen the mannequin moving, particularly its eyes. Because of the rumours about the mannequin's grisly origins, many now believe that the spirit of the shop owner's daughter is still attached to the shop, watching people pass by through the mannequin's eyes. So is this uncanny mannequin really the well-preserved body of a bride who died too young, or is it simply a loving tribute from a grieving father? Watch the clip again and come to your own conclusions. Antiquing is a popular pastime, and often trips to antique stores can lead to some truly amazing finds. When YouTuber Muna Bruzon saw something at an antique fair that they just had to have, they had no idea what they were getting themselves into. In 2017, this YouTuber visited an antique fair and instantly spotted an old doll. The doll's eyes seemed to follow them everywhere they went. Intrigued, they purchased the doll and took it home, hoping to prove that it was more than just their imagination. They immediately began recording footage in hopes of capturing proof of the doll's supernatural nature. The toy didn't disappoint. If we watch that again, we can see the doll's head turn to look at them for several seconds before turning away. The owner's hands are nowhere near the doll's head when it turns. They set the doll down and continue to examine it, this time moving its head manually to see if there's any logical explanation for how the head was able to turn on its own. As the owner manipulates the head, the doll's eerily lifelike eyes appear to move to stay focused on the person holding it. Some dolls are made with weighted eyelids that can open and close on their own, but there's no easy explanation for how its eyes could move completely on their own. The person who purchased this doll felt like it was calling out to them in the store by following them with its eyes. The video footage seems to confirm this suspicion. So is this doll really haunted? Is it somehow possessed, perhaps by the spirit of a former owner? Or is there another way to explain the footage? Let me know your theories in the comment section down below. This video from the YouTube channel Obscura shows yet another mannequin doing something that should be physically impossible. This video was recorded on a cell phone camera by someone waiting outside a strip mall on a grey, rainy day. It's unclear what made them pull out their camera in the first place, but they seem to be clearly focused on a nearby storefront featuring two mannequins. Watch what they caught. As you can see, the seated mannequin's head turns to face the camera. Even without a face, it seems to be staring straight at the person in the car. Viewers of this video have come up with several theories about what's going on. Some viewers suspect a simple trick of the eye, theorizing that a raindrop sliding down the car's window could have created a strange shadow or a refraction that made it seem as if the mannequin's head had moved. Others think that the video was simply a setup, suggesting that a person in a white bodysuit was posing as a mannequin inside of the shop. Still, others are certain that the mannequin is somehow haunted or possessed. No matter what's going on here, the video is undoubtedly creepy. Anyone would be unnerved by a blank, featureless face turning to stare at them directly through the hazy rain. So is this mannequin haunted, or is it just a trick of the light? Tell us what you think down below. YouTuber Smith doesn't really believe in ghosts, so when the doll that they kept on their old chase began acting strangely, they were at a loss for an explanation. The YouTuber and their wife were out browsing a flea market when they came across this old composition doll. Prior to the 1940s, these dolls were made of a composite of sawdust, glue, and other materials such as cornstarch, resin, or wood flour to increase their durability. You're much more likely to find one of these dolls sitting around an old flea market than you are to spot a more fragile porcelain doll. This particular doll isn't in great shape, with some of the material peeling off its legs. This isn't uncommon for a composite doll, though they were marketed as unbreakable. The composite material began to deteriorate over time. Despite its less than pristine condition, the couple happily took their new friend home and made it comfortable on their old chase. That's when things started to get freaky. Take a look. Much to their surprise, the doll began moving on its own, slowly raising its right arm into the air above its head. These old dolls had no mechanical parts, so there's no simple explanation for how it could be moving. With absolutely no information about this specific doll, they had no idea what to think. The doll's new owner turned to the internet for answers. Some skeptics think that the video could be a hoax. Because of the way the camera and the doll are placed, it wouldn't be too hard for an accomplice to stand off screen, moving the doll's arm with an invisible piece of wire or string. However, others are certain that this creepy old doll is haunted. This is an older clip and no new information has surfaced since filming, so for now this mystery remains unsolved. Ventriloquist Andy Gross is certainly used to being surrounded by dummies that others might find a little creepy. In this video that he shared to his YouTube channel, Andy Gross Live, he has his first taste of being freaked out by his own dummies. In the video's introduction, Andy states that he's noticed the dummies in a certain case in his home changing position while he's away.
Lately, when I've been coming back for some of my shows, these guys have changed positions. No, I don't mean just a little bit. I mean like this guy here with the black hat, his head was actually turned all the way around last week when I came home. The guy on the end in the white right there, he was laying down inside the case.
He suspects that his wife or one of his children might be trying to mess with him, so he decides to set up a hidden camera during his next trip away to hopefully catch the culprit in the act. What he sees on the footage, though, is not at all what he expected. Upon returning home, he notices that one of the dummy's heads seems to have moved. He reviews the footage, expecting to see a member of the household sneaking into the room and moving the doll. Unfortunately, he sees something much creepier.
Just gets me every time. I mean, so weird and creepy.
As you can see, the dummy's head moves completely on its own.
Right?
The way it moves couldn't have been due to gravity alone, and Andy states that he's checked the doll's mechanism closely, but nothing about it seems unusual.
Ooh, that's kind of strange. Here we go. Hi. Just a normal puppet.
So what could have caused this dummy to move on its own? Ventriloquists typically give their dummies personalities during their acts, but seeing one move without its owner nearby is certainly unnerving. Of course, many viewers have suspected that it's all just a prank. After all, ventriloquists put on shows to entertain. However, Andy has maintained that this isn't a setup and that he was quite freaked out by the footage. Andy ends the video stating that he plans to capture more secret footage, and if it happens again, he's going to move house. Probably a good idea. In June 2021, paranormal investigators Lalo Escalante decided to search a local cemetery in Culiacan, Mexico. They had heard rumors of strange things happening on the property. Locals often report hearing screams and spot unusual shadowy figures walking through the property late at night. The most unsettling story revolves around a supposed haunted doll that sits in one of the graves. It's said to come alive and move among the tombstones. Under the glow of a full moon, the investigators explore the graveyard.
Güey, es que es luna llena, güey. Es el día que los brujos su trabajo lo hacen efectivo. Es ese día, güey.
For the first 10 minutes or so, the YouTubers appear on edge. They claim to hear strange noises coming from all directions of the cemetery.
¿Alguien ahí?
After exploring for some time, they come across a mausoleum and look inside to find a tall doll with lengthy blonde hair standing next to a large cross and flowers.
Ay, la madre. Estoy cagado, güey. Estoy que le recagado, güey.
What happens next is sure to give you the chills. Watch.
Amigos, eso estaba así. No mames. No mames. ¿Crees que la abrió ella, güey? Pero qué pedo, güey. Esto se abrió sola, cabrón. No mames. La muñeca se movió, Chicho. Chicho se movió, güey, la muñeca, güey. La madre, güey. La madre, güey. Ay, güey. A la mierda.
As you can see, the doll appears to move inside the sealed mausoleum.
La muñeca se movió, Chicho. Chicho se movió, güey, la muñeca, güey. La madre, güey.
There's no doubt about it, viewers have been terrified by this clip. There seems to be no way that the doll could move without the explanation of something otherworldly. To make this incident even scarier, a month prior, a separate group of urban explorers known as Urbex MX captured the exact same doll moving on its own. Take a look.
Ay, mamacita, se movió, güey. Se movió, güey. Se movió, güey. Se movió, güey.
This incident was captured during a live stream. Hundreds of viewers watched in real time as the doll moved inside the mausoleum.
Ay, mamacita, se movió, güey. Se movió, güey. Se movió, güey. No mames. Se movió, güey.
So is this graveyard home to restless spirits? And is this doll really possessed by some unknown entity? According to these two separate accounts, it would appear so.
Ay, mamacita, se movió, güey. Se movió, güey. Se movió, güey.
TikToker Diego Spickers seems to be experiencing a haunting of a potential ghostly girl right in his own home. In the first video, we see the TikToker showing us a child's playhouse that he has in his home. And as you'll see, there seems to be something very wrong with it. Watch.
Es re lindo, tiene ventanita y todo, pille. ¿Qué es esa mierda? Uy, no.
When we first see the playhouse, there appears to be nothing in there.
Para nada, weón.
He then looks through the window on the side, and now there seems to be something inside of it. We can see a blanket that appears to be covering someone, perhaps a small child. The TikToker moves back to the entrance, though the blanketed child is no longer there.
No.
Diego uploaded a picture to his Instagram account Spickers. Here we can see the child's playhouse again, except this time the creepy sighting is right outside the window. Here we can see what appears to be a small girl peering inside. At first it looks like a normal enough picture, but the following TikTok video gives a little more context. In this clip, the TikToker proves that he lives a few floors up from the ground, meaning this girl couldn't have been standing and looking in the window. He also shows us that he doesn't have a balcony, suggesting that the little girl could indeed be a ghost. Also, if we watch that clip again more closely, as he walks into the room, you can see a face in the window. But as we see, the homeowner lives several floors up, making it impossible for someone to be outside the window.
No es así, miren. Yo vivo en un quinto piso. Sería algo ilógico.
In the final video, the TikToker is sitting in his living room watching some TV when something super unsettling happens. Watch.
¿Es el cuarto? Sí, hágale, hágale. ¡Uy, marica, venga! ¡Pichiñero, rápido! No, marica, perro, lo grabé, venga.
We can see what looks to be a child's hand pushing the door open on the cabinet just under the TV. The man rushes forward, but there's nothing there.
¿Es el cuarto? Sí, hágale, hágale. ¡Uy, marica, venga! ¡Pichiñero, rápido! No, marica, perro, lo grabé.
There's a lot in these clips to suggest that there's something way more sinister going on here. How could the girl be looking through the window without any support? And how could the hand have disappeared from the cabinet so quickly?
Marica, perro, lo grabé.
I'd love to hear your theories on this one in the comment section down below.
Es re lindo, tiene ventanita y todo, pille. ¿Qué es esa mierda? Uy, no.
Some people who come across strange sightings or hear strange sounds are brave enough to take a look. And that includes a few kids in a TikTok video shared by HolaPeter010506H. While one video is scary enough, the kids seem to have spotted the same figure in a whole separate incident. In the first clip, one of the kids is filming inside his grandparents' house. He explains that the lights have gone out in the place and that the adults have gone out to buy some candles.
Espérense. Y mi mamá y mi abuela se fueron al Oxxo a comprar velas por eso, por lo que pasó de que se fue la luz.
The kids hear some strange noises and decide to see what's happening outside.
Estamos aquí en la casa de mi bisabuela, se fue la... ¿Qué es eso?
The camera operator moves to the screen door. Take a look at what happens.
Quiero hacer pipí, pero el baño está allá. Y mi abuela nos dijo que cuidáramos... Mi abuelo nos dijo...
Watching that again, on the left-hand side of the screen, just outside, we can see a shadowy figure emerge quickly before disappearing from view.
Y mi abuela nos dijo que cuidáramos.
The kids then decide to go outside, scared but curious. We can hear strange banging and knocking noises.
Y pues, no tengan miedo.
The kids walk to where the shadow figure disappeared, turning the camera to the left when they catch something again. Watch.
Si estás aquí, preséntate ante nosotros.
We can see a shadow figure peering out.
Si estás aquí, preséntate ante nosotros.
The camera operator calls out to the formation, asking it to present itself. When this happens,
Somos tus nietos.
Watching that again, the shadow figure pops out and flies up into the air.
Ante nosotros. Somos tus nietos.
In the second video, we can see the roof of the same house. A few seconds into the video, we see the same shadowy figure appear for a brief moment on the roof before it vanishes. Interestingly, it seems that the children thought the shadowy figure might have been their grandfather who passed away. They even introduced themselves in the first video as the figure's grandchildren. However, the figure didn't seem to respond to this, which probably means this unsettling dark figure isn't their grandfather.
Somos tus nietos.
The Molly Stark Sanatorium in Stark County, Ohio is yet another sanatorium that's believed to be haunted. The Molly Stark Sanatorium's history extends all the way back to the 1920s, where it once housed tuberculosis patients. In the 1990s, the hospital eventually closed down due to resigning staff and money troubles. Since then, the location has become decrepit and a hotspot for paranormal investigators and bored teenagers. Those who have visited have claimed to have experienced various paranormal occurrences, such as hearing strange sounds, seeing orbs, and even spotting ghosts of former patients. YouTuber Urbex Hill decided to join in on the fun and see what he could spot in the eerie location. What he finds is definitely unsettling, to say the least. In the first few minutes of the video, the uploader wanders around the sanatorium, showing us the well-worn interior. He notes that he hears footsteps from above, spooking him out.
Do you all hear that? Just walking. I hear footsteps.
Then, at around the 8-minute mark in the video, something very eerie happens. Watch.
What the f is that? Yo, do you see that? Yo.
In the center of the video, down in the tunnel, we can see a dark figure walking in the distance. The YouTuber eventually walks down the tunnel but comes across a dead end, meaning that the figure must have disappeared into thin air.
It's a dead end.
Here's the sighting zoomed in and brightened up. At the very end of the clip, the YouTuber plays some footage he took of the sanatorium's exterior. Watch what he saw. There appears to be someone or something standing up on the roof. Many viewers were puzzled and creeped out by the footage. They believe the first figure had to be a ghost, as it seemed to disappear into a dead end. While the second sighting could have been a real person, this could explain the footsteps that the YouTuber heard.
Do you all hear that?
Well, according to this footage, it seems this sanatorium does indeed have plenty of spooky, ghostly and human visitors. In August 2016, YouTuber The Ball Family Vlogs was filming what was supposed to be a normal vlog updating their viewers, but it appears they inadvertently caught something strange on camera. The YouTuber welcomes viewers to their home before turning the camera around and showing us the living room.
An extra storage workshop area. Our dog is back there right now because he's a little sick and got to go to the vet.
As the camera pans past some stairs, it slows down to show something standing there. It looks like a transparent figure. The YouTuber has said they've experienced weird things in the house. Even their mum has felt an unexplained presence in the home. The ghostly figure is certainly eerie looking and quite suspicious. Sometimes cameras can't always clearly capture a person moving very quickly, showing the person as a blur or even transparent. However, this figure doesn't appear to be moving at all, throwing this theory out the window. With that being the case, what do you think's happening here? Let us know in the comment section down below. This clip, shared by Facebook page Wicked Investigations, shows us a sighting that's been creeping viewers out for years. The footage was shot by a security guard doing his rounds in an empty shopping mall late at night somewhere in South America. Watch what he spotted. Watching that again, we can see what looks to be a little girl on the escalator.
Meu Deus do céu.
The guard runs towards it, showing us an empty view. Just seconds later, the child can be seen running off. Somehow, they're back on the ground floor.
Ai, meu Jesus! Ai, 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 meu Deus! Ai!
The security guard said that this is the second time he's spotted the little girl after hours in the shopping mall, and that he couldn't find her anywhere even after a thorough search. How is it that the girl went up the escalator but then seconds later was back on the ground floor? Were there two children running around the shopping centre after hours? It seems unlikely, as the guard couldn't find a trace of anyone anywhere.
Ai, meu Jesus! Ai, 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 meu Deus!
YouTube user Logan Robert has shared some eerie Ring security camera footage from his own backyard. We could see someone standing outside apparently calling for a pet to come inside. See if you can spot anything unusual.
Damn it, Mahu!
Watching that again in slow motion and brightened up, there's a strange shape that floats by in the background. Given the low quality of the image, it's hard to tell what this actually is. The uploader thinks it's a ghost. However, due to the compression rate of the home security camera system, it's impossible to make a definitive call as to what we're seeing. I'll throw this one out to you, the viewers. What do you think's been captured on this home security camera?
Give it, Mahu.
In October 2021, a barbershop in Long Beach, Proper Cuts, experienced something on the paranormal side. The TikTok account, thebarber_T, shared some security footage of the shop, and it's been creeping viewers out ever since. In the video, we can see CCTV footage at the barbershop. A few seconds in, we can see the door at the back of the shop randomly open. A few moments after this, we can see what looks to be a ghostly figure moving across the TV screen on the left-hand side. Following this, the door that was open suddenly shuts. About 30 seconds later, the door opens once again, except this time one of the barbers gets spooked and starts to leave. Watch what happens. The creator of the video suggested that perhaps one of the clients that day was a poltergeist. The responses from the clients and barbers alike seems quite genuine. Unless this was a prank and the people in the footage weren't in on it, this event will have to be chalked up as a complete mystery. A Florida resident has captured some eerie home security footage, and it's left viewers wondering whether it's evidence of a genuine paranormal encounter. In mid-2022, this homeowner was working on his motorbike late at night when some strange things began to happen. Luckily, it was all caught on his home CCTV system, otherwise people may not believe the story. It's a little after 1:30 in the morning when the homeowner hears something strange in his driveway. He eventually goes back to work. When suddenly this happens. Out of nowhere, the box on the counter begins to move. Then it just falls to the floor. The man's reaction looks quite genuine. You can tell he's done with all the creepy activity, then he just leaves the room entirely. So is this encounter real? Unless the man is just a really good actor, it certainly does seem quite genuine, and it's left a lot of viewers questioning the existence of ghosts and paranormal energy. I'd love to hear your thoughts on this bizarre encounter. Let me know in the comments down below. For many years now, this family in Canada has claimed to have a strong connection with the paranormal. They're avid collectors of rare artifacts and antiquities and display them prominently throughout their home. However, according to this next set of videos, it would seem that some of the ancient artifacts might have brought an unwanted energy into the home. In this first clip, captured by their home security system, we can see one of the residents playing some video games, when suddenly things turn a little freaky. Watching that again, a doll that's sitting inside a cabinet appears to move all on its own. Then several doors open and slam shut. In this next clip, taken some months later, we see yet more strange activity. Then some more movement is captured inside one of the bedrooms. This next clip is more of a vlog-style update. The homeowner has started filming after hearing some eerie noises coming from the bathroom.
Alone, but I heard something coming from, I think it was the bathroom. It sounded like something slid or maybe like a knocking sound or something like that. It sounded creepy. Oh my God. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. There's nobody in here, guys. It's just me. Literally just me.
As if all this activity wasn't enough, this last clip shows something truly bizarre. Take a look. Watching that again, a toy truck moves on the pool table. Then it appears as though the stuffed bear flies across the room straight towards the camera. Here it is slowed down, frame by frame. So is this family really haunted? Judging by the sheer amount of trinkets and artifacts placed around the home, one has to wonder whether one of the items really has brought a cursed energy into the home. This next one is some eerie CCTV footage captured in Ukraine. Take a look. A somewhat transparent-looking man walks down the street. Then seconds later, he seems to just vanish into nothing. When this clip hit the internet, speculation ran rife as viewers offered their opinions on what it actually shows. Some said it's nothing more than the low compression rate of the security camera making the man seem transparent. But others aren't so sure. A range of fun, out there theories have been thrown around. Everything from a time traveler to a ghost and even a camouflaged alien visitor has been suggested. But that's just what people on the internet are saying. What are your thoughts? Love to hear your opinion on this one in the comments down below. In 1955, the US Office of Naval Research received an anonymous parcel marked with the words, "Happy Easter." Inside the package was a copy of Morris K. Jessup's book, The Case for the UFO, Unidentified Flying Objects. The book was full of hand-scribbled notes inside of its margins. It appeared to be a marked-up conversation between 3 unidentified individuals. The scrawled notes covered topics like alien races, advanced propulsion methods, and flying saucers. There were also references to something known as the Philadelphia experiment. In January 1956, a series of follow-up notes came to light that eventually became known as the Allende letters. The writings detailed an experiment that allegedly took place at the Philadelphia Naval Shipyard on October 28, 1943. According to the letters, the US Navy conducted an experiment based on Albert Einstein's unified field theory. The objective was to render the warship USS Eldridge completely invisible. However, the experiment went way further than expected. The letters claim that the warship not only turned invisible, that it dematerialized in a bright blue flash of light. There were reports that the ship teleported some 200 miles to Norfolk, Virginia. It sat in plain view of some men aboard the SS Andrew Forsyth for several minutes, then teleported back to the port in Philadelphia where it had originated. The handwritten eyewitness account details the horrible side effects of the experiment. Those on board the USS Eldridge immediately reported extreme nausea and headaches. One officer was allegedly half melded with the bulkheads. Another had his hand fused into a steel beam. Some were said to have reappeared inside out, their organs splayed on the ground. Then there were those crew members who vanished altogether, never to be seen again. So what's to be made of this wild account? There are many theories about what really happened during the Philadelphia experiment, but no one knows for sure. Some believe that the ship was actually transported to another dimension or timeline. Others believe that the ship was simply cloaked and remained in the Philadelphia port the entire time. Those who believe that the Philadelphia experiment was a hoax say that there's no real evidence that it ever took place. They point to the fact that none of the sailors who supposedly participated in the experiment have ever come forward to tell their story. Some say it's just a fanciful ruse that was picked up by science fiction writers in the 1950s and exploited for the rich and imaginative story that it is. Of course, there are many conspiracy theorists that believe that it really did happen, and that the event has been made to look so over the top and silly that no one would ever believe it. So what do you think? Have you ever heard of the Philadelphia experiment? What's your take? Did it really happen, or is it all just a hoax? Let me know in the comments. This next one is yet another homeowner who has for some time suspected that their home might be haunted. The clip begins after some strange noises were heard coming from the kitchen. Watch what happens.
1000% just opened.
The cupboard door appears to move all on its own.
1000% just opened.
Seeing as the door appears to move by itself, some viewers are saying this is the work of a poltergeist. According to the field of parapsychology, a poltergeist is a ghost or spirit that's responsible for physical disturbances, like moving objects or making noises. The word poltergeist comes from the German words poltern, to knock, and geist, which is ghost or spirit. Poltergeists have been reported throughout history, with some of the earliest accounts dating back to the 1st century AD. In many cases, young girls or women were said to be possessed by a poltergeist. In the Middle Ages, people believed that poltergeists were caused by demons, and they would often perform exorcisms to get rid of them. In more recent times, scientists have looked for natural explanations for poltergeist activity. They believe it may be caused by things like stress, anxiety, sleep paralysis, or even mass hysteria. While stress and sleep disorders might explain a fair few anecdotal hauntings, when things are caught on camera, it becomes a little harder to explain away. So are we just watching a hoax here, or is there more to it? I'll leave that up to you to decide.
1000% just opened.
When user Space and Flowers uploaded an eerie photo to Reddit, it left the community abuzz with talk of whether or not it shows a real ghost. At first, the photo, which was taken at a children's museum, appears perfectly normal. That is until you take a look at the upper right-hand corner of the image. In the window, you can make out what looks like two dark hands pressed up against the glass. There's even the faint impression of a head and torso. The poster notes that the room is normally used for arts and crafts and that the window is often covered in chalk and paint, as you can see here in this photo. However, the window gets thoroughly cleaned every evening at closing time. Here's a photo of what it normally looks like. The window is clear, and there doesn't appear to be anything that would give the impression of a transparent figure pressing their hands on the glass. So what are we looking at here then? The OP followed up the image by saying that a lot of the cleaning staff at the museum have said that they believe the property is haunted. So are the handprints just leftovers from one of the arts and crafts sessions? If so, then how do you explain the partially visible head and torso? Love to hear your thoughts on this eerie photo in the comments down below. Our first entry comes from one of our viewers who submitted an eerie photo on our Slaptown Facebook group. In 2012, Sandra Lyles Goldsberry and her family were exploring the Ha-Ha Tonka State Park in Missouri when they took a series of photos to remember the day by. They took a bunch of snaps in quick succession and didn't think much of it. That was until they reviewed them. The family was stunned at what they saw. In this first one, you can see a group of children smiling for the camera. There's nothing strange about the pic at all. However, in this one, taken just seconds later, something strange can be seen in the background. It looks like a face with a large outstretched hand looming towards the camera. Our community members were freaked out by the image. One viewer, Tina Gerd, enlarged the image and brightened it up for all to see. Not far from where this photo was taken stands the abandoned ruins of the Ha-Ha Tonka Castle, an area of the state park that many believe to be cursed and heavily haunted. In 1905, wealthy Kansas City businessman Robert McClure Snyder Sr. began construction on a grand stone mansion that was modelled after European castles of the 16th century. Set high atop a rocky bluff, the sprawling manor was said to be a beautiful retreat for the family to enjoy. However, less than a year into its construction in 1906, Snyder was killed in a terrible car accident. Snyder's two sons took over the project and completed the castle just before the great stock market crash of the 1920s. Then, in 1942, the home was gutted by fire, leaving nothing but a stone facade atop the cliff face. Due to their tragic history, many believe the Snyder family were cursed, and that curse now lingers in the ruins of the old castle today. In recent years, tourists have reported eerie shadow figures moving among the ruins. One hiker claims to have seen a full-bodied apparition floating on the property. Some say it's the ghost of Snyder himself trapped eternally in the rubble of the doomed family castle. So, given that this photo was taken not too far from the so-called cursed castle, could it be that we're seeing the spectral remains of Old Man Snyder himself, reaching out in grim terror, shackled by the family curse for all eternity? In February 2022, something truly bizarre was caught on a security camera in Xicalapan de Juarez, about 20 miles east of Mexico City. The footage was uploaded to YouTube by Mousen TV. Take a look. The camera overlooks an empty lot. 3 stray dogs are spooked by an unknown floating object that hovers about the area. Here's the object through an infrared filter. It looks to be an amorphous blob that drifts through the air. Initially, people thought the footage was edited with CGI. However, the fact that the dogs interact with the object seems to discredit this theory. Some comments speculated whether the object is alien in nature, perhaps a craft of some kind collecting data here on Earth. Of course, there's a possibility it could just be a drone or perhaps a deflated balloon, but the amorphous quality of the object casts some doubt on this theory. It's definitely a strange piece of footage, and as of yet, there's been no official word on what this object really could be. This next bizarre little clip was uploaded to Instagram by Strange Activities. The footage has been dividing the comment section on what it's actually showing. Take a look and see what you think. We can see an unknown creature clinging to a branch out the front of a house. Some commenters were calling it an undocumented cryptid, a creature that's yet to be classified by modern science. However, the majority of comments thought it had to be CGI, which most likely is the case. I have to say though, whoever made this really should be working in top-tier Hollywood movies, as the animation is outstanding. Sticking with mysterious creatures, although this next one is almost certainly not CGI. It was uploaded to the Facebook group Weird, Fantastic and Odd Things by Max Jack. This bizarre looking snake was found in Thailand by a local resident who took it home and fed it fish. The snake looks to be covered in green fur. Some comments suggested it might be some kind of algae growing on the snake's skin. The person who discovered the bizarre snake is going to hand the creature over to authorities for research and identification. So until then, all we can do is marvel at this mysterious animal. If you can't get enough of the old slapped ham, we publish daily spooky videos over on our TikTok account. There's a link in the description box below. Check us out and hit that follow button. Paranormal investigator Lalo Escalante is dedicated to exploring some of the most notorious locations in Mexico. Whether it's abandoned buildings, sites of urban legend, or cemeteries, more often than not, Lalo Escalante captures some really freaky stuff on camera. In this episode, he's exploring an old graveyard. Many locals believe the property is riddled with tormented spirits, and often report sightings of shadowy figures lurking in the dead of night and objects moving seemingly all on their own. Disembodied screams are also said to be a common occurrence. It isn't long into the exploration before the OP begins hearing things in the distance.
Escucho un grito. Hola. Uy, abre una reja.
Moments later, as the camera holder's torch begins to flicker, he asks if there's any spirits nearby to make themselves known. That's when this happens.
Si una entidad se quiere manifestar, dame una señal. ¿Alguna entidad se encuentra aquí? ¿Qué pedo?
Watching that again, a nearby tap mysteriously turns itself on, scaring the cat away.
¿Alguna entidad se encuentra aquí? ¿Qué pedo? Se abrió la llave.
He then turns the tap off, but seconds later, it turns itself back on.
Se abrió la llave. Uy. ¿Quién anda ahí? Se abrió la llave. La llave se abrió. ¿Sí la vieron? Ay, Dios mío. Mira, 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 mira. Otra vez de nuevo. ¿De nuevo se abrió?
Later, the uploader explores another part of the cemetery when something eerie is caught on camera. Watch.
¿Quién está aquí? ¿Alguien es...? Vean, 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 vean. Vean cómo el tren se está moviendo. El tren se está moviendo, el tren se está moviendo. El tren se está moviendo, vean, vean, vean.
Somehow, the toy appears to move on its own.
Estoy enfocando.
He even checks to see if there's batteries, but there's none there.
¿Quién eres? Vean, por favor, que no estoy desenfocando esto. Se está moviendo el tren. Dios mío de mi vida. Vean. No tiene pilas, vean.
After hearing numerous strange sounds, the explorer is soon confronted by a terrifying sight. Take a look.
Se ve que tiene muchísimos años. ¡Mira! ¡Ay, ay, se vio una mujer! ¡Se vio una mujer!
Here it is again, slowed down. There appears to be the figure of a woman moving to the right. The OP is so freaked out, he begins to recite a prayer in Latin.
Pater noster, quis in ceris, sanctificetur, nomen tu adveniat, regnum tu fiat, voluntatus sicut, in cielo in the terra.
Before long, yet more strange activity is recorded.
Quiero que te presentes. Preséntate. De nuevo.
The candle seems to move by itself.
De nuevo.
The camera holder then decides to go investigate the tap once more, the place where all the eerie activity began in the first place.
No, amigos. Esa llave no se va a abrir, yo creo. Ay, Dios mío. Y ahí están los perros. Ay, Dios mío.
Eventually, the noises and bizarre activity become too much for the explorer, and the video abruptly ends.
Acá se escuchó.
So what do you make of this eerie encounter? Could this old cemetery in Mexico really be haunted? The moving toy, the tap, the strange vanishing woman, it all certainly makes you wonder whether something supernatural is at play here. But ultimately, I'll let you be the judge.
Mira. Ay, ay, se vio una mujer. Se vio una mujer.
Here's another bizarre little clip that was uploaded to Reddit by user Exastican. I won't preface this one, just marvel in its strangeness. As you can see, a car's dash cam has caught the moment a styrofoam box falls out the back of an open truck, not once, but twice. Well, that's about it. Something about a slipstream and science. Now let's get back to the ghosties. This clip was sent to us by one of our viewers, Natalie Jean Bonovich. It's a home video that Natalie's brother-in-law took while renovating his house to put on the market. He was using the video to show all the work that he had done on the building. He didn't actually review the video until a year later, but that's when he spotted something in one of the windows. Take a look. While in real time, the light in the front left window looks like a reflection. But if you play it in slow motion, it starts to look a little more mysterious. Some viewers think it looks like the light is coming from inside the house. The brother-in-law said that while living there, it always felt like there was a ghost lurking nearby. He also later found out that the previous owner, an elderly woman, passed away in the home. The comment section was almost 50-50 divided on this sighting. Some say it's just a reflection, others think there's more to it. So where do you sit on this one? Let us know down below. Our last entry was submitted to our Facebook group by Romy L. Romy was sitting around the house one day when she felt like something was watching her. She took a few quick snaps to try and document the strange feeling. At first, the photos don't appear to show all that much. However, on close inspection, there is indeed something there. If you zoom in, there appears to be a transparent face. There's a faint hint of eyes, a nose, and a mouth. It almost looks like there's tears just under its left eye. Romy left us a message saying, "The photo was taken shortly after the birth of my daughter. My pregnancy test was on the first anniversary of my father-in-law's death. Maybe he wanted to tell me something." So what do you think? Could this be a family member trying to make contact from the beyond? Or is it all just pareidolia? Until further info comes to hand, this sighting will have to remain a mystery.
Dude, like, I'm so on edge now. So freaking on edge.
Our first clip of the day comes from the Instagram account Russ Horror. It was captured by a security guard working the night shift at a shopping mall.
Dude, what the hell is that?
After hearing some strange noises, well after the last patrons had left the building, this security guard began filming on his phone to prove what was happening.
What the heck? These freaking chairs just moved. What the sh**? Okay. I'm done. Nope.
Watching that again, as he looks around the food court, a chair seems to move all on its own.
What the sh**? Okay. I'm done.
After this footage hit Instagram, it quickly went viral. With thousands of comments pouring in, it wasn't too long before viewers identified the location as the Summit Mall in Akron, Ohio. The Akron area is quite famous for having numerous locations around town that are full of urban legends and haunted stories. The infamous Green Acre Mall, just 7 miles south of the Summit Mall seen in this footage, is now completely abandoned. People say it's haunted by numerous spirits, and all those who venture inside can attest to some spooky happenings. Opening in 1975, the mall was a thriving retail hub for decades. However, after some mismanagement in the early 1990s, along with consumer trends leaning towards online shopping, the mall fell into a sharp decline. The final nail came in 2011 when 2 deaths occurred on the property. The first happened in April of that year when a man was electrocuted while trying to steal copper wiring from a power box outside of the mall. Then, in November, a shallow grave was discovered on the property. The body was identified as Timothy Kern, a victim of the infamous Craigslist killer Richard Beasley. Some urbex vloggers have said they've heard crying inside of the abandoned mall, but when they take a good look around, there's no one ever there. So is this footage evidence of a second haunted mall in downtown Akron?
I don't know. Dude, what the hell is that?
Could these ghostly happenings be somehow linked, or is it all just pure coincidence? I'd love to hear your thoughts on this in the comments below. Have you ever been to Akron, Ohio? Let me know down below.
These freaking chairs just moved. What the sh**? Okay. I'm done.
This next one is a bizarre little clip sent to us from a viewer known only as Farouk. It's some home security footage captured in Loudoun County, Virginia. All seems quite normal at first, when suddenly a strange light appears across the camera. It slowly gets smaller and smaller. Until suddenly it begins to move around quite erratically. Eventually, it looks like it gets sucked up into the street lamps across the road. While this is probably just lens flare caused by the street lamps, some viewers thought it looked too strange to be just that. They'd note that it's odd that it appears out of nowhere and that nothing seems to cause it. There's no moisture and the rest of the shot remains normal. Some alleged UFO abductees have reported similar blinding, swirling lights moments before a lost chunk of time. They say it's as though the lights around them become extra bright and behave abnormally, then suddenly nothing. That's when they notice that a large period of time has passed without them being aware. Unfortunately, there's no timestamps on this footage, so we're unable to tell just what time frame these 2 clips happened on. Either way, it's eerie to see the lights suck back up into the lamps, and when you consider alien abduction stories, it becomes particularly unnerving to watch. In 2021, Twitter user Natchavet was busy renovating her late father's apartment. She took a series of photos while doing the work and sent them to some friends. At first, she thought nothing of it, until one friend asked what was going on in one of the photos. Confused, the OP looked more closely at the photo. In the back, behind the camera holder, you can see a shadowy figure. At first, it looks like her shadow, but the more you look at it, the more obvious it becomes that what is there is separate from the camera holder. The OP was home alone at the time this photo was taken and has no idea what that black shape standing behind her could be. Here's a separate photo taken at the same time of day in the same area. While there are some more things in the apartment now, you can see that the photo is taken facing a mirror, but this time there's no dark shape looming behind her. Some viewers said it could be her late father trying to make contact, as it was his apartment after all. However, others say that they get a bad vibe from the dark figure, saying it couldn't possibly be a loved one. So, what's going on here then? Is it a shadow figure caught on camera? Or is it all just pareidolia? the human tendency to see familiar shapes and patterns in random stimuli. Share your theories about this one with one another in the comments down below. Our next one comes from one of our viewers, Chris Gladman. It's some home security footage that was captured in May 2022. It's after 11:30 PM when Chris gets notified that movement's been detected at his front door. When he opens the feed, he sees this. A transparent, wisp-like shape can be seen moving on the right of frame. While at first it does seem quite mysterious, Chris came to the conclusion that it was a snake. However, in the UK where this was filmed, snakes are rare, quite thin, and short in length. In fact, there are only 3 species of snake native to the UK: the adder, grass, and smooth snake. Chris believes that this snake, caught in the footage, is far too fat and long to be a native snake. Alarmed by the incident, Chris called the local wildlife rescue department, who had no reports of a missing pet snake, or anything else that might explain this sighting. When Chris had a look around his property, he couldn't find any evidence of the snake at all. It's got to be unnerving knowing that a snake this big was, or still is, on the property, and you have no idea where it's gone. One of our viewers, Lucy Pimentel, caught this footage on their phone while watching some TV at their house. Take a look. The HDMI cable appears to wiggle by itself. Lucy says she's only seen this happen once before, but didn't manage to capture it on camera. She says the cord is only plugged into the Xbox and has no way of explaining the strange movement. While this incident on its own is quite strange, Lucy says other odd things have happened around the home that are hard to explain. She says that her son, who's quite young, likes to get the stovetop lids and spin them like a spinning top on the ground. However, one day she came out to find a half a dozen or so lids spinning on the ground in a circle all around her son. There appeared to be far too many for just one kid to pull off. When Lucy asked her son about it, he just laughed it off and ran away. Alarmed by the incident, Lucy tried to make them all spin by herself and didn't even come close. She says that they've also seen lights in the home flickering on and off, so all this bizarre activity has Lucy considering the possibility that a poltergeist may have taken up residence in their home. So then, is this footage evidence of some kind of haunting happening in this home, or is there another way to explain these strange incidents? Let me know down below. Our last clip of the day proves that things don't need to be paranormal in nature to be downright terrifying. It's the middle of the day on June 3, 2020, when residents of Talvik in northern Norway hear some strange creaking sounds around their houses. Jan Egil Bakkeby is making some sandwiches when he notices the power lines out of his window ripping violently. The ground begins to shake and an awful screeching sound fills the air. Bakkeby runs to higher ground where he manages to capture this astonishing footage. Slowly, half the town slides out to sea. Total carnage takes hold as buildings, trees, and whole properties are swept away. Astonishingly, no one was hurt in this incident. There was not one report of a missing person or even an injury, despite the widespread chaos. One dog was swept out with the current but managed to swim ashore and was perfectly fine. This incident became known as the Alta landslide. After a thorough investigation by the Norwegian Water Resources and Energy Directorate, it was found that a marine clay substrate formed during the early Holocene epoch some 12,000 years ago rapidly turned into what's known as quick clay or leader clay. This caused the massive landslide that you can see here. So thankfully, no one was hurt, and all we're left with is this astonishing footage. YouTuber Mario Lara is no stranger to the paranormal. For the most of 2021, he's been posting his experiences with the supernatural to YouTube. His latest encounter seems to be one of the most frightening to date. Mario owns a party supply shop in Mexico. For months, it's been exhibiting some very unsettling and inexplicable events. Items often move without reason, strange whispers can be heard after hours, and ghostly figures have been spotted haunting the shop. Despite its cheery, bright appearance, the premises seems to have a sinister presence lurking within it. Mario has decided to set up some cameras and other equipment in order to get evidence of the shop's eerie haunting. In this clip, early in the evening, some strange activity begins to manifest. Watch what one of the cameras caught. Here we can already see things beginning to move as some items fall off the shelf, seemingly all on their own. Later in the evening, as one of the investigators decides to get some rest on a sofa, something eerie happens in the background. Then, around 30 seconds later, this happens. As you can see, the TV slides across the floor towards the sleeping man. Not long after, the man is awoken by a loud banging noise. He jumps up and grabs a flashlight. When he notes the position of the TV, he seems perplexed. Next, we see footage of the investigator killing some time while playing a PlayStation VR. As his attention is fixated on the screen, something truly chilling happens in the background. Watch. A small, transparent form appears near the back of the room. Only its dark, short hair is distinctly visible as it moves in rapid blurs along the wall, staring at the man. When the investigator later attempts to communicate with the entity, he hears strange sounds in response to his questions.
Si estás aquí conmigo, dame una señal, haz un ruido. Que yo agradezco mucho. ¿Eres una mujer? Sí, es una mujer. Vuelvo a preguntar, ¿te tiene atada algo a esta? Ok, eso estuvo fuerte. ¿El demonio que habita este lugar? Me dirijo al demonio.
A camera shows a candle being blown out in an empty room. The investigation team believes that the ghost of a child is dwelling in the store. They theorize that the child's spirit has an attachment to a particular item, a piñata of the Disney princess Moana.
Vamos a ver de los otros lugares donde venía el sonido, porque venía del área de los dulces, donde está la...
For now, the ghost seems relatively harmless, but no one knows how far it'll go. This next piece of terrifying footage comes from TikToker Paulina Lara62, who is actually Mario Lara's niece from the previous segment. The footage shows Paulina alone in the back room of the shop where the investigation of the previous segment took place. Take a look at what happened. As you can see, Paulina appears to be dragged across the room by some unseen force. One of her legs is sticking up in the air as she slides. To make matters even stranger, take a look at the wall near the doorway where the worker is dragged. This is the Moana piñata that Mario believes is haunted. The doll's arms and legs are stretched out as if hung from a cross. The doll never moves from its spot on the wall, but that hasn't stopped viewers from speculating that the creepy doll might be to blame for the strange events in the footage. Paulina later posted a photo on her Facebook page that shows just how scary this incident was for her. Hours after her shift ended, her ankle is ringed with a dark black bruise. This is an ongoing saga that we'll definitely keep an eye on, and we'll be sure to post updates as they come to hand. In the meantime, check out Mario Lara's channel for all his previous evidence caught on camera. As always, there's links in the description box below. Not many people can claim that they've had an actual alien encounter. Even fewer have abduction stories that experts believe to be credible. According to the Birmingham UFO Group, this footage is one of the rare cases where they believe the victim's claims. It all started when a woman from Droitwich, England confessed to her husband that she believed she'd been abducted by aliens while sleeping. At first, he didn't believe her. He decided to try and put her mind at ease by setting up an infrared camera in their bedroom one night to record them while they slept, hoping that seeing evidence of her peaceful night's rest would be enough to convince her that the extraterrestrials had been nothing but a bad dream. Unfortunately, the video shows something very different from what he expected. In the clip, we can see the couple sleeping peacefully under a white duvet. A few seconds into the footage, the duvet rises above the sleeping woman. When it falls back down, it falls all the way to the mattress. The woman appears to be gone. According to the timestamp, the footage is sped up. Approximately 12.5 minutes later, the duvet billows up into the air, even higher this time. When it falls back down, it lands on a prone body. It appears the woman is again peacefully asleep in her bed. The next morning, she once again claims to have been abducted in the night. The footage seems to confirm it. UFO investigator Dave Hodrian contacted the woman in the footage to further look into the events that were caught on camera. Hodrian sent the video off to 2 separate video analysis experts who were at a loss to explain what the clip showed. The woman in the footage, who wishes to remain anonymous, claims to have been abducted by aliens on 2 separate occasions. The first incident occurred on the 3rd of December 2010. At around 1 AM, the woman got up to check on her daughters in bed. When she walked past a window, she noticed a strange disc-shaped object floating above the field adjacent to their home. The object began to glow and came closer to the house. At this point, the woman claims that she felt like the object was observing her, and that a strange feeling of calm washed over her, and strangely, she just went back to bed. Later in the night, the woman felt like she was no longer in her own bedroom. It felt like she was naked, lying on an unfamiliar hardened surface in a darkened room. Her eldest daughter was said to be kneeling beside her. She leaned in and whispered, "Mum, it's alright, don't worry. It's your turn, Mum, don't be scared, they're not going to hurt you." Suddenly, she felt like she was floating down a tunnel of some kind. At this point, she was paralyzed and could only move her eyes. She could sense that there were several small beings standing around her. It felt like these beings were able to talk directly in her mind. They reassured her that no harm would come to her. The woman recalls several invasive experiments happening to her before suddenly waking up back in her own bed. She was naked, with her nightgown strewn on the floor some distance away. Frightened, she woke her husband up to explain what had happened. The following morning, the woman felt sharp pains in her lower abdomen near her ovaries, as well as an aching finger on her left hand. In the subsequent days, the woman became anxious about sleeping. It got so bad that her husband decided to install the infrared camera in their bedroom, which brings us to the footage we just saw. On the night this footage was captured, the woman recalls a buzzing feeling happening in her head before being taken to a room filled with the small beings once again. One of the beings began moving its hands over and around the woman's body, but not touching her directly, keeping about an inch or 2 away. Again, as if by telepathy, the being communicated, reporting a series of ailments that the woman suffered from, such as a stomach ulcer in her lower abdomen. Moments later, the woman felt a familiar rushing sensation, as though floating down a tunnel or corridor. Without quite realizing it, it was the morning after. In the mirror, she noticed that she had 2 asymmetrical bruises around her lower belly. Certain that something strange had happened, the woman and her husband checked the security footage and were stunned at what they saw. The footage seemed to prove that she was abducted and removed from her bed for a period of time. This case is far grander in scope than what we've been able to cover here. To read Dave Hodrian's full report on the incident, I'll put a link to the Birmingham UFO Group's website in the description box below. Strange things can happen in the dark of night, such as the bizarre events recorded and shared to TikTok by user Tracy Perez 408. The footage was recorded on an indoor security camera mounted near the ceiling of their bedroom. At the start of the video, we see a man asleep on the bed. Immediately, the footage becomes strange when something small and black seems to run across the floor and under the bed. 30 seconds later, a sinister-looking hand reaches into the room and slides down the door jamb. Not long after the hand appears, the door slowly creaks open. After a few more seconds, an unidentified object suddenly rolls into the doorway, crashing into the foot of the bed. Things take a terrifying turn when the man in the bed begins to move.
En la casa del Carmen me asustaban más todavía.
Ay, puta,
¿Sí vio?
The man awakens in a panic and tosses a pillow at his sleeping roommate. Seconds later, something strange happens to the chair in the middle of the room.
¿Y eso que haya qué es?
Una bola, yo no sé qué lanzaron. Ahí va la silla, va la silla.
With so many strange little details happening in this clip, there's been a plethora of theories suggested in the comments section. Some believe that the whole thing's a prank, perhaps orchestrated by another roommate. However, the moving chair, the creepy hand, and strange crawling black thing have left a lot of viewers on edge, suggesting that some kind of entity might be haunting this house.
En la casa del Carmen me asustaban más todavía.
So where do you sit? Prank or haunting? Let me know in the comment section down below. TikToker Fernando Victoroli has uploaded some footage that has left viewers thoroughly creeped out. The footage was recorded during a night shift at a train station. We see two railroad workers walking alongside the tracks as the TikToker walks behind them, recording the train as they walk past it. See if you can spot anything weird as they walk along. They don't seem to notice that they've caught something strange in their footage. Pay close attention to the train's windows. You may just see a creepy face staring back at you. The face at first is difficult to make out through the dark window. It's white with dark sunken eyes. It appears for only a moment before the night shift worker moves on down the tracks, blissfully unaware that they're being watched by something. Obviously, it's very late at night and the train is parked at the depot, so there's no reason for anyone to be on board. Could this be a simple case of pareidolia, the brain's tendency to see faces in inanimate objects? Or is there something more sinister at play here? Take a closer look at the footage and draw your own conclusions. When you're having a bad day, you might feel like a dark cloud is hanging over you. However, unlike the man in this footage from Tech World TV, you probably don't have any proof on film. The footage shows an older man walking across a busy street. Watch what happens. There appears to be a strange black mass hovering just behind him as he walks, almost as if a shadow figure is perched on his back. The man seems to take no notice of this bizarre shadow that seems to be tightly attached to him. Some viewers have suggested that the dark shadow could actually be some sort of protective spirit, as the man walks across the busy road easily without being injured by oncoming traffic. So is this just an ordinary shadow, a shadow person, or some sort of guardian angel? Let us know what you think in the comments section down below. Imagine digging a well so deep that it breaks into hell. Well, some think it has happened before. In 1989, Trinity Broadcasting Network, a radio show, reported on the well to hell for the first time. The well comes from an urban legend in Russia that asserts the drilling of a well so deep that it actually went all the way to hell. The legend goes that Mr. Azakov, leading a team of engineers, drilled a hole somewhere in Siberia, going as deep as 14.4 kilometers or around 8.9 miles down. While drilling, they broke into a cavity which piqued their interest. The team lowered a microphone which was heat tolerant and other sensory equipment down into the hole. The equipment showed the temperature to be 1000 degrees Celsius, which is around 1832 Fahrenheit. However, the microphone seemed to pick up something a little more unsettling than high temperature. It sounded like screaming voices coming from the middle of Earth. Here's a sample.
I warn you, what you are about to hear is very disturbing indeed.
It's said that the miners all went insane and started fighting each other. When a secondary team arrived to help with the drilling, they discovered the camp in disarray, and the first squad of miners were missing. A Finnish newspaper named Amenasastia reported the story for the first time. After that, American tabloids picked up the news and it spread like wildfire. Trinity Broadcasting Network is a Christian network that quickly took up the story and said it was proof of the existence of hell. While he was visiting the US, a Norwegian teacher, Arge Rendellen, said that the story was merely a product of people's gullibility. He later wrote to Trinity Broadcasting giving his point of view. Interestingly, he went back to Norway and read another account of the story which was supposedly factual. The story said that the well was cursed and quite real. Also, it said a bat-like creature, which could be associated with a demon, flew out of the well and blazed across the sky. Trinity Broadcasting didn't do anything to verify whether it was a hoax or not and ran the story. Later, many versions of the same story were heard around the US. For instance, in 1992, Weekly World News published the same storyline but with a different location. According to this story, the incident took place in Alaska, where Satan climbed out of the well and killed 13 miners. Today, you can find the horrific retelling of the story on many YouTube videos that also have the infamous tormented sounds. However, it was later revealed that the sound effects were taken from different sources, with Barren Blood, a 1972 horror movie, being the most prominent source. Just when these sounds were injected into the urban legend remains a mystery. In 1983, the CIA wrote a very bizarre report called the Gateway Report that claimed an altered state of consciousness can be the gateway to astral projection. In 2003, the report was declassified and has since fueled conspiracy theories and readers' imaginations worldwide. Named The Analysis and Assessment of the Gateway Process, the document was 29 pages long. It dove into the CIA's investigation of whether hypnosis and mind control could be helpful in the Cold War. The report is quite dense and wordy, going from complex topics like quantum mechanics and neuroscience to a pseudoscience that has, since its release, been debunked. Some people have called it a mind labyrinth, as it goes on to explain scientific underpinnings of some spiritual concepts and space-time transcendence for 24 long pages. It discusses transcendental meditation, hypnosis, biofeedback, universal holograms, and spiritual beliefs. According to the report, the universe comprises of interacting energy fields, and that the mental states are merely energy variations. The human consciousness follows the same principle, being a vibrational energy pattern. Once an individual achieves a state known as hemi-sync, they can enter an altered state of consciousness. In this state, the vibrations of their consciousness are not limited by physical reality. Thus, they can tune into the energy field purely and freely. Some took this report quite literally and thought it to be the basis of the laws of attraction, which states that bad thoughts attract bad outcomes while good thoughts attract good outcomes. Others believe the CIA was investigating the idea of mind warriors that could literally travel through space and time using their mind alone, the applications of which are limitless. As if it wasn't already mysterious enough, the report misses page 25. Ever since its declassification, there have been requests to the CIA to release page 25. However, the CIA denies the existence of this page in the first place. Due to this, the page became the holy grail for conspiracy theorists, curious minds, astral projectors, and pretty much anyone who knew about the report. As interesting and mind-boggling as this report was, the CIA didn't invent the Gateway experience. In fact, the report was based on the teachings of Robert Monroe, who's the founder of the Monroe Institute. The Institute emailed news outlet Vice after reading the publication's first article on the Gateway report, saying that they actually had page 25 in their archives. As it turns out, page 25 of the report discusses the Absolute, which is the universe's governing energy. As per the report, this universal hologram is an endlessly flowing spiral that intervenes with reality as we know it. Whether page 25 was left out on purpose or accidentally, no one really knows. We do know that the Monroe Institute still exists, and apparently has exercises to facilitate astral projection. Human beings have been obsessed with UFOs for as long as they've speculated about their existence. However, your story has to be highly credible for it to become the basis of the X-Files. Callie Cale lived in Victoria, Australia with her husband in 1993. One day, she was in her car with her husband driving through the Dandenong Ranges when they saw a blimp-like object flying through the sky. It had a row of 5 or 6 orange lights and made a distinct circular shape. The couple spotted the object a number of times during the night before seeing the object fly off rapidly. What happened next is a complete mystery. Cale felt like her memory went blank, almost like a cut in a movie, when she realised they were several hundred metres down the road with no memory of having travelled the distance. When the couple got home, they noticed that they had lost a full hour. On top of that, Cale had a triangular mark close to her belly button that was quite painful. Undergoing hypnotherapy, she had flashbacks over the coming months, and later went on national television to narrate her story. Cale claims that several alien beings appeared in a field. They had no discernible features aside from bulbous red eyes. They seemed to be able to communicate telepathically. Another car just up the road also pulled over to witness the event. They later corroborated the story, giving further details. They claim they were taken aboard a craft and examined by alien beings. They too claim they had a triangular wound on their lower abdomen following the incident. A Melbourne-based paranormal research group, Phenomena Research Australia, was called in to document the case. A 300-page report was written up detailing the bizarre incident, including interviews from multiple witnesses. Sadly, intergroup politics muddied the case and the report was never released to the public. Many UFO enthusiasts believe that the unreleased report is a golden opportunity gone to waste. In the 2016 X-Files reboot, Fox Mulder himself referenced this historic case. Interestingly, I was just looking at the map of where this allegedly took place, and it's only 20 minutes from where I currently live. Maybe one day we'll do a live stream from the exact location where this now infamous alien encounter took place. Been having any weird dreams lately? Maybe it's this man paying you a visit in your dreams. This man is apparently a man who multiple people have repeatedly seen in their dreams since 2006. Andrea Natella, an Italian marketer, made a website in 2008 called Ever Dream This Man that took the internet by storm, as many people claim to have seen the man in their dreams. However, despite so many people dreaming about him, no one could find the actual person. This man first surfaced when a woman told her psychiatrist that she kept seeing a man in her dreams. The psychiatrist sketched the man. Later, one of his male patients saw the drawing and claimed he too had seen the man while dreaming. Interestingly, none of them had actually ever seen the man in real life. Upon this interesting revelation, the psychiatrist sent the drawing to his colleagues who had patients with repeated dreams. Patients of 4 of the psychiatrist's colleagues recognized the man as the person they kept seeing in their dreams. When the story went viral in 2009, over 2,000 people from all over the world claimed to have seen the man in their dreams. People from New Delhi, Paris, Dubai, Manila, Stockholm, Amman, Rome, Berlin, and many other cities identified this man from their dreams. The dreams were spread over an interestingly expansive spectrum. While some people experienced romantic and even sexual closeness to the man, others were in deadly situations with him. In an interview with news outlet Vice, Andrea Natella said that he dreamt about this man for the first time in 2008. It was on this man's instructions that he made a website to identify him. However, no human looking like this man has ever been found. Natella's website, thisman.org, presents the following theories to explain this occurrence. Carl Jung, a psychoanalyst and psychiatrist, provided the concept of an archetypal image of the unconscious mind that people see in difficult times of their lives. This man could be an example of an archetype. Another theory was that the man could be a godly manifestation. Perhaps some corporation was conditioning people mentally to dream about the same person. Some people only had dreams of this man after they had seen his picture online or heard about him from others. It's difficult for people to remember the faces of those they dream about, so people may have been inaccurately describing the man in their dreams as Natella's this man. However, just as the story hit fever pitch, it was discovered that thisman.org was linked to a website called guerrillamarketing.it, a fake marketing agency known to pull large-scale hoaxes. And while this man was outed as a publicity stunt, it was never explicitly linked to a product or service, which chalked it up as a sort of marketing experiment. In 2010, a production company purchased the rights to the This Man IP, and plans for a feature-length movie were announced. However, there's been no announcement since. Derived from American folklore, the story of the Melonheads is known all over Connecticut, Michigan, and Ohio. According to urban legend, melonheads are tiny humans with giant bulbous melon-like heads that roam around the states attacking people, especially around Halloween. In Michigan, the melonheads are said to live near Felt Mansion and have also been seen in the wilderness surrounding Ottawa County. Different sources attribute the origin of melonheads to various reasons and entities. One story narrates that melonheads were actually kids suffering from hydrocephalus, a condition in which cerebrospinal fluids fill the brain, putting pressure on the skull. Initially, according to the legends, these children were kept in the Junction Insane Asylum, which is in close proximity to the Felt Mansion. During their stay at the asylum, the children were physically and emotionally abused, leading them to become feral. It's said that they fled to the forests around the asylum and are said to still reside there. However, the Allegan County Historical Society denies the presence of any asylum in that area ever, although the land was once a prison. Another story says that these children lived in the Felt mansion and plotted to kill the doctor responsible for abusing them. Local teenagers still hang out near Felt mansion and have reported seeing the melon heads, calling them wobbleheads. Visitors to the area have also reported seeing curtains move in empty old buildings and strange noises coming from the rooms, such as footsteps and heavy breathing. In Ohio, melonheads are said to live in Kirtland. The local law narrates that a mysterious doctor named Dr. Crow or Dr. Melonhead used to perform unusual experiments on children. As a result, the children developed malformed bodies and abnormally large heads. Upon suffering this abuse, the melonheads killed the doctor and burned the orphanage down. There's even a 2010 horror movie called The Legend of Melonheads based in the Kirtland suburbs. Meanwhile, melonheads seem to be as far spread out as Connecticut, sighted in New Haven County, Fairfield County, Western, Eastern, Stratford, Monroe, and Shelton. It's interesting that the myth is so pervasive and has spread around the United States, linked by uncanny details. As with most urban legends, it's difficult to point to one exact incident as the nucleus of the tale. So is there a strand of truth that runs through these tales to spark the legend in the first place? Could the melonheads really be out there, lurking in the woods? The thought of having a poltergeist in your home is terrifying. Although it's said that poltergeists aren't always violent, these spirits can still supposedly torment their victims by making noises and moving objects. YouTuber Sylvia C began noticing strange occurrences in her home after playing with a Ouija board at her kitchen table. She claims that her channel documents some of the activity that has since occurred. In this clip, it's fairly obvious that whatever is present wants to make itself known.
I've just put a camera on. There's a lot of activity tonight in the kitchen.
Keep an eye on the cupboard door. It swings open, then shuts. Next, watch what happens when the woman asks, "Do you want me out of your house?"
Do you want me out of this house, or do you want me to stay?
The presence appears to answer by moving a can on the kitchen counter. The poster explains that this kind of thing happens in her kitchen all the time. This is evidenced in the next clip, which shows the poster hiding behind a partition while pointing the camera towards the sink.
Oh my god, that spoon's moving. Oh my god, did you see that? Oh that knife's moving now.
You can see a spoon and fork moving by themselves.
Oh my god, that spoon's moving. Oh my god, did you see that? That knife's moving now.
She shows the area beneath the counter to demonstrate there are no magnets or strings.
There's nothing. I'm not faking this. Look, there's nobody under there. There's nobody under the counter or under the fridge. There's no magnets or anything like that. There's no strings. That spoon moved itself.
The woman's voice clearly sounds distressed throughout the footage.
Oh my god, that spoon's moving. Oh my god, did you see that? That knife's moving now.
So would you try and communicate with a poltergeist, or would you just pack your bags and leave?
The pot is moving again.
YouTuber Dark Ghost Paranormal explores places that most people would never dare. As this clip begins, he explains that he was sent the coordinates to this house in the mail.
Недавно на почту мне пришло сообщение с координатами этого заброшенного дома.
The sender claimed that elderly people used to live there and that they were plagued by strange activity, especially in the basement. The residents supposedly heard unusual sounds, disembodied conversations, and even saw doors opening by themselves throughout the home. After the owners passed away, the house was left to relatives. However, they never moved in, and it's remained empty ever since. In the video, we see the investigator thoroughly exploring the space with a flashlight as he sets up some cameras to record in the background. This is when things start to get a little creepy. A piece of glass slides off the counter and shatters on the floor. Then the entire room starts to rumble and shake, tossing other objects around. It doesn't appear to be an earthquake because it doesn't affect the rest of the house. Next, the investigator uses a device in an attempt to contact any resident spirits. Eerily, he receives a message telling him to open the basement. Bravely, or perhaps stupidly, he decides to do it. He opens the hatch and ventures cautiously into the darkness. Suddenly, something catches him off guard. Take a listen. It sounds like an eerie screech. Unwilling to find out who or what made the noise, he wisely leaves the basement. However, it seems that his curiosity soon gets the better of him and he lowers himself through the trapdoor one more time. Sure enough, the same spine-chilling sound emanates out of the darkness. This time he doesn't hesitate, he quickly packs his equipment and leaves the property. While hanging out at a friend's house, Redditor Peppermint the Fox caught something strange on camera. Take a look. The large white object is a propane tank. There's also something else right next to it. At first, it's hard to make out what exactly it could be. It looks like it might be part of the tank, but if you zoom in, you can see that the foggy shape appears to have a head perched on top of a large frame. It even has two sparkling eyes that are looking off to the side. Many viewers thought the figure resembled a gorilla, while others suggested it might be a human attempting to steal propane from the tank. The original poster added that the figure vanished right after the photo was taken, and upon further inspection, they could see no footprints or signs of any kind that the figure was even there. So is this photo proof of a mysterious cryptid roaming the area, or is it something else entirely, perhaps pareidolia? Take another look at the image and let me know what your theories are in the comments down below. Abandoned places often have complex histories, and the dilapidated building seen in this video is no exception. Many people have reported strange incidents here. It's even thought that one individual committed suicide in a downstairs room. YouTuber Mysterio JL decides to investigate the premises for himself.
Una historia, diría yo, bastante perturbadora porque aquí perdieron la vida muchas personas, perdieron la vida niños.
As he enters the first room, he and his partner hear footsteps.
Oye, son pasos, ¿verdad?
Cañón.
They dissipate as the men walk closer, but can be heard once again as the men turn away.
Uy. ¿Otra vez? ¿Qué es eso? Ay, el cañón aquí atrás, güey, me caminaron,
That's when they discover the word niño, which means little boy in Spanish, written on the wall.
Niño Emilio. Esto es algo de lo que nos tiene con intriga, con preocupación, porque en todas las paredes. Dicen que
The investigators decide to continue their exploration of the property.
Ay, cañón, una plasmación esa, güey. Mira. Es una plasmación, güey. Sí, güey.
As something grabs their attention, the camera holder inadvertently captures something unnerving on camera.
Ay, cañón.
A mysterious figure can be seen in the top right window. At first, it's almost impossible to see. However, if you brighten the footage, it becomes more obvious. Next, they head upstairs. As they make their way along a dark, dilapidated hallway, a chilling sound echoes through the space.
Uy. ¿Dónde fue, güey? Mamá. ¿Dónde fue, güey?
According to the uploader, the voice says mama in Spanish.
Uy. ¿Dónde fue, güey? Mamá. ¿Dónde fue, güey?
Not long after, the investigators catch a second sighting of the mysterious figure they saw earlier.
¿Qué? ¿Qué, güey? Algo pasó por allá. ¿Dónde, güey? Algo pasó por allá al fondo.
Again, the footage needs to be brightened up, but as before, there's definitely something there. Is this just a squatter who's taken up residence in the crumbling building? Or could it be the spirit of a child that's calling out for their mama?
Uy.
Are we alone in the universe? UFO sightings have been recorded across the globe for centuries. This video, uploaded to YouTube by Arslan Warwick, is supposedly the longest ever UFO recording made by a civilian. Take a look. The camera holder notes that the orb-like object is difficult to see with the naked eye.
It's very hard to see with the naked eye now. Sun has set. Practically almost dark now.
Luckily, he has an excellent camera with a powerful zoom.
9x, this is what iPhone's maximum zoom is. I don't think that thing is moving.
After some time, it appears as though it's actually hovering in place.
It's just sitting there.
If it was just a kite, which has been suggested, it would move more noticeably in the wind.
So this thing has been here for the past 1 hour, as I said before. It's just here.
At the very end of the recording, there are several still images of the object. Here we can see that it has a distinctive dome shape, unlike any man-made craft. Many viewers have praised the camera holder for their high-quality video work. Usually, UFO footage is grainy and out of focus, making it difficult to get a good look at the actual object. Several viewers also mentioned that they too have seen similar objects in the sky recently. Have you ever witnessed a UFO? If so, let us know your experience in the comments down below. This next video, posted to TikTok by Scary Central, isn't supernatural at all, yet it'll likely leave you unnerved. As the clip begins, the camera's focused on a patch of dirt or sand. There's not much to see until a paintbrush comes into view and begins to gently tap at the dirt. Take a look at what happens next. If you're not a fan of creepy crawlies, you've probably turned away. If you haven't, however, you've noticed how big the spider is compared to the paintbrush. This is supposedly a Sicaria spider, a type of arachnid that buries itself in the sand and waits to surprise its prey. The name in Latin means assassin, and its bite can be seriously dangerous to humans. Just think next time you go outside, this little guy could be right next to your foot, and you wouldn't even know. There's very little information available on this next video. It was uploaded to TikTok by Scary Central, but its origins are unknown. It shows a woman chatting on her cell phone as she walks by. She stops momentarily to say something to the camera holder, oblivious to the fact that there might be danger in the vicinity. Take a look at what happens next. A creepy figure appears behind her. It lurches out of the darkness, reaching towards the unsuspecting woman. The camera holder does see it, however. Panicked, they don't even attempt to warn their friend of the impending threat. They simply run away. As there's little information on this video, it's hard to tell just what it is we're seeing here. The figure looks distorted, almost as if it could be a reflection in a warped mirror. Take another look at the clip and let me know what you think's going on here. Is it a snippet from a movie, or is it something a little more sinister? Let me know down below. After recently moving to a new home, TikTok user Chubby Gooby began to experience some strange things. Objects began to move unaided, taps would turn themselves on, and there was just a general unsettling vibe that filled the house. It wasn't long before home security cameras captured some of the bizarre activity. In this first clip, captured in early June 2022, we can see the homeowner watching some TV, when suddenly something weird happens. Watch. Watching that again, an object falls off a shelf. The OP notes that her cat got up just seconds before the object fell, almost as if it knew something was off. On June 19th, more eerie footage was captured, this time in the bedroom. Take a look. The footage is sped up, but you can see that the door opens and closes seemingly all by itself. Then this happens. The washing basket slowly moves towards the bed. Then something falls off the fireplace as the washing basket moves further towards the bed. Spooked by the event, the homeowners initially tried to rationally explain the bizarre footage. First, they thought perhaps an earthquake had vibrated the washing basket across the room. The couple even tried testing the angle of the floor with water to see if there was a slant that could explain the movement. It wasn't long before their minds drifted into the realms of the paranormal for an explanation. According to a comment made by the OP, they're looking for a medium to help with the situation. They've also pleaded to their followers on TikTok for help and guidance through this bizarre set of events. Naturally, a lot of viewers said that they should have their house blessed by a priest immediately, with some genuinely worried for the couple's safety. This is an ongoing story and one that we'll continue to keep our eye on, so for now, these eerie happenings will have to remain a mystery. This next piece of creepy footage was shared to TikTok by TikTok Paranormal, but its origins are unknown. The clip begins with a contractor doing some work in a newly renovated house. He's alone, but suspects there may be a squatter somewhere in the building as he keeps hearing noises.
Anybody here?
He explores the house, calling out to see if there's anyone there.
Hello?
That's when a door seems to move by itself.
Hello?
He looks in the room, but there's nothing there. Then suddenly, this happens.
Who is it?
Watching that again, as the contractor calls down into the basement, the lights flicker on and off, and we can hear something rattle.
Who is it?
Something scares the man so much that he drops his phone and runs away. We're then left with the view of the phone that's been left behind. Take a look at what happens next. Something appears to move the phone. Eventually, the man returns to get his phone. The clip then ends shortly thereafter, and we're left wondering what it is we just witnessed. No one seems to know if the camera holder actually saw something in the basement or not, but a lot of viewers are calling this a genuine poltergeist haunting. The fact that the man dropped his phone and ran lends some credibility to this encounter, with a lot of comments adding that he seemed genuinely scared.
Who is it?
The clip has since gone viral, racking up more than 6 million views at the time of writing. With literally thousands of comments, it seems no one can quite explain this eerie encounter. User Horror Talk has shared a clip that's left a lot of TikTok users confused and a little frightened. Take a look.
And as you can see, there's obviously a really very clear planet that is right north of the sun.
As you can see, there's a mysterious orb of light just above the sun.
Clear planet that is right north of the sun.
The camera holder then shows the moon in the sky in the opposite direction.
And wow, I would love to say it was the moon, but since the moon happens to be right here, on the opposite side, there's no way it is.
The uploader suggests that this might be a glitch in the simulation, with an error accidentally showing an additional sun.
Oh, just look at that planet just beaming and shining right now. Somebody tell me what it is. Thank you.
Some commenters joked that we're living on Tatooine, the famous sandy planet from the Star Wars universe that has 2 suns.
Since we all have been taught in school that Mercury and Venus do not show up, oh, just look at that planet just beaming and shining right now.
While this footage is definitely mysterious, there might be a logical explanation. It's called a sundog. This is an atmospheric optical illusion caused by ice crystals refracting sunlight. The result is a bright spot on one or both sides of the sun. So while there is a perfectly sound explanation for this footage, it would certainly be strange to see in person.
That is right north of the sun. And wow, I would love to say it was the moon, but since the moon happens to be right here on the opposite side, there's no way it is. Oh, just look at that planet just beaming and shining right now. Somebody tell me what it is. Thank you.
There's a strange trend going around on TikTok at the moment that has users purporting that they can talk to trees. One of the strangest clips comes from user Bria Music. She saw that other users were talking and interacting with trees, so she decided to try it for herself. Take a look at what happens.
Okay, there is nothing on the side of me. There is nothing on the side of me, nothing above me. Okay, tree, if you can hear me, touch my shoulder.
As you can see, the branch of the tree seems to rise up and touch the OP on the shoulder.
Tree, if you can hear me, touch my shoulder.
She asks again, and once more the tree seems to comply.
Tree, did you guys see that? If you can hear me, touch my shoulder. Oh my god, thank you.
Reactions to this trend, and this video in particular, have understandably been varied. Some commenters said that Mother Nature is far more complex than we'll ever know, and that trees run on a higher plane of energy than we do. Others, however, thought the whole thing was complete nonsense, saying that String or an accomplice must have been involved. Bizarrely though, there is a whole trending hashtag called #TalkingTrees that shows loads of other users doing the exact same thing, like this one from user Carolina Susie Q. Watch.
Hi, tree. Hi. Can you touch me? Can you touch me? Thank you.
So have you heard of this trend? What do you make of it? Have you ever tried it yourself? If you have, I'd love to hear about your experiences in the comments down below.
Tree, did you guys see that? If you can hear me, touch my shoulder. Oh my god, thank you.
This eerie little clip was shared to TikTok by user Razor Tails. The OP says that her mum gave her stuffed teddy bear to them when they moved out of home. She's always been fond of it, but recently she noticed eerie things happening. They claim that the bear, on occasion, will move on its own. In this clip, the title claims that the bear will only move when she leaves the room. Take a look at what happens. As you can see, the bear begins to move. This clip went viral, and after it racked up millions of views, thousands of commenters were freaked out by the sighting. Some called for the toy to be burned or for a priest to splash it with holy water. However, a lot of people noticed a telling detail that reduces the creep factor significantly. At the 9-second mark, just before the bear moves, there's a distinct cut in the shot. The lighting changes and something on the right-hand side of the bed seems to move. So it would seem this is a fake yet fun little bit of footage for TikTokers to thumb over late at night. Personal trainer and part-time ghost hunter Tony Ferguson, whose footage we've featured before, claims he spotted an eerie spectre on an old Royal Navy warship. In March 2018, Ferguson was investigating the HMS Victory when he felt like someone was watching him from the shadows. He claims he couldn't see anything in person but felt like he should film the area to try and catch some evidence. When he reviewed his footage, he was stunned at what he saw. Take a look at the clip. At a little after 8 PM, the camera shows a figure of a person walking in the distance. Ferguson claims it's the spirit of Admiral Nelson's wife, Frances Fanny Nelson. He notes that the sighting took place in the upper chamber, an area restricted to high-ranking officers. This is where Admiral Nelson and his wife would have spent a significant amount of time together. The HMS Victory first set sail in 1765 and played a significant role at the Battle of Trafalgar on the 21st of October, 1805. The 104-gun warship has had several captains over its lifespan before it was relegated to the dry docks in Portsmouth, England in 1922. Since then, it served as a naval museum of sorts, but is still technically part of the Royal Navy and is the world's oldest naval ship still in commission. Over the years, visitors and Navy personnel have claimed to have seen ghostly figures on board the ship. Often, it's just a shadowy presence out the corner of an eye, but when they go to have a proper look, there's nothing ever there. Tony Ferguson claims he's always had a knack for spiritual encounters and says his granddad was haunted by a presence his whole life. He believes supernatural entities may be drawn to him, and that's why he was able to capture the sighting on board HMS Victory. So given its long and storied past, it certainly does make you wonder whether some kind of residual energy may be lingering on board this old Navy war vessel. Perhaps the trauma of war has left its mark for eternity. Our first clip of the day comes from Twitter user Cidio Paranormal, but its true origins are a mystery. The clip opens with someone exploring a funeral parlor after dark.
Hello?
It's not really known what they're doing there after closing, but it soon becomes apparent that something is very wrong. Take a look. Watching that again, after a few thuds, the coffin starts to shake. It's almost as though whoever's inside wants to come out. The camera holder freaks out and runs away. Right at the end of the clip, there's a brief shot of the coffin and you can clearly see that it's open and empty. Unfortunately, the clip ends abruptly and we're left wondering what it is we've just seen. So what was this person doing in this funeral home after hours? What were they looking for? Unless more info comes to hand, this unsettling little clip will have to remain a complete mystery. This weird piece of footage went viral on Twitter in late July 2022, when user Noah3020 uploaded some footage that they captured at a Lady Gaga concert. It left conspiracy theorists gagging as they suggest something bizarre is afoot. Take a look. Watching that again in slow motion, a book that's been thrown on stage appears to stop in mid-air, then fall to the ground. The strange footage sparked a number of wild and wonderful theories on Twitter. Some said it was a glitch in the Matrix and that the book encountered an error and fell to the ground. The more popular yet strange assumption is that Lady Gaga is protected by an invisible force field, suggesting she's some kind of futuristic being. There were some more level-headed theories, however, saying that a lot of big concerts often have a very fine mesh-like barrier in place for the artist's protection. But many fans have noted that Lady Gaga often interacts with things that have been thrown on stage, as you can see here. It's clear random objects can make it on stage without being stopped by mesh or a glass barrier. So what's going on here then? Does Lady Gaga really have a force field protecting her? Let me know where you stand on this in the comments down below. This next eerie incident was captured on a live stream when YouTuber Horror Fantasies was running a Ouija board session for his fans. As he's chatting away to his fans watching the live stream, something strange happens. Watch. The doll appears to move its head. The YouTuber freaks out and drops the doll, but isn't quite sure if something really happened or not.
I could have sworn that doll turned its head at me. Okay.
Naturally, the live stream chat went into overdrive as viewers speculated whether the doll's head really moved or not. Some noted it almost looks like the YouTuber could make the head move with his thumb, which does look plausible. So what do you think? Is this doll haunted, or was the head just manipulated? I'll leave that up to you to decide. Do shadow people really exist? This next clip from Sitio Paranormal has left Twitter users wondering whether it shows a genuine paranormal encounter. Take a look. The internal security camera shows that out of nowhere, a shadow seems to push the man. He stumbles a few steps, clearly frightened by what's just happened. There are many theories about what shadow people could be. Some say they're ghosts or spirits of the deceased, others believe they're extraterrestrial beings, but some think they're demons or evil entities from alternate realities. And still others believe that shadow people are simply figments of our imagination. No one knows for sure what shadow people are, but there have been many reports of sightings throughout history. In some cultures, shadow people are seen as omens of death or misfortune. In other cultures, they're seen as benevolent beings that offer protection or guidance. Most people believe that shadow people are just figments of their imagination. There are few scientific explanations for why some people may see shadow people. One explanation is that when we're tired, our brain doesn't process information very well. This can lead to us seeing things that aren't really there, like shadows. Another explanation is that some people may have sleep disorders which cause them to have hallucinations. These hallucinations can be anything, including shadowy people. However, this footage clearly shows the man being pushed by something, so it's hardly his imagination. I'll throw this one out to you for final judgment. Is this a real shadow person caught on camera? Let me know down below. You might recall back in 2016 when we had the so-called clown epidemic. These were a series of reports of people dressed as clowns in public places, primarily in the United States. The sightings began in South Carolina in late August, and by early October had been reported in at least 28 states and 3 Canadian provinces. Most of the sightings involved people trying to scare or harass others, but some reports included armed clowns or even clowns attempting to lure children into the woods or cars. The sightings caused widespread panic and led to schools closing, police forces increasing patrols, and several people being arrested. Well, now it seems more strange clown sightings have started popping up. This eerie sighting was captured by a Florida resident in late 2020. It was uploaded to the YouTube channel Tree Nation. Take a look at what they caught on camera. This homeowner in Central Florida began filming when they noticed someone lurking in the woods near their house. As you can see, the person's just standing among the trees with a clown mask on. It's not known whether the person was casing the house for a possible burglary, or whether they thought it was just a funny prank. The uploader says this isn't the first time this has happened. Just prior to this incident, they saw 5 or more people dressed as clowns standing in the tree line on their property. Some residents think it could just be teenagers trying to scare people and that they're not actually going to hurt anyone. However, other people are taking the sightings more seriously and are concerned that the clowns might be trying to lure children into their cars or kidnap them. There have even been reports of people wearing clown masks trying to break into homes. The police have urged people not to take matters into their own hands and report any suspicious activity to them straight away. They're also warning people against dressing up as clowns in an effort to scare other people. So could we be seeing a repeat of the 2016 clown epidemic, or is this just an isolated incident in Florida? For now, only time will tell. This next series of clips come from a wild story that's playing out on TikTok. In April 2022, TikTok user Andrew Dawson was driving in a remote area of British Columbia in Canada when they spotted something unusual. Take a look.
What is it?
On top of the snow-covered mountain in the distance, there appears to be a very large bipedal figure.
No, seriously, pull over, pull over. There's a person standing there. No, it's not. Dude, have you seen what I've seen right now?
Considering the distance, whatever's standing on the mountaintop would have to be enormous. The sighting prompted viewers to call this figure a giant. Some said it could even be a Sasquatch. For decades, Sasquatch sightings have been prolific in the Pacific Northwest region of North America. The first recorded Sasquatch sighting in British Columbia was in 1884, when a group of prospectors claimed to have seen the creature near Yale. Over the years, more and more sightings were reported in the region, forming much of the Bigfoot lore that we know today. One of the most famous Sasquatch sightings occurred in 1941, when the Chapman family saw a bizarre bipedal creature near Ruby Creek. At first, they thought it was just a bear, but it soon became apparent that what they saw was something else entirely. The mother of the family, Jeannie Chapman, described the creature as a huge, hair-covered man that stood more than 8 feet tall. The beast had a broad chest and long arms, a small head with a thick, strong-looking neck. Jeannie's description does closely resemble the figure seen in Dawson's mountaintop footage.
No, seriously, pull over, pull over. There's a person standing there. No, it's not. Dude, have you seen what I've seen right now?
To prove that there's nothing normally on the mountain, Dawson went back to film some more footage. Here you can clearly see there's no tree or structure that might resemble a giant person standing on the mountain. In fact, there's nothing there at all.
And it's not even there anymore, too. That's where it was yesterday. I spoke to some locals and it comes and goes apparently, I don't know.
Things take a turn for the strange when Dawson explains that he tried driving up the mountain to investigate the area. Take a listen.
I just got stopped by like some CIA agent. He told me to turn around, said I'm trespassing. I said it's a public area, like a public park or whatever. Some local told me to take this path. I don't get it. It was awkward, but I'm going back again tomorrow to see if he's not there. But if he is there, I will keep a camera. I will film.
Several days later, Dawson spots this in the sky near where the giant figure was seen. A strange, unidentified light is hovering in the air. The plot thickens when several days later, Dawson sees several large extraction helicopters hovering over the woods.
So they're extracting something out of here. There's 2 helicopters. What the f?
Spurred on by these strange set of events, Dawson waits till nightfall to drive up the mountain. When this happens,
This is him. What's going on?
Road's closed. Turn around.
Really?
Yeah, man. Just turn around, please.
Okay.
a government official turns Dawson around, telling him he can't proceed. The officer sounds quite rude and doesn't give an explanation as to why the road is closed.
What's going on?
Road's closed. Turn around.
Really?
Yeah, man. Just turn around, please.
Okay.
A few days after this incident, Dawson uploaded a video claiming there was a surveillance team just outside of his home.
I think that's the same vehicle from... Hey!
Now here's where things take a turn into conspiracy town. Dawson promptly uploaded an update telling viewers that the whole thing had been staged and that it was just a bit of fun for TikTok.
Now I'm going to give you an official update of what's been going on. Sorry to disappoint you guys, but all of the videos that I posted were scripted. They're just fake. They were just strictly for entertainment. I'm sorry to disappoint you guys. I just needed to give you a quick update.
However, viewers noted Dawson's uneasy body language and that he keeps glancing off camera as though he's being forced by someone.
Sorry to disappoint you guys, but all of the videos that I posted were scripted. They're just fake. They were just strictly for entertainment. I'm sorry to disappoint you guys. I just needed to give you a quick update.
Then, at the time of writing this, a quick update was posted to the channel. Take a look.
You might not see me post ever again. My videos weren't fake.
Dawson claims he may not be able to post ever again and that the videos weren't staged. This is one of the last videos that's been posted to the channel and viewers aren't sure what's going on. Some say it's getting a little heavy-handed and over the top and claim it has to be a hoax. But the vast majority of people who have seen this series of clips think it's just the tip of the iceberg and that it's beginning to expose a much larger government cover-up.
No, seriously, pull over. There's a person standing there.
No, it's not.
Dude, have you seen what I've seen right now?
So what do you think's going on here? Giants, Bigfoot, UFOs and government agents? It's certainly an interesting story, but is it really true? Let me know where you land on all this in the comments section down below. Sometimes there's footage so eerie that even if there is some type of logical explanation to describe what's going on, all who view it are thoroughly creeped out regardless. That's exactly what happened with one Reddit video uploaded by user FitThenFat. In the CCTV footage that they shared on the website, we get a view of something unnerving in Costa Rica that has viewers offering suggestions from everything from a cryptid to a ghoul to even the legend of a local witch with terrible intentions. In the video, we can immediately see a dog barking loudly at something off screen, his bark sounding clearly panicked. Another dog soon joins him, barking equally as loud and looking scared. But what happens next is likely to both surprise you and weird you out at the same time. Take a look. On the right of screen appears a strange figure with large bent legs walking in a crab-like motion down the street. The dogs follow the person/creature as it eerily makes its way down the road, barking and chasing it as it crawls off screen and into the distance. There are nearly 500 comments from other Reddit users who have tried to make sense of what they just witnessed. Some went for an explanation that didn't delve into the paranormal realms, offering the idea that this was simply a very inebriated and flexible individual who had managed to bend over and crawl in a very peculiar way. Others were less convinced, believing the figure to possibly be the dreaded Costa Rican legend named Lamona. Lamona is believed to be a witch with a great resemblance to a monkey, notable for her extra long arms and legs, as well as her body covered fully in hair. The screams of Lamona are said to cause great terror in even the bravest of people, leaving them shaken for the rest of their lives. Moreover, Lamona is known for jumping on the roofs of houses and scratching the walls to freak out the people inside. The possibility of this figure being Lamona could explain the clear terror of the dog's barks, as well as the bent legs that look way too long to be human. So does this video prove that the legend of Lamona is indeed true? Let me know what you think in the comments section below. For one grocery shop in the UK, a shopping trolley became the centre of attention after it started to suddenly move and zip around, seemingly of its own accord. Reddit user Pags3531 originally shared the clip, which has since stirred up quite the debate in both the UK and around the globe. We can see a lone shopping trolley sitting in an empty parking lot in the security camera footage. Suddenly, the trolley jerks backwards, before spinning around and flailing down the parking lot out of sight. Here it is again in slow motion. The original uploader of the video did inform viewers that it was a particularly windy day that day, which could explain why the trolley had shifted in the first place. Others suggested that if the trolley had had a bad wheel, it could explain why it had continued to move down the lot, the wheel having forced the trolley to slide in a backward motion. Still, some eagle-eyed viewers noted that the timestamp of the video seemed to be faster than normal, adding to the strange zip-like movement of the cart. This is a common practice for individuals who like to manipulate footage for the sake of making it scarier. Of course, paranormal fans believe that a ghost or other supernatural figure had caused this to occur. So was there a paranormal figure that needed to go on a quick grocery run, or is this simply another case of some cleverly edited footage? We'll leave that up to you to decide. A haunted wheelchair. This idea seems like something that might show up in a horror movie, not in real life. Unfortunately, for one man in a hospital, he came face to face with this exact situation. The Daily Star in the UK provided the video for all to see and speculate. In the clip, the camera operator films a wheelchair that sits a few feet away from him in a reception area. A couple of seconds into filming, the wheelchair slowly turns to face the man. The man moves to the right to get a better view of the chair, which then shifts to face his direction again. Creeped out, the man turns and hurriedly walks away. The clip then cuts to some time later, where the man approaches the chair once again. Immediately, the chair begins to move slowly towards the man. He backs away before turning around and running away for good. The turning of the wheelchair to face the man is perhaps the most terrifying factor of the entire video. There's been no explanation provided for what is happening in this clip, leaving viewers to draw their own conclusions. Given that this was filmed in a hospital where no doubt hundreds of people have passed away, many viewers think that the wheelchair was being manipulated by a spirit that hasn't been able to move on, perhaps someone who doesn't realise they've died at all. Whatever way you look at it, it's some freaky footage, and an encounter that will likely haunt the camera holder for a very long time. For one Australian couple flying to Greece, a chance mid-air sighting will likely have stayed with them for a very long time. Kerry Farides shared the clip in hopes that viewers could give an explanation for what it was they saw. In the video, shot from a window of an airplane, we can see the wing of the plane as well as clouds in the distance. Eerily, there's an ambiguous, thin black object that seems to hover in the air. A woman in the background asks, "What is that?" in a panicked voice.
What is that? Carrie, what is that?
The object turns slowly. A long plume of thick black smoke trails behind it. It continues to fly close to the airplane for the duration of the clip, turning around slowly. Theories as to what this bizarre sighting could be are wide and ranging. Some suggested it could be some type of military aircraft, perhaps a new one that the public isn't aware of. Many believe that militaries keep plenty of secrets from their citizens, so this isn't a stretch of a theory for conspiracy lovers. Others believe this is an example of a UFO in action with aliens likely on board, following the airplane. Whether they're just curious about the aircraft or had some other intentions is unknown. Still, others jokingly offered the idea that the figure is a Dementor straight out of the Harry Potter book series. If this is the case, we can only hope Harry's nearby to save the day. Reddit user Kujikami provided footage that has made some people rethink what the worst thing they could experience in an airport could truly be. The security footage shows an empty gate area with a big black door to the right of frame. Suddenly, the door swings open with force, seemingly all on its own. Here it is again in slow motion. There's clearly nothing interfering with the door to make it open. Unequal air pressure has been the #1 suggested culprit for this bizarre occurrence. Many viewers have claimed to have seen this exact same situation in their workplaces or school. Still, many other Redditors disputed this, referencing the heaviness of the door as the reason why it couldn't simply have been air pressure that pushed it open in such a forceful manner. Some Redditors saw an extremely slight shadow change right before the door swung open, bringing up the possibility of a ghost opening the door. Could this have been a ghost who was eager to catch a flight, or does the air pressure in the airport need to be double checked? Let me know which theory you think it is in the comments section below. A video shared by Anne Alston on the Daily Star UK seems to show something paranormal, an eerie sighting that's been causing viewers to get goosebumps across the world. In the video, we see CCTV footage of an empty street with a lamppost in the middle of the frame. A few moments into the footage, something eerie is caught on camera. Take a look. If we watch it again, what seems to be a ghostly individual with a face and torso appears directly out of the lamppost and walks forward. As the figure walks down the street, it then vanishes into thin air and disappears completely from sight. If we zoom in and slow it down a little, the figure does greatly resemble a human being with a transparent form. Many viewers have agreed that the figure does indeed look very much like a ghost, though others have tried to offer alternative ideas for what this figure could be. For instance, some think that the figure was the result of a camera glitch or some type of reflection. The reflection idea has been hotly debated though, as the camera sits outside and not indoors, where it could reflect off glass or another surface. Interestingly, the original poster of the video claims that this figure's been spotted by others in the same street, usually at night time when no one else was around. As a result, some believe that this could truly only be explained as something otherworldly. Reddit user Gilgamesh vs Humbaba caught something on camera in his bathroom that has gone on to make many Reddit users scratch their heads in confusion. Whether this is some type of animal or a ghostly entity remains a mystery, though there's no doubting that it's certainly bizarre. The video shot in the Reddit user's bathroom shows us a view of the bathroom floor. Immediately, we can see something small and white scurry on the floor and out of view on the bottom right of the frame. The cameraman pans the camera around the floor, but nothing else appears for the rest of the video. Here's the strange sighting again in slow motion. The Reddit user explained that, while he does have a small pet cat, his cat was in another room at the time, so this mysterious figure couldn't possibly be his cat. He did say that he had had pets that had passed away before, and he wouldn't be surprised if what he saw was actually the spirit of an old pet of his. In fact, he claims to have seen the spirits of his past pets in other homes. Many other Reddit users like this thought, as it brings a sense of comfort to those who have lost pets. However, the original uploader of the video did say that his home is very old, so this figure could be the spirit of something else altogether. Perhaps something even sinister. Still, others were sure that the creature was indeed his current cat who had escaped another room, and that no spirits were involved at all. So give the video another view and judge for yourself as to exactly what's going on here. Then let us know what you think down below.
Alright guys, got some new fish. Pretty big tank as well.
Our first strange clip of the day comes from Reddit user Get the Base. The OP was making a video for Instagram when they seem to have inadvertently caught something eerie on camera. Take a look.
A black one, and if you guys have any suggestions for names that... What the f... What the f...
As they record their fish, a hand can be seen on the other side of the glass.
A black one, and if you guys have any suggestions for names that... What the f...
The camera holder quickly looks around the corner, but there's no one there. Once the clip hit Reddit, viewers began to notice another creepy detail. At the 33-second mark, a shadow passes by the door. The OP says they didn't notice the shadow until people started to point it out. Their initial fear was that an intruder was in the house. However, they claim they didn't hear any footsteps or other noises that might suggest someone was lurking nearby. Their wife and children were away and they were supposed to be the only ones home. So what do you think's going on here? Was someone creeping around the house without the OP knowing? Or are we witnessing something a little more mysterious? Let me know where you land on this in the comments down below.
What the f... What the f...
This next series of clips has left the TikTok community on edge, with some calling it the most genuine haunting they've seen in years. For some time now, user Dude My House is Haunted has suspected something strange is going on in their home. They often hear a disembodied voice that sounds like a woman crying out from somewhere inside their house. Cupboard doors are found open and objects appear in different parts of the house without anyone moving them. Eventually, the activity became a bit too much, so the OP set up a series of cameras around the home to try and catch some evidence of the bizarre happenings. In July 2021, a camera placed in the kitchen catches some unusual movement. Take a look.
That's crazy.
As you can see, the chair begins to move, seemingly all on its own.
That's insane, guys. I don't even know what to think about that. You know, this kind of stuff has never happened to me, as I said, and I don't know what to think.
Then some cabinets open. Then yet more activity is captured. Finally, something seems to move at the rear of the room.
Back into the hallway and sweeps around the corner.
The homeowner says he's been living in the house for over 10 years, and over that time he's heard a lot of strange noises, but chalked it up to an old building creaking and expanding. However, he claims things have become a lot more active in the past year. Here we can see the homeowner seeing a friend off in the front yard after a visit. Take a look at what happens.
It's just a story. What's that? Hello?
The OP claims that they both heard a woman saying hello from inside of the house.
It's just a story. What's that?
You can clearly see their reactions, and they even call out to see if there's anyone there.
Hello?
In this next sequence, we see the homeowner working in his home office. He says he heard some banging noises coming from the back of the house, so he set up his camera phone to film continuously to see if he could capture the noises on camera. Well, it appears he caught a little more than just noises. Watch.
Okay, I think I just heard something.
A shadow passes by, then we can hear the attic door bang.
Okay, I think I just heard something.
A few weeks later, the OP notifies his followers that he had to leave the house and that he's been staying with his son for quite some time. While away, he received a Ring security camera notification that movement had been detected in his house. He looked at the feed and was shocked to see this. Out of nowhere, the attic door opens by itself. A box falls down. Then the ladder extends downward. In the most recent footage, captured in June 2022, things seem to have escalated. It's the middle of the afternoon when this happens.
What flavor do you want? Durable. Hey. Yeah. Hey. No.
Watching that again, the chair seems to move all on its own.
Durable. Hey. Yeah. Hey.
Then a knife flies across the room.
No.
The OP says this was the final straw and they left the house immediately and haven't been back since. According to the Post, they're prepping the house so they can move away permanently. This is an ongoing saga, one we'll continue to keep an eye on. In the meantime, I highly recommend you check out their page as there's loads more clips we weren't able to cover here. As always, I'll put a link in the description box below. This next one is definitely odd. It was posted to Instagram by user Rachel T. Gilbers 9. In the clip, we can see a young girl who works in a restaurant kitchen. She explains that something strange happened while prepping lemons. It was so strange, in fact, that she had to refer back to the security footage to prove what had happened actually did occur.
Grabbing a lemon, right? I cut it in half.
Here, we can see her cut a lemon.
Cut it in half once more, right there.
But watch what happens next.
Go get a bag. Okay, I grab the bag, I go back for the lemon, and I grab the lemon, and I touch it, and I'm like, why is it not cut in half? In my face, I'm like, what the f? So I'm like inspecting it, I take it out of the bag, I grab this lemon, trying to see if I cut that one, I recut the lemon, because the lemon wasn't cut anymore.
When she returns to the lemon, she's confused to find that it's not actually cut. Yet moments before, we can see that she does indeed cut the lemon with the knife.
Okay, I grab the bag, I go back for the lemon, and I grab the lemon, and I touch it, and I'm like, why is it not cut in half? In my face, I'm like, what the f? So I'm like inspecting it, I take it out of the bag, I grab this lemon, trying to see if I cut that one, I recut the lemon.
The poster was so confused, she declared the event a glitch in the system.
I'm freaking out because the lemon was not cut in half anymore. It was literally intact, and you can see me in the video cut the lemon in half. There was a glitch. This has never happened to me, and I don't know how to act. I'm freaking out.
So what do you think's going on here? I'd love to hear your theories in the comments down below. Was the lemon cut, or was it just a trick of perspective? Let me know down below.
Okay, I grab the bag, I go back for the lemon, and I grab the lemon, and I touch it, and I'm like, why is it not cut in half? In my face, I'm like, what the f? So I'm like inspecting it, I take it out of the bag, I grab this lemon, trying to see if I cut that one. I recut the lemon because the lemon wasn't cut anymore.
This next photo was posted to our Slaptown community page on Facebook by Jennifer Howard. Jennifer says that it's a single frame captured by a home security system after it detected movement in the living room. Here you can see the living room with Jennifer sound asleep on her bed. She says that they had moved her bed into the living room because they were renovating and had recently painted the walls of the bedroom. Eerily, just next to the bed is a strange-looking figure. It's partially blurred and seems to be leering over the bed. Jennifer notes that you can see her 2 dogs asleep on the bed. They're normally very sensitive and will bark at the slightest movement. Yet here they're sound asleep. Creepier still, for some reason, the security camera only captured a single frame and didn't go on to record a video. So all that was captured was this eerie figure standing by the bed for a split second, then nothing. So who or what is this figure by the bed? Jennifer says she was the only one home at the time and is at a loss to explain the sighting. If it was a burglar, you'd think the camera would have caught more footage and the dogs certainly would have started barking. So for now, this eerie sighting will have to remain a mystery. This eerie clip was shared to TikTok by user PG Stories. It's not known exactly where this was filmed, but it shows some construction workers on a rural road. They had to stop and pull over after they spotted this. A woman is standing knee-high in a ditch full of water, facing the opposite direction. The men call out to see if she's alright, but they get no response. The poster suggests that this is a sighting of the infamous La Llorona. In Spanish folklore, the Weeping Woman, as she's sometimes referred to, is a notorious entity that lurks near waterfront areas searching for her lost children. Many accounts claim that she's extremely dangerous and will attack anyone who interferes with her eternal search for her dead children. Unfortunately, this is one of those extremely short clips that float about sites like TikTok. They contain almost no information and can't really be verified. So is this the infamous La Llorona, or is it simply a woman that needs some help? Drop your opinions in the comments down below. This little clip's been going viral this past few weeks, but it's been difficult to find the original source. This version was shared by Scary Central on TikTok. The video presents a rather distressed mother filming her child. She claims that her toddler can see something in the vent of their home. Take a look.
Who are you saying goodnight to?
Him.
Who?
Him. Good night.
Jugger, there's no one up there.
The child points and says goodnight, insisting that there's something in the vent.
Who are you saying goodnight to?
Him. Good night.
Who?
Him. Good night.
Jugger, there's no one up there.
Him up there.
Show me.
Him up there. Him up there.
Jugger, there's no one up there.
The mother confirms that her son has been talking to the vent for some time and has even been seen blowing it kisses.
He's been talking to that vent and then he was blowing it kisses. And I'm creeped out now.
Some commenters claim that you can actually see fingers coming out of the vent, but zooming in, we can't seem to see anything at all.
Jugger, there's no one up there.
So is this just a child's overactive imagination, or are they really seeing something that we can't fathom? Some paranormal experts believe that children are more sensitive to the paranormal than adults, believing they can sense spirits and energies that are beyond the realms of normal senses. So could this kid really be saying goodnight to a ghost? Watch the clip again and decide for yourself.
Jugger, there's no one up there.
Him up there.
Show me.
Him up there. Him up there.
Jugger, there's no one up there.
Is it possible to conjure up ghosts simply with our minds? That was the question asked by a group of individuals from the Toronto Society of Psychical Research in the early 1970s. None of the members of the group were gifted with any supposed psychic or spiritual powers. Still, they were curious to see if they could conjure up a ghost by simply using their collective imagination and visualization. Lead researcher Dr. A.R. George Owen believed that ghosts were merely an illusion created by the mind, if the mind truly believed it to be so. To test Dr. Owen's theory, the group created a fictitious spirit named Philip. Philip was given a complete biography by the group, from his birth to his unfortunate death by suicide at the age of 30. The spirit was born in the 1620s in England and was a knighted member of the military. One day he met and fell in love with a gypsy girl, beginning an affair with her. His wife discovered the affair and burned the girl at the stake. As a result, Philip ended his life, driven to death by sorrow. For the experiment, the group was seated around a table discussing Philip as well as visualizing him and his life. For months, absolutely nothing occurred, though some group members swear that they could feel another presence among them. After a few months, the group decided to switch up the experiment by incorporating a more traditional seance scene, dimming the lights around them and placing their hands on a table. In doing so, they hoped that Philip would speak to them by either knocking on or rotating the table. Only when they changed the experiment up did they finally find some success. They asked Philip questions about his life, and the supposed spirit began to interact with the group. There was rapping on and vibrations of the table, as well as unexplained echoes and sudden gusts of air felt by the group. At one point, the table the group was sitting at levitated and moved across the room of its own accord. The experiment began to be filmed, and at one point there was a live taping of the group done in front of an audience of 50 people. A video on YouTube gives glimpses into the experiment, including snippets of the actual paranormal activity. In the video uploaded by History vs. Hollywood on YouTube, viewers can see the group seated around the table, hands out, asking Philip questions.
You love Margot. Margot. Oh, yeah. Say it again. Did you love Margot? Good.
At one point, a rapping sound can be heard in response to a question.
Did you like Dorothea?
Following this, the table shakes and seems to lift off the ground. The video cuts to another clip with the group standing up with their hands on the table, singing. Suddenly, the table completely tilts to the left, falling on its side. Dr. Owen's wife, Iris Owen, explains that the group was very surprised when they first heard the knocking. The video then cuts to an interview with psychologist Dr. Joel Witten, who theorizes that the paranormal occurrences happen due to the collective belief and concentrated energy of the group.
The group is involved in a joint feeling of mutuality. Each member almost intuitively senses the other person and their feelings. Is it some type of concentration of energy?
The Philip experiment was met with both awe and criticism in its day. The main criticism lay in the fact that the experiment didn't have any control factors, as usually found in scientific experiments. Additionally, the scientific community remains hesitant to call seances trustworthy. There have been other groups who have tried to replicate the experiment, though usually to no avail.
Did you like Dorothea?
The Philip experiment may be just one mystery left unsolved. In April 2016, a 7.3 magnitude earthquake hit Fukuoka, a city located in northern Kyushu Island, Japan. While the earthquake caused plenty of damage itself, it was what happened shortly after that left many residents scratching their heads. 90 miles from the epicenter of the earthquake appeared a thick foam that covered the streets. Residents walked and drove over the foam but had no idea where it emerged from. In some places, the mysterious foam was knee-high, making it hard to wade through. Other residents refused to leave their houses in fear of what the foam could be. Local first responders and authority figures tried to theorize where exactly the foam came from. Some believe the foam could have been derived from a busted pipe under the streets, though no cracks could be found in the streets which the foam could have leaked through. Others thought the foam could be from a firefighter's hose, though no foam was found in the hoses either, and the sheer size and breadth of which the foam covered made no sense either. Still today, the foam remains a complete mystery with no explanation given. What do you think this foam could be? Love to get your thoughts on this strange mystery in the comment section below. To this day, 80% of the ocean remains unexplored by mankind. This has left plenty of room for speculations and theories as to what mysteries are in the deep blue, just waiting to be discovered. One of these mysteries became known as the Baltic Sea anomaly. In 2011, the Swedish diving team named Ocean X came across an abnormal sonar image, leading to a baffling discovery: a sunken object that strikingly resembled a craft of some kind. The object quickly became known as the Baltic Sea anomaly, as it was discovered in the Baltic Sea between Sweden and Finland. The diving team described the object as having what looked to be man-made formations, including ramps and stairways. Scientists quickly began to come up with ideas to explain the strange object, including the idea that it was a geological formation created over thousands of years, possibly since the Ice Age. Samples taken from the object and examined by scientists concluded that the structure is made mostly of granites, gneisses, and sandstone. The object's discovery led to some controversy, as the tabloids began to create sci-fi fantasies of what the object could be. These fantasies included everything from being a flying saucer to the Millennium Falcon. Scientists around the world were adamant that this was nothing more than a simple rock formation blown out of proportion. The Ocean X diving team also eventually came under fire, as they offered to take wealthy tourists down to the sea floor to see the object for themselves. The team also claimed that they were never able to capture a good photo of the object due to technical difficulties. Many believe the group have exaggerated what the anomaly really looks like in order to gain notoriety. Could this be the case? Or has the mystery object blended in just well enough to escape deeper discovery? Over the years, there have been countless supposed alien sightings, with one of the most prominent occurring in early 1800s Japan. Whether it's simply a Japanese legend or a real recorded experience remains up for debate to this day. The event took place in 1803 in the Hitachi province of eastern Japan. A group of fishermen on the region's coast noticed a large ship drifting alone in the waters. Curious, the group towed the boat to shore to inspect it. The large boat resembled a wooden rice pit, with the upper half of the ship constructed of rosewood and the lower half of brazen plates. The strange ship was said to have windows made of crystal lined by an unknown resin. The fishermen decided to look inside the ship, where they saw inscriptions written in an unknown language. Suddenly, they came across a peculiar figure, a beautiful woman somewhere between the ages of 18 and 20, with very pale pinkish skin, striking red hair. She was donning clothes that were unrecognizable to the group of Japanese fishermen. Furthermore, she spoke a language the group couldn't understand, and held a box in her hand that she wouldn't let others go near. The villagers began to speculate as to who this woman could be, with one villager theorizing that the woman was a prominent figure in her homeland, wherever that may have been. He further speculated that she was cast away from her homeland after engaging in adultery, and inside the box that she so desperately protected was the head of her deceased lover. The other villagers became terrified and decided to send the woman back to her boat so she could drift away. This same story was recounted in 3 different texts over the years, with each text following the same themes of a strange boat that looked nothing like regular boats of the period, as well as a beautiful woman holding a mysterious box close to her. Plenty of Japanese and international researchers have tried to find an explanation for this story. Some believe that the drawings that accompanied the story portrayed what a typical Russian woman might have looked like at the time, including the description of her hair and skin. Still, plenty of other individuals, including ufologists, believe the incident was an encounter with an alien species, and the boat was an unidentified craft of some kind. However, many Japanese individuals believe this story is simply a myth, created in olden times to add to Japanese folklore. $1 million to demonstrate some paranormal activity. Talk about a good deal. While this isn't a mystery as such, it's well worth taking a look at. The $1 million Paranormal Challenge was initiated by the James Randi Educational Foundation in 1964 to any applicant who could perform paranormal or supernatural activity beyond a reasonable doubt. Over 1,000 people applied and every single one failed. James Randi, a prominent stage magician, believed that there was absolutely nothing magical about magic. It was simply a well-planned and put-together illusion. Upon hearing this claim, a parapsychologist challenged him to put money up against any potential paranormal challenger. Randi initially agreed to give out a $1,000 prize, but as the challenge grew in popularity, other organizations and individuals decided to join in on the fun, raising funds up to $1 million US. Until the challenge's discontinuation in 2015, applicants attempted to demonstrate many different kinds of skills and abilities, including medical dowsing, mediumship, and the use of performance-enhancing bracelets. One prominent psychic, Sylvia Brown, was challenged live on air by famous broadcaster and journalist Larry King to take the test. Brown accepted. On September 3, 2001, Brown and Randi appeared on Larry King Live once more, but Brown refused to take the test. Afterwards, Randi posted a timer on his website that recorded the number of days and weeks that had passed since Brown accepted the test but failed to follow through. A martial arts group based in Bali, Indonesia, known as Yellow Bamboo, claim one of their members, Pak Nyoman Serengan, can knock down approaching attackers from a distance using only a piece of yellow bamboo. Sketchy, low-resolution videos were posted to the group's website showing the alleged abilities. Here's some footage of the group's practices uploaded to YouTube by IET4C0S. Participants run at a practitioner who shouts and pushes them to the ground, allegedly by some sort of invisible force. Volunteers working with the James Randi Educational Foundation agreed to travel to Bali and conduct initial testing on these abilities. However, the Yellow Bamboo group began making excuses as to why they couldn't participate. Eventually, James Randi called the whole experiment off. Out of the hundreds of applicants applying for the fund, none of the experiments were successful, though some critics disagreed with the sincerity of Randi's challenge, as the measurements of proving something was real without a doubt is hard to define. Still, the challenge was popular and remains a hot topic of conversation for paranormal fans around the world. Tina Resch's story seems too bizarre to be true, though sometimes the truth is stranger than fiction. Tina's story starts in October of 1969. Just a few months after she was born, her mother brought her to the hospital and left her there, abandoning her. She was therein adopted by Joan and John Resch, who were physically abusive to her during her childhood. When she was 14, Tina watched the horror film The Poltergeist, and the alleged paranormal activity that would follow her for the rest of her life began. Shortly after watching the film, strange events started happening when Tina was near. These included flying objects around the house and things falling down from the walls. Parapsychologist William Roll decided to investigate the case and stayed in the Resch's house. Roll claimed that there were indeed telekinesis events in the house, but never when Roll was actually looking at the objects in question. Reporter Mike Harden and photographer Fred Shannon were also given access to the Resch household, but, like Roll, didn't see any paranormal activity until they looked away. Shannon attempted to take a picture with his camera while looking in a different direction, and managed to capture one photo of the house telephone flying across Tina's lap. Still, many speculated that Tina was able to manipulate the objects while others were looking away, probably because she was a young girl who craved attention. Subsequently, a video camera caught Tina knocking over a table lamp and screaming as if it happened in front of her, confirming many individuals' doubts about the paranormal activity. However, Tina Resch's story only gets stranger. As an adult, Tina was married and divorced twice and had one child. At age 3, Tina's child died. Both Tina and her then boyfriend were arrested and charged for murder, though Tina wasn't present when her daughter died. Still, Tina received a life sentence plus 20 years and remains in prison to this day. Tina didn't mention telekinetic activity during her trial, though perhaps such a tragic finale to such a bizarre life is no big surprise. When you head out for a relaxing hike in nature, you may be hoping to spot some local animals along the way. However, if you're like Instagrammer Adam Bonini, you might see something that makes you hesitant to return to that area ever again. The Instagrammer, along with a friend, were traveling in Japan when they decided to catch a tram to the top of Mount Hiei. From there, they began to hike down to the bottom. Unfortunately, the pair quickly found themselves lost in the dense forest. As they navigated their way down the mountainside, they came across a dam. Take a look at what they saw inside.
What the f is this thing?
So we stumbled upon the most questionable kind of thing we've seen so far. Let me show you. What is this?
In the first seconds of the footage, we see what appears to be a dark brown or black tentacle extending from the water.
What the f is this thing?
So we stumbled upon...
The camera then pans back, revealing that it's actually attached to a worm-like creature.
Let me show you.
It winds over itself in such a way that makes it difficult to estimate its actual size.
What is this?
As the hikers continued their journey, they also captured several photos, one of which shows a sign with writing scratched out in the direction that they had just come from. Could this have been a warning from a previous visitor to stay away from the dam? If anyone can identify the strange worm-like creature, would love to hear about it in the comments section down below.
The most questionable kind of thing we've seen so far. Let me show you. What is this?
This next photo was shared to our Slaptam subreddit by user Nova Knives. It was supposedly taken by their pregnant friend as she attempted to show off her baby bump. However, when she looked at the picture, she was shocked to see an extra hand resting on her belly. The hand almost looks mist-like and has an ethereal quality to it. While one might initially be able to explain this anomaly as double exposure or a trick of the light, note that the woman is actually holding the camera in her left hand. That means that the ghostly hand couldn't belong to her, as you can clearly see her other hand resting on her stomach as well. One viewer noted that they didn't think the ghost wanted to hurt the baby, but rather wanted to say, "Hi, I'm here to protect you." The photo continues to stir up debate online, with some believing it's actually a hoax. Others think that the angle of the hand clearly shows that it belongs to another entity and not the woman herself. So what do you think's going on in this photo then? Does the hand really belong to a ghost? Or is there another way to explain this eerie presence? Many people believe that there is intelligent life on other planets. Some even think that these beings possess the ability to travel to Earth. Does this next piece of footage show evidence that this could be the case? Take a look and judge for yourself.
William! William, William!
Recorded in 2007, the video was captured by a Costa Rican carpenter named Marvin Badia. He was at work at the time when a strange buzzing sound suddenly caught his attention. Much to his shock, he saw a saucer-shaped object flying in the air not far from him. He grabbed his camera and immediately began filming.
William! William, William!
According to Badia, the object was about the size of a large tractor wheel, not large enough to hold a person. However, experts have suggested that it could have been some sort of probe or drone that was piloted remotely. When Badia turned away briefly to call out his colleague, the saucer flew away. His colleague never saw the object but stated that Badia was excited about the incident. As the clip was recorded on an old Motorola phone, the footage is low quality. However, this also means that it would have been difficult to manipulate. Luckily, Redditor Disaster Big has shared a slow-motion stabilized version of the video. Here we get a clearer view of the object. It appears to be dark grey in colour, and the outer edge seems to be rotating. Note that this footage was captured back in 2007, well before drones were widely available to consumers. There have been many clips over the years that claim to show spacecraft from other planets. However, many consider this footage to be some of the most compelling. So what do you think? Does this video really show an alien craft? We'll leave that up to you to decide.
William, ven, ven, ven. William.
There's no denying that modern technology can do some pretty impressive things, but can it actually detect ghosts? This video was posted to Reddit by user 011010001100. It shows a car driving through a graveyard in the middle of the night. Everything outside the car is dark and there's little to illuminate the area except for the vehicle's headlights.
Next exit.
In the footage, we see the view outside of the windshield as well as a screen that shows potential obstacles near the car.
Okay, it's been a few minutes. I cannot, I'm not spotting anybody so far.
For the first few minutes, the system doesn't show anything unusual. However, the driver suddenly stops when it seems to detect a pedestrian on the road just in front of the car.
What the f***? Y'all f***ing saw that?
The camera holder pans around the dark cemetery, showing that there's clearly no one around.
Other than that, what the f***? It disappeared.
A few seconds pass and the system detects more movement.
Nobody's here.
This time it suggests that there are two more pedestrians a few meters from the vehicle on the left-hand side.
Okay, I'm gonna... Yo, y'all see that?
Just like before, we can see that there's no one there.
Yo, y'all see that? Nobody's here.
Suddenly, another person appears to begin walking right towards the car.
Oh my god! That's it. I'm getting out of here.
On first viewing, the clip certainly seems unnerving. However, several viewers have pointed out some inconsistencies. The poster claims that the car's using LIDAR, a technology that employs lasers to determine distance. However, several viewers have noted that the car is actually a Tesla, and that they don't use this type of technology.
Y'all saw that.
They propose that in this case, the car's cameras are actually mistaking the gravestones as pedestrians due to the low light.
Okay, I'm gonna... Yo, y'all see that? Nobody's here.
So what do you think? Is it possible for this sort of technology to really sense spirits? Or is it the system simply making an error? Love to know where you land on this in the comments down below.
Oh my god! That's it. I'm getting out of here.
This next piece of mysterious footage was uploaded to Reddit by user I Broke the Box. It shows a bizarre object flying through the air. At the start of the clip, all we can see is a clear blue sky. Everything looks normal in the light of day. However, as the camera zooms in, a strange object suddenly comes into view. As the video continues, the object then appears to change shape and color. It looks as though it's made of some sort of shiny metal, as it seems to reflect the sun's light. Some who have seen the clip have theorized that it might be a flat circular object that's rotating in the sky. This could explain why at times it looks like a thin line and others a round sphere or cylinder. The object certainly fits the description of many other UFO sightings, yet not all viewers are convinced that this footage shows an alien visitor. Some think it's more likely to be a mylar balloon or even a kite. Unfortunately, without more information, this sighting will have to remain a mystery, at least for the time being. What would you do if you saw a strange, unidentified creature lurking in the bushes? If you're like Redditor Eater Cheddar, you might record a video and post it to the internet for all to see. The clip, which was filmed at nighttime, focuses on a bush in the distance. Suddenly, its leaves and branches begin to thrash about. If you look closely, you can actually see there appears to be something hiding within the foliage. A few seconds pass, and something runs from the bush. Take a look. Although its appearance is brief, the creature doesn't seem to resemble any known animal. It looks large and hairy and runs on all fours. It moves fast, quickly disappearing from sight. The Redditor who posted the video believes that the creature might be a duende, a mythical creature comparable to a gnome or elf. These creatures are typically known to cause mischief. However, the duende is actually depicted as distinctly humanoid, whereas the creature in this footage looks more like an animal. It's also been suggested that the creature resembles a cryptid known as the Mapinguari. While this beast is also often described as a humanoid, some say that its appearance is more like that of a giant ground sloth. The Mapinguari is said to have long brown hair and large claws. Some accounts even describe the creature as having a single eye and a mouth in its abdomen. While this footage alone is not enough to definitively prove the identity of this creature, there is little denying that it certainly does look strange. So what do you think it could be? Is it really a mythical cryptid, or is there another way to describe its odd appearance? Let your theories rip on this one in the comments down below. Some weird videos, such as this one, posted by a YouTube channel called Gothic Art House, don't seem all that strange at first. However, the more you think about them, the stranger they become. The Optica Network videos claim to present research about dreams and what they mean. They're presented as a sort of welcome video, as though you've signed up to some kind of strange sleep experiment. Fairly quickly, they make you question the link between waking reality and dream state. What would happen if you couldn't tell the two apart? This particular video, part 9 of the series, discusses certain aspects of dreams that the network considers red flags. The video begins with an unsettling vision of a shadowy figure lurking outside an apartment. The red flags it refers to suggest that someone or something has infiltrated your dreams and may be there to cause harm. For example, dreaming about flying could suggest that you're ready to make a big change in your life. However, the video warns that you should never make a decision before consulting your local Optica agent.
Do not make any decision before consulting your local Optica agent.
Additionally, if you find yourself trapped in your dreams, Optica warns that you shouldn't talk to yourself. Turns out, duplicates can be very dangerous.
If you find yourself trapped in your dream, do not talk to yourself.
Duplicates are dangerous and temperamental.
Such incidents, along with numerous others, should be immediately reported to an Optica agent for your own safety.
Call this number and report your dream.
Your cooperation.
After discussing a few red flags, the video is interrupted by strange ads and audio labelled as confidential Optica records, in which we hear an Optica patient moaning, "Let me see him."
Make sure patient 425 does not open their eyes.
We also hear an official sounding voice stating, "Make sure the patient doesn't wake up."
Make sure patient 425 does not open their eyes.
Ultimately, it's a surreal piece that makes you feel like you're in an alternate reality, in which an ominous entity, the Optica Network, has induced you into a permanent dreamlike state. It's well worth a watch, and I'll put a link to the full video in the description box below. The Chelyabinsk State Museum in southern Russia is home to numerous interesting artifacts. However, one of the most intriguing items displayed at the museum is a fragment of the Chelyabinsk meteor. The largest surviving fragment of the meteorite resides in a glass case cabinet inside the museum. To lift the dome covering the meteorite, a museum official must obtain formal approval, so it's rarely opened. The remote control that operates the 4 separate motors is kept in a secret place, watched by a security camera. Yet, in December of 2019, a different security camera recorded something unusual, the case lifting on its own. No one had been authorized to open the case, and the remote was secured in its usual place. Some state that it was most likely a mechanical glitch, but the odds of all 4 motors malfunctioning simultaneously are highly unlikely. Several theories have been put forth. Some believe that the heavy glass must have been lifted by a poltergeist or some kind of paranormal force. Others have suggested that the meteorite might have exuded an extraterrestrial force that made all 4 motors malfunction. This chunk of space rock entered Earth's atmosphere over Russia in 2013, burning brighter than the sun. Because of its humongous size and heavy atmospheric pressure, the meteor burst in the sky, creating a violent shockwave, hot dust and gas, and numerous smaller fragments of rock that sped to the ground. The energy from the blast was approximately 26 times as much as was produced by the atomic bomb that destroyed Hiroshima in 1945. According to authorities, 1,491 people were injured by the blast. Injuries ranged from broken bones and concussions to flash blindness and ultraviolet burns. Around 7,200 buildings were also damaged by the blast. So what do you think made the glass move? Poltergeist, extraterrestrial energy, or simply motor malfunction? Let me know what you think in the comments section below. In Bristol, UK, there have been strange sightings of a man wearing a shed on his head. For years, people have reported seeing a person with a sort of shed helmet walking the local streets, but were unsure whether it was some kind of publicity stunt or prank. In this video here, uploaded to YouTube by Edward Jenkins, you can see one such sighting of the infamous shed head. The shed is adorned with brightly coloured lights that flash in time with techno music blaring from the structure. The shed's chimney often spouts small flames and smoke, making it hard to miss the bizarre spectacle. Subsequent sightings have been popping up all around the internet. This video here, from an unknown source, shows the man walking down the street as the shed blares out music. The man behind the shed engages in relatively normal behaviour while going about town. As the music blares and the chimney smokes, he walks the streets, checks his phone, and does a bit of shopping. The mysterious character recently made headlines in the UK when he was spotted doing some shopping at a local Aldi supermarket. Recently, the local Bristol celebrity has self-identified as Michael Shedworth. He did an interview on Big Jubba's Yak Shack music podcast to clarify his way of life. According to the aptly named Mr. Shedworth, the shed is not really a face covering, it's a part of his body. He claims that both of his parents are sheds, and that the shed head developed naturally as part of his body. As he got older, the shed developed more fine details, such as its glossy coat and chimney, which he claims are a part of a shed's natural maturation process. The music, lights and flames are also natural according to Mr. Shedworth, emanating from inside him. Despite operating under the Shedworth moniker, the man's true identity remains a mystery. Whether Mr. Shedworth really is a shedhead, an attention seeker, or slightly unhinged, the weird videos of him living his life are not easily forgotten. According to one of our viewers, Knight Rider V12, something strange has been happening between the sheets. In this set of weird videos, the things that go bump in the night get a little too close for comfort. As Knight Rider V12 rests in bed, a small lump begins moving underneath the covers. He states that the covers are too thick and heavy to be moved by the wind. Even if the sheets could have been disturbed by the wind, there's almost no breeze coming in through the window nearby. His hands and feet are clearly above the sheets, so he couldn't have made the movements himself. He even reaches out to touch the moving spot to confirm there's no small animals underneath the sheets. Yet the movements continue. The viewer states that this has happened numerous times. The family believes that they know what's causing the strange phenomenon recorded in these weird videos. About 6 months before the creepy movements began, the family dog unfortunately drowned in the backyard pool. The dog got stuck underneath the pool cover and died while attempting to get out from under the thick tarp. The family believes that the videos show the ghost of the deceased pet. We can see that the movements resemble an animal poking its snout upward from beneath, just as the dog must have done as it attempted to get air while stuck under the pool cover.
Ma.
Sadly, the weird videos seem to suggest that the dog may be reliving its final moments while in the afterlife. In another case of a ghostly pet, a CCTV video captured by Juliet Bird and Deanna Kraut seems to have recorded a feline friendship that goes beyond the grave. In July 2020, housemates Juliet and Deanna were notified that their security camera had captured movement. The footage shows a parking area where 2 cars are sitting idle. The cameras are intended to prevent theft, but they caught something much more eerie. A cat with all white fur walks across the sidewalk in front of the cars. Although all white cats are sometimes playfully called ghost cats, this kitty is not the most interesting thing that occurs in this video. A moment later, another animal follows the white cat onto the screen. This cat, rather than being completely white, is utterly transparent. This second cat follows its feline friend until it seems to vanish into thin air. The housemates identified the white cat as their neighbour's pet Topsy. When they showed the neighbour the footage, the neighbour said that they had another cat called Licorice who had recently passed away. So is Topsy being followed by his old friend Licorice? Let me know what you think in the comments section below. In 2009, YouTuber Thomas Rengstorff posted a strange video showing his latest animatronic creation. Little did he know the disturbing figure would take the internet by storm, earning a place in the Nightmare Hall of Fame. The animatronic is modelled to look like the late pop star Michael Jackson. It moves in time with music that plays in the background. However, as the song plays and the animatronic figure's differently sized eyes stare into the camera, you can hear the distinct sounds of a man screaming. There's also an eerie voice speaking incomprehensibly. Videos and stories of the creation spread like wildfire. The animatronic figure was eventually named El Ini Ayawaki, an intentional misspelling of Annie Are You Okay, which is a popular lyric from Jackson's song Smooth Criminal. The lore claims that the hideous Ayawaki might appear in your bedroom, always at around 3 AM. The quiet of the night would be shattered by a sound resembling Jackson's iconic hee hee. The infamy of Ayawaki led to other videos, comics, and memes. The most famous is this supposedly cursed video shared by YouTuber Van Az. The video shows a creature with Ayawaki's face atop a pair of long legs clad in loose black pants. The creature has no torso, neck, or arms. It walks up a set of stairs and then begins dancing manically. The muffled Spanish narration tells the story of a man coming across a Michael Jackson CD lying in the street. After playing the CD, he goes insane and is committed to an asylum. Some say the video is cursed, and that watching it even just once could induce panic disorders, anxiety, and deep feelings of existential dread. There's even rumours of people slipping into a permanent state of psychosis. When it comes to capturing spiritual activity on camera, poltergeists are a goldmine. The main thing that separates a poltergeist from a typical ghost is that poltergeists have the ability to interact with their environments. They can move objects, turn off lights, and even physically attack the humans unfortunate enough to dwell in the same space. This makes poltergeist activity significantly easier to capture on film. YouTube channel Nerve Paranorm set out to capture such footage in a creepy abandoned house, rumoured to be haunted by a poltergeist. The YouTuber wanders around the house attempting to attract the attention of the ghost. After a few minutes, a loud whistle prompts the poltergeist to move a chair resting just outside the view of the camera. A few minutes later, while he's attempting to open a door inside the house, another door nearby begins to violently rattle. The door is locked from the outside, but the ghost hunters are understandably disturbed by the violent sounds. They approach the door to investigate, and it begins to rattle even louder. A loud banging sound from the floor below draws their attention away from the door. As they begin to walk down the stairs, the door at the top of the landing that was locked only seconds before swings open all on its own. Nervously, the YouTubers decide to ascend the old staircase. At the top, they find an old dusty attic. After exploring for a few minutes, they find nothing that could explain the door rattling on its own. Is it possible some sort of spirit was trapped in the attic, just waiting to be released? It's hard to tell if these bizarre occurrences were recorded with the help of a sneaky accomplice. The footage certainly looks genuine, and staging such a long, drawn-out video in a creepy abandoned house that's falling to pieces would certainly take some planning. This eerie footage certainly makes you wonder, are ghosts real? When a young couple moves into their new home, they're probably not expecting chilling video clips to be part of their housewarming. However, the couple in this video gets more than they bargained for when they decide to inspect their new attic. Not long after the couple took up residence in their new home, they started hearing strange noises. The sounds seemed to be coming from overhead, so they decide to take a look in the attic to see if they can find the source of the strange sounds. The man goes into the attic with a light and a camera. He looks around for several minutes but sees nothing out of the ordinary. He reassures his wife that there's nothing to worry about as he hands her the camera and calmly climbs back down the ladder to the floor below. However, the woman keeps the camera on as he descends and inadvertently captures something terrifying, the haunting grey face of an old man. In the dim light, it's difficult to make out any specific features. The wrinkled skin is a pallid grey and the face looks down at the couple with an eerie smile. It only appears for a moment before disappearing once again into the dark. Viewers have suggested that an elderly homeless man may have taken refuge in the attic while the house was empty. However, others have pointed out that in such a small attic, the homeowner surely would have spotted a squatter as he checked the space. According to these believers, the only possible explanation is supernatural. YouTube user Fexed is known for uploading videos of people doing fun and bizarre things. The fact that the channel has only ever uploaded this one ghost video makes the footage all the more disturbing, as it's less likely that it was staged for the sake of YouTube fame. In the video, the man holding the camera states that he was hanging out at home when he heard a strange noise over his head. He checked inside a nearby closet and found a hole in the ceiling.
There's a hole in my closets.
Assuming a small animal had made its way into the space beneath the roof, he decides to use his camera to investigate. When he puts the camera through the hole, he quickly captures the image of a pair of green glowing eyes looking out from the darkness.
It's a pair of eyes. Hey!
The space is too dark to capture anything else, but the man is still shaken. He still believes it's an animal, however, and places the camera in the hole again for a better look. This time he captures some eerie audio. As he films the creature, the camera picks up the sound of high-pitched laughter.
Oh, close its eyes. Oh my god!
The sound is enough to terrify the man, and he quickly abandons the hole in the ceiling. This photo was taken in the attic of an unknown restaurant in the US. For over a decade, employees reported strange sightings in the roof of the restaurant. They say they've seen shadows lurking, felt nauseous for no apparent reason, as well as had feelings of dread wash over them. Finally, one employee took a photo when they felt they were being watched. Later that night, when reviewing the photos, they spotted this ominous shadow figure. It has the clear outline of a head and shoulders, but its lower body looks almost like vapor and lacks any real definition. When co-workers saw the image, they all agreed that this is the shadow entity they had all seen over the years. This creepy clip, uploaded to the YouTube channel Paranormal Dwellings, certainly appears to show something supernatural happening in this house. The video opens up to reveal a well-lived-in home. There are a couple of articles of clothing and random items scattered about. The camera holder sounds as though he's breathing quite heavily, and it quickly becomes apparent that there's something that's not quite right. The camera focuses on a screwdriver that has suddenly begun to move. The man immediately opens the cabinets below in order to film inside. It's clear there's absolutely nothing there that could be manipulating the screwdriver in any way. The video then cuts, revealing a view of the ceiling. There's a loud thumping noise coming from above. The camera holder then takes a metal stool from the kitchen and slowly opens the manhole in the ceiling to get a better look. The attic is dark except for the light that is peeking in from the small hole where the man is standing. He cautiously asks if anyone's there, but he doesn't receive a response.
Hello?
The attic appears to be cramped and littered with insulation and other construction material. It's obvious that if there was someone in there, they couldn't even stand up, let alone be responsible for those terrifying thumping noises. The video then cuts out, leaving the viewer wondering what could have possibly happened next. So what do you think caused this screwdriver to move all on its own? Have you ever had a sudden, eerie event occur that made you reach for the camera? If so, we'd love to hear about it in the comments section below. This scary video was uploaded to the YouTube channel Interesting, Creepy and Abandoned in October 2016. The clip begins as the YouTuber and his companion are walking through the woods in an unknown location towards an old abandoned house. He mentions that the area is extremely isolated and that there's no road around for at least a mile. As they approach the house, they notice that the words "Don't enter" are written in large letters across the roof of the property.
Do not enter.
Keen to continue their exploration, the YouTuber and his companion decide to enter the house via a broken garage door. Inside, the floor is littered with dirt and debris. They make their way down some stairs where they come across what at first appears to be an old uncovered vent.
Oh my golly.
However, when the explorers look inside, they notice that there are actually several light fixtures that lead off into the darkness, suggesting that it could possibly be some sort of secret tunnel. The pair think about entering the space, but eventually decide not to, and continue their exploration of the house. They make their way around the side of the property and enter through a broken window. Inside, there are several pieces of old furniture strewn about, and the walls are covered in graffiti.
A fortress of prickers just to get inside here.
Soon they enter another room that contains a fold-out bed. Although worn, the bed looks as though it's been recently slept in.
Yeah, this is really weird.
Cautiously, the pair make their way up a flight of stairs where, after exploring several more rooms, they discover a ladder that seems to lead into an old attic space.
So there's this creepy ladder thing.
The camera holder decides to climb the ladder to take a peek and is immediately startled by what he sees. There, in the middle of the attic, is a creepy doll hanging by a rope.
What is it, dude? Oh my god.
The discovery becomes even more terrifying as he zooms in to get a closer look. The doll slowly begins to rotate as if it's aware of the YouTuber's presence.
That is so weird.
Scared, the explorers decide to leave the house and the video soon ends. Since the footage was released, some have suggested that the building might have been used for satanic rituals. If you look closely, just in front of the old cardboard box, you can see what appears to be an open book placed upside down. Could this be some sort of tome filled with evil incantations? Whatever the house was used for, one thing's for sure. These explorers are unlikely to return for another look anytime soon. In 2014, a police officer known only as Ted posted this disturbing video. He claimed to have heard some strange noises coming from a neighbouring house after responding to a disturbance in Delray, Detroit, and decided to investigate. As the officer approaches the abandoned house, he pans the camera across an old newspaper clipping, then calls out to see if anyone's inside the building. Suddenly, a ghastly face appears in the upstairs window before disappearing into the darkness. The video reveals that the article seen by the police officer was actually about a woman named Rose Verez, who was known as the Witch of Delray. It was thought that Verez may have murdered as many as 12 men in the 1930s, but that her neighbours were too scared to testify against her, believing that she had supernatural powers that could make their children sick. Did this officer actually catch a glimpse of the infamous Delray witch? Was it a creepy coincidence that the article was there on the ground, or did the man plan it in order to create an elaborate hoax? Let us know what you think in the comments section below. In 2017, not long after welcoming a new daughter to the world, Jerome Kennedy of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania started hearing strange noises coming from the attic, above he and his wife's bedroom. He investigated the attic and found unexplained drill holes and even a flashlight. He set up a secret camera to find out what was going on. What he discovered shows that reality can be scarier than the paranormal. In the footage, we see Kennedy's neighbour remove a false wall that the neighbour had put between their two attics. According to Kennedy, the man had removed all of the insulation in the floor so he could gain access to the vent and peer into the rooms below. The original video shows him watching through the floor for a total of 30 minutes. Kennedy showed the video to police, who questioned the neighbour. He denied the claims, stating that he could only access his neighbour's attic if he used a ladder. With this frightening video as evidence, the man was charged with trespassing, burglary and stalking. It's truly disturbing to imagine how the situation might have escalated if the video footage hadn't captured these eerie nocturnal activities. In April 2016, popular YouTuber FazeAdapt released this video in which many believe he captured a ghost on camera while exploring an abandoned insane asylum with a group of friends. After entering the derelict building, they start searching rooms along a graffiti-lined hallway. In one of the rooms, they find a mattress along with the words "New World" and "You're gonna regret it" written on the walls. With only their torchlight to guide them, they decide to head up a rickety staircase. It leads to another hallway with more empty rooms. The group pass an old elevator shaft before continuing down the dark corridor and into a large room. FazeAdapt asks if anyone felt a really cold breeze as they entered the room. The crew ascend another flight of stairs and find themselves inside some sort of dilapidated attic space. They find a narrow plank of wood that leads to the roof of the asylum. Despite being precariously perched above a large hole, the group decide to take their chances and cross the plank. After snapping some photos on the rooftop, they enter another dark room. This one has a mysterious stain on the floor that looks a lot like blood. FazeAdapt approaches a closed door with a small window in it. He peers through the opening, and for a brief second you can see what appears to be a face staring back at him through the window in the adjacent door. Unaware that they're being watched, the group continues exploring the asylum before eventually deciding to leave. When the video was released, some fans thought that the face might have belonged to a homeless man who was stalking the boys, and that they were incredibly lucky to have made it out alive. Most, however, felt that it was a ghost, possibly the spirit of someone who died in the asylum. What do you think? Has FazeAdapt actually captured a ghost on camera, or could it be something else entirely? Let us know your thoughts in the comments section below. In 2013, YouTuber Alien6467 captured this footage in an abandoned house in Southwood, New York. While driving along a deserted stretch of road, the group spots the derelict house and decides to investigate. The inside of the house is empty and there is graffiti covering the walls. As the group make their way into one of the larger rooms, the word "Vengeance" can be seen written above the fireplace. The group take a closer look and notice that the wall is covered with plastic bags, each containing a single coin. One of the members searches a hole in the floor and finds even more bags. Again, each one contains a single coin. As the group leaves the house, the camera holder focuses on the upstairs window, where they notice something moving inside. As the camera zooms in, you can clearly see a robed figure staring ominously out of the window. The video then ends abruptly as the group quickly leave the property. Who or what was the sinister figure seen peering from the window? Was it a ghost, or could it have been a member of some sort of dark cult? Could it be possible that the group interrupted some sort of bizarre ritual taking place? Whatever it was, the figure was probably inside the house the whole time the group was filming. This photo was taken on a smartphone by a construction company in Tremont, Illinois. They were hired by the new owners of the home to renovate the roof before they moved in. The workers claim no one was in the house over the 2 days they worked on site, and there was definitely no one standing in the window when the photo was taken. When the workers asked about the house, the owner said they had just bought it as the previous owner was an old lady who died alone in the house. Has this photo been staged, or have they caught the spirit of the former owner standing in the window? There's very little information available on this video, other than it was apparently captured by a young man who was home alone one evening. He began hearing unusual noises coming from the second floor and decided to investigate. The video begins as he makes his way up a flight of stairs. He then pans the camera around a cluttered room and cautiously heads into the darkness. Suddenly, a flash of light appears. It's so fast that it seems as though the man doesn't even notice. However, if you slow the footage down, you can actually see that the flash looks like some sort of terrifying face. It's pale, with dark sunken eyes and a wide open mouth. It almost looks as though it's silently screaming at the man before it suddenly disappears. Sadly, as there's very little information available on this video, it's hard to know for sure what this man has actually caught on camera. Could the mysterious face be the cause of the sounds that the man heard coming from the second floor? Or is it more likely to be an optical illusion or even a clever editing job? Love to get your thoughts on this mysterious video in the comments section below. This short little clip purports to show a shadow entity of some kind haunting an attic. The video was uploaded to YouTube channel Carl Humberg in 2012. The description claims that a paranormal investigation team was sent to a 120-year-old building in an unknown part of the US to take a look at some strange activity. An infrared camera was set up to film around the clock. It would appear some kind of shape or figure has been caught moving in front of the camera. On the left-hand side of the screen, a shadow moves in and out of shot. According to the timestamp, this occurred at 3:19 PM. Unfortunately, the clip is short and it's difficult to see if anything could be causing the shadow. The uploader claims that the video has been analysed by paranormal experts such as Bill Murphy from Fact or Fake and the founders of MUFON, the Mutual UFO Network. It's unclear as to their stance on the video as the uploader never posted their opinions. The general consensus is that it's an interesting video that does show something strange, but it's just too brief and unclear to make any definitive judgment. This video from YouTuber Double Bins is believed by many to show a ghost wandering in the attic of an abandoned house. The footage starts as a group of boys are walking across a field towards an old, dilapidated house. They enter and begin to explore the ground floor, which appears to be very heavily vandalized. As the camera pans towards the roof, a strange dark figure can be seen walking past an opening that leads to the attic. The camera holder yells to the other boys and the group immediately run from the house. While the video footage is poor and it's difficult to make out the figure in any great detail, it does leave you wondering what it could actually be. Is it a ghost, or could it be a person that's living in the attic of this old abandoned building? What do you think the dark figure seen in this video actually is? Our first sighting of the day comes from one of our viewers, Lainey Ferrari. Lainey submitted this curious piece of footage to our Slapped Ham Facebook group where it caused quite a stir among other members. On a rainy day in May 2022, Lainey decided to set up a shot of her backyard. She wanted to capture a heavy downpour in slow motion. While it's a fun shot in and of itself, there's something strange happening in the sky in the background. Something Lainey didn't notice at the time of filming. Watching that again more carefully, there's an unidentified object flying across the horizon. Members of our Facebook group quickly noted that this video is shot in slow motion, so whatever's flying across the sky must be moving at an incredible speed. Lainey notes that the nearest light aircraft airport is around 30 kilometers away. However, no known light aircraft can move at speeds like this. So what is this extremely fast object? Aliens, the military, or is it all just a trick of perspective? Unless Lainey spots this object again and can make out what it is, this will have to remain a genuine UFO sighting. One of our viewers, David C., works at a hospital that he wants to remain undisclosed in the south of Yorkshire. He works as part of the security team at the health facility. One morning, several years ago, David found one of the security doors wide open. He was certain they should have been closed and locked because he and his team had done so at 10 PM the night before. Concerned, the security team reviewed the internal CCTV footage that was captured the night before. That's when they spotted something they can't quite explain. Take a look. Yes, there were no employees seen swiping in or out anywhere near the time these doors mysteriously opened up. David says that the way these doors work is that the small door bolts into the larger door, which is locked by key. When he found the doors open, the bolt on the smaller door had slid open, but the larger door remained locked. So somehow the bolts moved, but the door remained locked. To back up this eerie sighting, the hospital has a long and freaky past. The property once served as a workhouse and children's hospital. For years, security staff have reported strange happenings along the long dark hallways of the buildings. They regularly claim to see spirits or ghosts lingering around the property. One in particular is said to be the old matron of the children's hospital. Her spirit, along with several other ghostly children, have allegedly been spotted walking waist deep in the now raised floorboards of one of the wings. So what opened the security doors then? No one swiped in or out, and it's nearly 2 AM in the morning. Could the haunted stories be true then? Perhaps this old hospital really is plagued by the spirits of its former patients. This next one is an old school ghost sighting that's been haunting the internet for over 16 years. In April of 2006, the investigative group Western New York Paranormal was spending the night at Valentine Museum after hearing rumours that the property was heavily haunted by spirits. The original clip was uploaded to YouTube by Nitro Cjo. It's after midnight when one of the museum's security cameras shows one of the team members searching a room. That's when something very eerie happens just next to them. Watch. On first watch, it can be hard to see anything at all, but if you brighten the image, you can see a dark figure walk right past one of the team members. Here's a different filter again. Located in Victor, New York, the original building was called Valentine Hall and was built in 1879. Levi Valentine built the grand 5-story structure with plans for it to become a sort of shopping plaza. However, when the planned railway line set to come through the town was never finally built, the area suffered a sharp decline. Valentine Hall was ultimately abandoned and left empty for decades. Over the years, locals began to suspect that the building was haunted. Some say that in the middle of the night you can sometimes hear a music box playing in the empty building. Visitors have claimed to have seen tools and other objects moving on their own, and even full-bodied apparitions have been reported. This security footage, now colloquially known as the Valentine ghost sighting, has become somewhat notorious in the paranormal community. Dozens of experts have attempted to debunk the footage. Some say it's nothing more than another person walking by. Others claim it's been altered, but some insist it's the real deal. It's strange that no one seems to be able to come to a clear consensus, and so the footage plays on. Year after year, it continues to intrigue those looking for proof that ghosts really do exist. This family photo was posted to an old ghost investigation forum called Science of Ghosts. It was taken over 20 years ago on an old digital camera. These two kids were visiting their grandfather when several photos were snapped to remember the day. A burst of photos were taken in quick succession, and at first everything seemed perfectly normal. That wasn't until they reviewed the photos sometime later. In the first photo, you can see the two boys sitting on the couch. However, in the second photo, taken just a split second later, a transparent woman can be seen in the top left-hand corner. She has dark eyes and is staring ominously at the camera. The OP says that that's not actually a mirror, but rather a gap in the wall designed to let more light into the two rooms. When the family saw the photo, they were at a loss to explain it. They have no idea who she is or how she got there. No one's been able to recognize her at all. The family tried to recreate the image with no success and have maintained for years that the photo is genuine. The OP said that it was taken by the grandfather who, in his late 60s, doesn't even know what Photoshop is. So is this really a ghost? There's no way of knowing for certain, but if the family is telling the truth, then it definitely is a mysterious capture that seems to defy explanation. This next sighting comes from the Instagram account Unanswered Universe. It's some footage captured from a commercial flight. It's not known what route it was taken on, but a passenger seems to have spotted something strange outside their window. Take a look. As you can see, there's a spherical object flying through the air. Just below it is another object with a different shape. Immediately, commenters noted that it looks like the spherical craft is towing the object below, but just what the lower object is up for debate. Suggestions ranged from satellites to alien spaceships or even a drugged-up Sasquatch being transported to a secret location. While it is possible this could just be a weather balloon, the strange object dangling below has cast this theory into doubt. So what do you think's been spotted here? Are viewers reading too much into it, or is this something a little more mysterious? Drop your theories in the comment section down below. Over the last 2 decades, retired Army Sergeant Clifford Stone has become notorious within the paranormal community for being a whistleblower on what some say is the largest cover-up in history. Sergeant Stone served for over 22 years in the armed forces and alleges he was privy to out-of-this-world top-secret information. While operating in the MBC unit, Nuclear, Biological and Chemical Retrieval, Sergeant Stone claims he was assigned to some highly classified missions that involved alien life. On several occasions, Sergeant Stone and his team were allegedly assigned secret missions that involved retrieval of crashed alien craft, even coming into contact with life forms from other planets. After decades of operating in the shadows, Sergeant Stone retired and started campaigning for the release of classified documents, believing that this level of government secrecy is unconstitutional. Over the years, Sergeant Stone has participated in a number of press conferences, where he's shared in great detail the extent of his Black Ops encounters with extraterrestrials. Take a listen.
The reason I state that, when I got out in 1989, we had cataloged 57 different species. You have individuals that look very much like you and myself that could walk among us and you wouldn't even notice the difference, except for some of the things that they might be able to go ahead, even in a dark room, and touch an object and go ahead and identify what color that object might be.
He goes on to explain that most alien life forms that he did allegedly encounter were humanoid.
The unique thing that I'd like to point out for the most part is that the entities that we did catalog were in fact humanoid. Now this created a situation where the scientific community was trying to figure out why that would be the case, because you would expect that if life evolved on other planets, that they would take on some type of other being, so to speak, not necessarily look humanoid or be bipedal such as we are. But apparently we got quite a few of the species out there that are humanoid in appearance, and that creates a question that yet has to be answered by science.
Sergeant Stone has called upon other high-ranking officials around the world to admit that governments have detailed knowledge of extraterrestrial life. Some people have been skeptical of Stone's statements, citing the lack of evidence to back up the extraordinary claims. Still, many wonder why a highly decorated military official would put his reputation on the line just to spread a hoax and misinformation. Have you heard of Sergeant Clifford Stone before? If so, what's your take on his alleged disclosure? Love to hear your opinions on this in the comments section down below. Misguided Road Trips is a YouTube channel that documents Stacy and Cliff's adventures around the United States. The pair often travel to strange and unusual historical sites that are rumoured to be haunted. In this episode, Stacy and Cliff explore an undisclosed cemetery somewhere in the south of the United States. The crew begin by walking around the property.
And we turned down here to find out what cemetery it was.
It's clear that this graveyard isn't tended to all that often.
That one's 1999, and look how the moss and all's just covered it.
As they search the grounds, they begin to hear some strange sounds.
One of those before.
Somebody's shooting.
Yep.
Hmm. Yeah, it could have been a cover on one of these.
At one point, they inadvertently catch something behind a tree, a sighting they only discovered after they reviewed the footage.
Over on this side. But
Later in the investigation, Stacy sets up a spirit box in the hopes of communicating with any entities that may be present. During the spirit box session, something eerie takes place in the background. Take a look. A dark figure can be seen walking among the trees in the background. It looks like someone wearing a robe.
are we safe? Are we safe out here?
It appears that Stacy and Cliff didn't notice the figure at the time of filming, but the spirit box seems to refer to a third person being present.
Okay, I'm gonna cut this off for a little bit and maybe... Okay, we may cut it back on in a few minutes. Thank you for talking to us.
Naturally, this sighting sent the comments section into a frenzy, with hundreds of people scrambling to point out the strange robed figure. Most people were stunned at the sighting, but understandably, there were a few people who thought the capture was too good to be true. A lot of viewers have defended the footage, saying that Stacy's a genuine person and isn't known for pulling stunts like this in any of her other videos. Others suggested it may have just been a real person walking through the property at the same time. So what do you make of this creepy cemetery sighting? As always, I'll throw this out to you, the viewers, for final judgment. Let me know where you sit on this in the comments section down below.
Are we safe? Are we safe out here?
A recent video coming out of Malaysia purports to show a ghostly boy vanishing from sight while on a fair ride. In June 2022, Nur Afrina Rosni from Malaysia was filming her 5-year-old son Muaz on a merry-go-round at a local theme park. In the clip, Rosni films her son on the ride, but something eerie seems to happen. Watch. Watching that again, Rosny's son is sitting with another young boy in one of the carts. They go around once. But on the second spin, her son is suddenly alone. In an interview with the news outlet The Sun, Rosny explains that her son got off the ride alone. When she asked what had happened, Muez said a worker had paired him with another young boy and they rode on the ride together. However, when Rosny showed her son the footage, he couldn't explain where the boy went. The footage has since gone viral, with thousands of viewers scrambling to make sense of the freaky footage. Some commenters suggested the boy had simply lied down on the ride on the second rotation. Others said the footage must have been edited, but a large contingent of viewer theories veered into the realms of the paranormal, suggesting it might have been the ghost of a young boy who had died at the carnival years prior. Given that Muez couldn't explain where the young boy had vanished to, it certainly does make you wonder what's going on here. As of uploading this episode, there's been no official explanation on the young boy's whereabouts. In June 2022, some eerie baby cam footage began to go viral on TikTok. Take a look. The young parents who captured this footage were freaked out when they spotted some fingers poking up through the rungs of their baby's crib. While at first this seems like it could easily be staged, a second angle on a different night shows the parents sleeping near the cot. They explain that under the cot is a very small space where they keep a few boxes, and that there's definitely no room at all for someone to hide and reach up through the rungs. From this second viewpoint, you can see that something seems to be pushing the mattress in the cot upwards. Then, something strange appears on the left-hand side of the cot. It disappears right as the dad wakes up and looks around the room. Yet another angle shows what appears to be two disembodied hands just under the bed. The dad points out that the space just under the bed is no more than ankle high. On another night, more eerie footage is captured. You can see a shadow moving on the far wall. Then more hands appear under the cot. This time, there appears to be 3 of them. A few seconds later, more movement can be seen under the cot. Again, as the father wakes up, whatever's under the baby's cot seems to disappear. The parents have since said they're getting rid of the cot and have asked their followers if anyone knows a good exorcist. Reactions have been varied for this series of clips. For obvious reasons, a lot of viewers think it's just a fun piece of staged footage designed to get a rise out of people. However, a fair few viewers are genuinely concerned for the baby's safety, saying that the parents should have the house blessed by a priest immediately. One viewer in particular said that they had also had an entity attach itself to a specific piece of furniture in their home. They claim it took 30 days, holy water and regular blessings from a priest to rid the presence from their home. So where do you sit on this footage? Is it too good to be true, or is this genuine paranormal activity? Share your opinions in the comments down below. Here's a funny little clip that was uploaded to Facebook by Heather Rose. It's not paranormal at all, but shows something rather creepy all the same. Take a look. Watching that again, as the cell phone explodes in the microwave, it looks like a demonic face appears in the bubbling plastic. It writhes about and seems to scream in agony. This clear case of pareidolia shows just how suggestible we really are, proving we can see familiar patterns in just about any visual stimulus. Still, it's a fun, spoopy piece of footage either way. In June 2022, the YouTube channel Supernatural captured some eerie activity on their home security camera that they're struggling to explain. The OP claims that weird things have been happening at their house for quite some time now. Their dog barks at seemingly nothing at all hours of the night, and objects have even been seen moving unaided. And recently, their 3-year-old has been talking and interacting with people who aren't there. On June 7th, something was caught on camera that makes this story all the more chilling. Take a look. At 10:23 PM, a child's toy car appears to be dragged across the yard by an unseen force. Then, on June 19th, more eerie security footage was captured. Watch. This time a chair begins to move. The chair rocks back in the direction of the front of the yard, then it jerks towards the house. The fact that it moves in 2 separate directions suggests it's less likely to be string or rope moving the chair. For the first movement to happen, string would have to be running out onto the road. So what do you think? Given that the OP has allegedly been experiencing some eerie things inside their home, it does make you wonder whether this footage does show something paranormal. This bizarre little clip was posted to the Facebook page Alien Skies. In January 2021, something strange happened in the skies over Arizona. As you can see, the clouds form a perfect square shape, with one of the corners coming to a point just above the horizon. There's a clear line of contrast against the blue sky on either side. There's been a few videos lately showing similar looking cloud formations, which has led to a slew of varying theories. Some say it's government weather control, others think it's the work of aliens or even a glitch in the simulation. As of yet, there's been no official explanation from the Bureau of Meteorology, so for now, this bizarre sighting will have to remain a complete mystery. This strange footage was sent to us by viewer Adam Luttrell. In mid-April 2022, Luttrell found a security gate at his work wide open. The gate is normally double padlocked and is checked by Luttrell and his supervisor before leaving every shift. Confused, Luttrell got his supervisor to check the security footage from the night before to see what had happened. That's when they saw something they can't quite explain. Take a look. As you can see, the gate begins moving, seemingly all on its own. It flexes inwards, then swings wide open. As it swings open, one of the nearby security lights turns off. The supervisor confirmed that there was no wind that night and is at a loss to explain how the gate swung open like that. In a follow-up comment, Luttrell said there's been no other strange activity at the worksite and believes that whatever opened the gate may have used the last of its energy in this final movement. So this comment obviously implies that Luttrell believes something paranormal is afoot here. But what do you think? What could have opened the gate like that? Love to hear your theories in the comments down below.
Okay, I'm gonna freak the f out in 2 seconds.
This next clip left millions of TikTok viewers baffled as it appears to show a car disappearing in plain view. Alexia Petrozilo, who goes by the username Apetruz, films herself in a parking garage near LAX airport.
My car is right f***ing here, okay? Brady is right here. Down, okay? So...
She can see her car right in front of her, but as you'll see, things take a turn for the strange. Watch.
So you would assume this means down, right? Okay? Don't move, Brady, don't move. So I'm going down. I'm going down. You will not believe how many times I've gone up and down this f***ing floor, okay? We're going down. I'm sprinting now, okay? Watch, because look what happens. Look what happens. Where are the cars? Where's my f***ing car? Where is he?
Alexia runs down the car park and films the next level. Here we can see there are no cars at all.
My car is right f***ing here, okay? Brady is right here. So you would assume this means down, right? Okay? Don't move, Brady, don't move. So I'm going down. I'm going down. I'm sprinting now, okay? Watch, because look what happens. Look what happens. Where are the cars? Where's my f***ing car? Where is he?
Clearly confused and frustrated, Alexia says she's run up and down the level multiple times and can't figure out why her car seems to keep disappearing.
You will not believe how many times I've gone up and down this f***ing floor, okay? Where are the cars? Where's my f***ing car? Where is he?
This puzzling clip caught on like wildfire and burnt up over 40 million views, with tens of thousands of comments chiming in, trying to solve the bizarre conundrum. Several people called it a glitch in the Matrix, others said it was black magic sorcery, some said it was the car parking area for the back rooms. The back rooms is an urban legend and creepypasta that originated on 4chan. The legend says that occasionally people can no-clip out of reality as we know it and end up in the back rooms, an endless, empty, monochromatic room that smells like wet carpet. Room after room, the same unending nothing filled with the deafening buzz of fluorescent office lighting. In a follow-up video, Alexia explains that she had to go to the front desk of the parking lot to ask to be driven specifically to her car, as she just couldn't figure out the mystery.
So I had to go all the way back downstairs and ask some very kind Jamaican woman that worked there, who could not understand what I was trying to say, can you please just show me? Because clearly I can't figure it out for myself. And she literally had to close the gate to the entrance. I hopped in her car, and this beautiful soul took me to my car. But I'm like, how couldn't I figure it out? Long story short, I'm in my car, heading home.
So as it turns out, the car park was most likely a double helix design. This is a specific type of parking garage that coils around itself to enable one-way traffic. Many viewers empathised with the situation, saying that they too had experienced the madness of a double helix parking garage. So I'll throw this one out to you, the viewers. Have you ever experienced anything like this? Let us know down below.
So you would assume this means down, right? Okay, don't move, Brady, don't move. So I'm going down. I'm going down. We're going down. I'm sprinting now, okay, watch. Because look what happens. Look what happens. Where are the cars? Where's my f***ing car? Where is he?
Our last entry for the day comes from the Facebook page Cryptid University. They purport to have evidence of a Bigfoot sighting that's caused quite a stir. This series of wild photos were captured in the forests of New York State. Walking among the shrubbery is a large bipedal figure that's covered in thick matted fur. Subsequent photos show the alleged creature to have a flattened face with a pronounced forehead and a depressed nose. On closer inspection, there even appears to be a baby clinging to the back of the larger creature. Naturally, the reactions to this sighting have been varied. Some think it's just another faker walking around the woods in a woolly costume. However, others think there's just too many fine details that seem to allude that this sighting of Bigfoot could be genuine. The flattened face, the lumbering gait, and the little clinging baby have ignited hope in Bigfoot believers that he's really out there. According to Project Paranormal, the first of the scary ghost photos on our list originates from Southeast Asia. Sources say that a recent death was the reason this young man was scared out of his wits when he first saw this photo. The photo in question seems to be a bit older. It was almost certainly taken on a film camera, then developed into a physical photograph. It depicts a carefree, if slightly sad-looking young man hanging out in a typical teen's room. He's sitting at his computer with his legs crossed casually. However, if you look just above his right shoulder, it becomes clear this is no ordinary photo. Hovering in the background is the image of a translucent, disembodied head, with glowing eyes and a wide, eerie grin. The young man in the photo recently went through something no young person should: the death of a close friend. He believes that the face in the photo is that of his friend. Others are more skeptical, however, believing that the photo was likely blurred or double exposed. However, the face and hair of the floating head look far too different to be double exposure of the young man in the photo. Is it possible that his recently deceased pal stuck around to watch over him? Redditor Donald Amandam always suspected that something strange was going on in their childhood home. Odd noises and mysteriously moved objects were just a few of the bizarre experiences that led them to believe their house was haunted. When their sister snapped these scary ghost photos, the whole family became believers. The Redditor's sister was alone in her room with a friend when she took these two photos seconds apart with a digital camera. In one photo she used a flash, in the other she didn't. Yet, in the first photo, everything looks fairly normal. However, in the second photo, an unexpected guest appears. Just behind the friend in the photo appears an older man or woman with round glasses peering at the camera. The person is clearly absent from the previous photo taken only seconds before. So where could they have come from? The family believes that the mysterious person in the second photo could be an entity that was responsible for the paranormal events that had been plaguing them for years. Some who have seen the photo believe it was manipulated as a hoax, but the Redditor who first publicised it insists it's the real deal. Bus driver Trevor Tighe is an amateur ghost hunter, so he's no stranger to scary ghost photos. However, he was pleasantly surprised to capture an eerie image of his own when dropping a group off for a tour at Hampton Court in the London borough of Richmond upon Thames. Hampton Court is said to be haunted by the ghosts of two of King Henry VIII's former wives, Catherine Howard and Jane Seymour. Catherine Howard resided in the palace as she awaited execution in 1541. Her ghost is often seen moving about the place in a white dress. After the tour group got off the bus, Tighe headed inside to take his own photos of the marble staircase in the public foyer of the royal residence. He waited until the room was completely empty before snapping a few photos. It wasn't until reviewing the photo later that a friend noticed something strange: a young woman in white peering down from the upper floor. Tighe spoke to a security guard who confirmed seeing the exact same figure on a regular basis. In addition, he's had the photo analysed by experts who confirm that the photo is legitimate. So, has Tighe captured an eerie image of a long deceased queen? Love to get your thoughts on this one in the comments section below. Amateur photographer Mark Baker wasn't looking to take any scary ghost photos when he pulled out his camera at the Mount, a quaint parkland reserve in Guildford, England. However, the spirits of the area had other plans. In one of the photos Baker snapped on that day, later published by the Surrey Advertiser, we can see a foggy path lined with bare, gnarled trees. The fog gives the air a greenish tint. Combined with the trees that look straight out of a horror movie, this is the perfect setting for a ghost story. Sure enough, in the very centre of the path appears a strange figure. The entity is entirely white, but takes on the shape of a person walking down the path, with their hands in their pockets and their head angled towards the ground. Baker insists that he was the only one in the area when he took the photo, and that it's not been altered in any way. This leaves only one question: who could the ghostly figure be? Unfortunately, until further information comes to hand, no one will know the real answer. What better time for scary ghost photos than Halloween? In this photo, published by UK Paranormal Tavern, it seems that a spirit decided to make Halloween extra creepy for one family. The photo, taken with a film camera, shows a young girl standing in a kitchen. The photo is off-center, showing the girl at the far left edge of the picture. Although she's the only person in the photo, something else takes center stage: the image of a strange ghostly figure that appears to be walking through the kitchen. The entity is difficult to make out, but there's clearly some sort of translucent white figure in the room. Its shape is almost certainly human, with one arm jutting out as if swinging while walking. Some believe that the figure is just glare or a flaw in the film. Others are certain it's a ghost. Bobby Mackey's Music World, a nightclub in Wilder, Kentucky, has been the site of numerous paranormal experiences that have led many to believe the place is haunted. A photo captured by club DJ Wanda Kay seems to confirm some of these stories. Heralded as the most haunted nightclub in the US, Mackey's venue was originally a slaughterhouse. After it became a roadhouse, many patrons started claiming that the site contained a portal to hell. Some of the stories surrounding the place involve a pregnant dancer who apparently committed suicide after her father murdered her lover, the club's singer, in a back room. There was also a man named Pearl Bryan who was allegedly killed by Satanists, who later cursed the location. According to patrons and staff, these ghosts and curses are still around. The image captured by the DJ is nothing short of creepy. The photo was taken at the bottom of a cobweb-covered staircase. The room is dark and the bleached out colours of the photo give the room an otherworldly appearance. However, the highlight of the photo is the ghoulish apparition walking down the stairs straight towards the camera. The figure is thin, it's entirely white, so no features can be made out. However, the staff of the nightclub believe that the entity is most likely one of their resident ghosts. Have you ever visited Bobby Mackey's Music World? If you have, I'd love to hear about your experiences in the comments section below. According to Ghost and Ghouls, a website dedicated to the paranormal, the Guildhall in Sandwich, Kent is the site of regular paranormal experiences. Security guards who work there late at night often report hearing mysterious footsteps and feeling like they're being watched. The site hosts regular ghost hunting nights, and at least one attendee seems to have captured proof of the building's haunting. The ghost hunt took place on Halloween in the part of the building that used to house a prison. The visitor snapped a photo from inside the old shower block. They were shocked at what they saw, the image of a young boy peeking out from behind a door. He appears to be wearing glasses or has sunken black eyes. No one knows who this boy could be, but his appearance in the building is nothing short of terrifying. Some viewers think it's nothing more than pareidolia, the tendency humans have to spot familiar shapes in random stimulus. However, given the history of the building and the security guards' accounts, this photo does leave the viewer with an eerie feeling that can't quite be rationalized. Douglas Tippled is a firefighter in the town of Gary, Indiana. He never expected that a photo taken to document the scene of a fire would turn into something paranormal. Tippled was waiting for his fellow firefighters to prepare a hose when he decided to pull out his phone to snap a photo documenting the fire for evidence. He was busy attempting to put out the blaze and didn't give the photo a second look. However, when his wife saw the photo, she noticed something shocking: the figure of a man standing in the window outlined by bright orange flames. Because of the raging fire in the house, the man appears mostly as a shadow. He seems to be wearing a baseball cap and a dark jacket as he stares almost casually out the window. His face is unclear. Tippled was shocked by the photo, as the house was certainly empty when they showed up to put the fire out. The bright hot flames behind the figure make it seem like a demon from hell. But many believe the man is more likely the ghost of a previous occupant. However, with no additional information and the house destroyed by fire, the man's true identity may never be known.
¿Estás tirando? Yo también te voy a tirar, ¿no? ¡Oh! ¡Uy! ¡Oh, la mierda!
Lalo Escalante is a YouTuber well known for posting some seriously creepy videos. In this one, the crew is exploring a very rundown building in Culiacan, Mexico.
Estaba atendiendo este güey, ya me está preocupando. Aquí no hay nadie, güey.
Soon after entering, one of the members begins to feel unwell.
A lo mejor el susto, güey. Respira, respira. Le vamos a sacar un poquito al aire, güey. A lo mejor fue el susto. Güey, ¿qué se está pasando aquí, güey? Bueno, sí. No. Respira bien, güey.
Then, as the others stop to lend him a hand, the camera catches something rather unnerving in the background.
¡Hola! A lo mejor de... Güey, se vio algo pasar, güey,
¿Dónde, güey?
Güey, no es broma, güey, se vio como una niña, güey. Allá al fondo, está la alberca, güey, sí.
The figure moves quickly and appears to be wearing a long white dress. The investigators give chase, but are unable to keep up.
Te lo juro, güey, que se vio en el video, güey. Güey, tengo la pechinita. ¿Qué dices, y no hay pase, güey. Te lo juro, Lalo, te lo juro que de aquí cruzó la niña, güey.
They keep searching the dilapidated building and soon spot the figure once again, this time from a high-up window.
Es que de aquí se puede ver la alberca perfectamente.
The team quickly descends several flights of stairs. Then, just as it seems they've lost the figure once again, there's a loud smashing sound, and one of the crew members appears to faint.
De aquí fue. Güey, de aquí fue, Lalo, güey. Fue de aquí, Fue de aquí.
Concerned, the rest of the team carry him from the building and into their car. They speed away from the area and the video eventually ends.
No responda. Güey, se les del pinche susto, güey. Abre la puerta, güey. Doctor, márcale el doctor ahorita, güey. Sí. Termínalo, güey. Ya termínalo, güey.
Luckily, it turns out the ill team member is okay. In the video's description, it notes that David, the man who fainted, was later seen by a doctor and simply had low blood pressure. But did the strange ghostly character have something to do with his mysterious illness? Seems we may never know the answer to this question. The explorers left the building in such a hurry they were unable to learn the true identity of the figure that was lurking in the darkness.
De aquí fue. Güey, de aquí fue, Lalo, güey. Fue de aquí. Fue de aquí. David.
This next clip on our list was posted to the TikTok account, UAP TikTok. It was supposedly captured by a passenger on a commercial flight who seems to have noticed several strange objects out their window. As the camera holder zooms in, you can see that there's no less than 6 cigar-shaped objects that appear to be hovering in the sky. At first, it seems there's too many of them in close proximity to be passenger planes, and they're likely too high in the air to be remote-controlled drones. However, several keen-eyed viewers have suggested that the UFOs might simply be a trick of perspective. They think that these objects are actually boats in the water below. With that in mind, watch the clip again and let me know what you think. This certainly could be a possibility, as it appears there's a shoreline in the bottom of frame. So what do you think we're looking at? A hovering fleet of UFOs or just a few boats floating in the water? Let me know where you stand on this in the comment section down below. Sometimes it can be the subtle details captured by a camera that are actually the most frightening. User Albin Jammin posted this video to Reddit, which shows a recording from a security camera positioned inside their house. The poster says they were out at a party at the time the incident was captured. Take a look at what happens. As you can see, the light in the adjacent room switches off. Then, after a few seconds, it turns back on again. Several viewers thought the power to the apartment might have briefly reset, or that there was some sort of issue with the actual light bulb itself. Either of these explanations might make sense were it not for one small detail. You can audibly hear the light switch turning off, and then on again. In the comments section, the poster notes that their switches are the small stick variety, and that they're pretty new so they still have a hefty click when you flick them. While some who saw the clip thought it might be the work of a playful poltergeist, one viewer in particular was more concerned that there might have been an actual human intruder inside the house at the time of recording. Interestingly, the cat doesn't seem to be fazed by the light at all. Instead, it remains focused on its food in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen. Many think that animals have a heightened sense for the paranormal, so if this was a poltergeist, wouldn't the cat have reacted differently? So too, if there was a human intruder. So what do you think was responsible for the light flicking on and off? Was it something supernatural, or could there be another way to explain the click sound heard in the video? There's very little information available about this video that was uploaded to Instagram by PARANORMAL. However, it appears to show a rather creepy incident. Take a look. Watching that again, as the ball's kicked into play, the camera holder begins to follow it. Then, suddenly one of the players appears to be knocked to the ground by some sort of invisible force. He then looks as though he's being dragged by his left leg towards the goal. The man continues to struggle and writhe about before two other players rush to his aid. They pick the man up and escort him from the field just as the footage ends. Could it be possible that this footballer was actually attacked by a poltergeist? Unfortunately, it's almost impossible to know for sure. Take another look at the footage and decide for yourself. Cameras often capture things that are undetectable to the naked eye. In this clip uploaded to Reddit, the poster Hachi4496 admits that what we see could be anything, but you have to agree it's still rather unnerving. The camera is positioned to show the kitchen. At first, your eyes drawn towards the blinking lights in the background. Then suddenly, something zips past the camera. Take a look. It looks amorphous, starting out as a dense black blob before flashing past the camera like a wispy cloud. Even if you watch the clip a few times, it's hard to describe what it is we're actually seeing. Here it is, slowed down. Several viewers think it's probably just some sort of insect, one that's moving so close to the camera's lens that its shape is being distorted. However, one commenter noted that if it was a small bug, why does it change shape like it does? It seems unlikely we'll ever get a definitive answer to what we're actually witnessing here. It probably is just an insect, but it's hard to deny that at first it's quite unsettling. This next clip was posted to the Instagram account Unanswered Universe. According to the description, a farmer kept finding his tractor trailers and other farming equipment flipped over onto their sides. Other farmers nearby were also reporting that their tractors had been toppled over as well. Then, one day he captured this footage while out working on the land. Take a look. There's a dark figure up ahead, but it's too far away to make out any details. As they get closer, the figure becomes somewhat easier to see. Even though there's some daylight, the figure remains unusually dark. It actually looks like a shadow itself, however there's nothing around that could be casting it. Also, if it were just a human being, then it itself should have a shadow of its own. Toward the end of the clip, the farmer speaks. His words supposedly translate to, "It scares the crap out of me." He also mentions that he can't see the figure's face. Unfortunately, as is often the case with videos of this nature, it's very difficult to verify their origin. This, in turn, makes it hard to know if the story accompanying the footage is actually genuine. It's also difficult to verify the farmer's claims that his tractors had been flipped over. Could this mysterious figure have something to do with it? Take another look at the clip and let me know what you think this is in the comments section down below.
Me cago de miedo, no sé qué, no se deja ver la cara.